so cool. Great.
We are live.
Oh yeah, we are. That is. Oh, we look good.
Wait, we're live.
Yeah, like we're rolling.
Oh.
So you do your intro.
Oh, hey everyone, what's good? I am Shay. Go by Shay the Surrealist, and I'm here with Jacob Harris today.
Hi.
So Jacob, what are we going to be doing today?
Yeah, so today is going to be a really fun one. I am a big fan of kind of experimenting with art and doing some fun little mixed media things. I don't typically post stuff like that or do it personally, but I figured why not we kind of mess around and show some people the power of Illustrator. I think it's really cool and really fun. I guess just before we get into it too, if you want to find me or any of my work, you can find me on my website.
Yes, let's see your website.
Yeah, here at byjacobharris.com. You can find a lot of my work,
Cool
kind
graphics.
of my mission statement, and just some of the streams I've done with Adobe and some fun graphics. I also have a web store for some prints and things like that. I only have 2 right now, but you know, if you ever want to see stuff that was created here or hanging on your wall or something like that, you can find that here. So
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get into Adobe Illustrator.
yeah, so we're
Let's
coming
get
over to
into it.
Illustrator. So this is my little sketch.
Okay.
Obviously, we're doing some Halloween themes today. So
So what was your idea behind this piece? Like, what were we kind of going for?
to be completely honest, I just wanted to do something. I used to do a bunch of like really inspiring, I don't know if like that's subjective, but inspiring to me posters, and they were like cute and like uplifting. And now that I'm, I guess, getting more into like poster design and things like that, I wanted to do another one and do it Halloween theme. I feel like it's juxtaposed with, I guess, like happy. It's like not spooky, you know, like
because it's a kind of like, I saw your style is very kind of pop artist, like
Yeah,
kind of simplistic.
exactly.
So you kind of combine both of those together.
exactly, like kind of like more of like a, you know, I feel like Halloween is like spooky and not negative, but you know.
I see that you did the typography. Did you actually draw that yourself?
I did, yeah.
Okay,
so
that's so
I am
cool.
not a typography artist, and I see Shauna in the chat. So shout out Shauna.
The lettering.
She has helped me so much.
Yeah, loving the lettering.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've learned a lot from Shauna, and
That's
but
awesome.
yeah, this is my first attempt of doing some of my own lettering, but I'll probably start with the actual illustration itself.
Okay.
I'll just kind of hop right into it. All I'm gonna do is just size down my sketch. And
Did you sketch this actually in Illustrator, or did you like import it?
so I sketched it in Fresco, and yeah, I
Awesome.
imported it directly into Illustrator. So I'll just
Fresco's
lock
awesome.
my layer like this. And typically when I'm designing and drawing with vector art or just in Illustrator in general, I kind of focus in just this curvature tool. It's really kind of the only thing I use. A lot of people like the pencil tool. I'm not a huge pencil tool
I'm the
guy,
same
though.
way. I do love the pen, the curvature. That's my favorite as well.
Yeah, it's easy to use, and like I feel like it's underutilized a little bit from some artists. I get why people use.
Do you
the
have
pencil.
any like tips for everybody in the chat?
Yeah, I mean, so in my opinion, with the curvature tool, I feel like it's just a little more straightforward in how you're manipulating, because when you see me clicking on these specific points, I'm literally setting anchor points for myself. So if I use the direct selection tool and click on the line, if I click on these anchor points, you're gonna see I have these like, I guess, lines. I don't know what you would call them.
You should
like
show
handles.
them as well as you can add and you can delete anchor points.
Yeah. So there is a way to, believe it's through simplifying. I don't typically remove anchor points, to be honest.
Do you add them?
Not really, honestly.
Okay,
I kind
that's
of,
cool.
because I'm typically put down most of my anchor points with the curvature tool.
Right.
It's more from like a place of ignorance than it is from a place of convenience, you know? So I kind of use like a mix of this and then also like smoothing out my
So far your lines are very
lines.
smooth because of the curvature.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. So we'll go ahead and do this. And I'm kind of working with the cut tool as well. I'm just kind of, you'll see probably up in the top left corner of me jump between this and this, like where it's highlighted. And it's just me clicking A for the direct selection to click on the line and C to cut the line itself. So
That's good.
yeah.
So will you be making both hands like or would you like do like a mirror tool and just copy and paste one hand?
Yeah, so for this case, because the initial build out of the hand was not zombified,
Okay.
it was more just like a regular hand, and it was gonna have kind of a similar phrase, but since it's Halloween themed, I kind of wanted to make it more spooky. Yeah, I'll probably just copy and paste it over because it is kind of a similar structure.
Right.
I'm just kind of building
The
off of
details
that
is what's
structure.
like makes it really unique.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
So we'll go ahead and
Chat, are you guys excited for Halloween? I know we're in September, but are you guys excited for Halloween? You guys prepared for the fall season?
I was about to
'Cause
say.
I am. I'm ready for the fall. I am so excited for fall season.
It is never too early to start prepping for Halloween.
It is
I
not.
love it.
Clever said, I like this workflow.
Hey, thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you so much. Honestly, Clever, my workflow is not from a place of like education or anything. It really is from a place of like, oh, this is how I learn, so this is how I
But that's
enjoy
how
it.
you like. That's how it sticks to you. Like being like self-taught. It's like, okay, this is what works for me, but you know.
Yeah, I had a really good mentor when I first started creating. He makes like a bunch of really, really, really goofy graphics, and I am just so stoked with how, like, I guess how he did his stuff, and I really wanted to not emulate him because that's not correct, but like just kind of reference some of his stuff and also get to his level, you know what I mean?
Okay.
I'm sure there's people in your life where you're like, oh, I love this artist so much. I wish I had their talent.
Sean has said, we get fall weather tomorrow, and I am ready.
Nice.
Yes, I am ready too. I'm ready for the fall fits. You already know.
I was about to say, how's the weather over in DC?
It's actually pretty hot still.
Yeah.
Compared
Not
to
fall.
San Francisco, it's kind of cooler here, so
Yeah.
I was like ready to bring on my jean jackets and everything. That is so cool how you did that.
Thanks. Oh yeah, I should probably explain
Yeah,
this,
how
right?
did you do that?
So what I did is obviously I have some of these lines that are out here now, and if I were to just drag them over or click on one, they're not gonna be linked together.
Right.
So typically when I finish my initial illustration, what I like to do is just click V, which is the regular selection, not the direct selection tool.
Okay.
Highlight the whole thing, click Command G, and just copy it over. And then if you click Command
And Command G is grouping.
Yeah, Command G, it's grouping, not copying. Thank you. And if you click Command C and Command V, it'll paste over that illustration, the vector. And I can just flip it with the transform tool
Awesome.
and line it up.
Gotta love the shortcuts.
Oh my gosh, I was not a shortcut guy. I was like, edit, copy is so bad.
It really depends on like what the shortcut is, but for copy and pasting, it's like universal. So
I feel like when it comes to shortcuts, like that's the one that everyone knows, like without fail. And if you don't, if you're in chat and you don't know the copy paste, no judgment. Yeah. It's just the most universal, like you said. So I'm gonna go ahead and start kind of manipulating this a little bit.
Okay.
Typically, again, if I have a general sketch, I wouldn't do this because I'm essentially like drawing over my sketch instead of doing the final line work, if that makes sense, like putting a base work. But for the sake of the show and just kind of showing how things are lining up, I feel like it would be a little more easier.
That is so cool. Wait, go. How did you do that? That is so cool.
So it's similar workflow of just clicking C and cutting at that point.
Okay, cutting. Okay.
Yeah, and then clicking the direct selection tool and just deleting it out, so it's not there anymore. Yeah, it seems really complicated, but I honestly, and I've talked to a few illustrators in the space, it is I probably have the most like simplistic workflow.
But I feel like simplicity is like it's like working smarter, not harder.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and I'm also big on like accessibility in art. I feel like I feel like Illustrator seems really intimidating, but genuinely is like one of the most accessible places to draw. Because if you can't draw lines straight, use the circular tool. If you don't know how to do colors, like use the generative recolor tool. Like
I
there's
feel
just a lot
like
of tools.
once you realize a lot of things are made up of shapes and like paths, that's when you kind of just do the breakdown. Like, if I add like a circle here and a circle here, like and maybe two more circles, that's like eyes.
Yeah.
So it's like the breakdown to make it more simplistic.
Absolutely. I mean, I feel like with art in general, you know, it's built off of shapes, and it
Right.
starts to get a little less complex as you go, you know. So go ahead and copy this one over.
That's the bone.
Flip it. Yeah, the finger bone.
Finger.
I'll go ahead and put this here.
Hey, Robert.
Let's
Hey,
see.
you guys. How are you guys liking the piece so far?
Oh yeah, let's zoom out and get a little
Yes, let's
idea.
zoom out
Well, I'm
and
gonna
see.
adjust because my brain is gonna break if this. Okay.
I'm the same. I'm the same way. I'm like, they don't see it, but I do.
So this is where we're at so
That
far.
is so cool.
I also should probably explain when I'm referring to the I guess like mixed media, I'm gonna be working with the 3D materials panel, but for the text, I figured it'd be fun. What's cool about this is if you go into your fonts, and let's just do like a fun bubbly font, like nope, everyone's gonna see my terrible font library. Let's do this, and let's do bubble, do all caps. So you can go in and
That
you
is so
can
cool.
expand your text, make it a little bigger. If I'm not mistaken, if you go into this 3D materials panel.
So basically now it's like its own object.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
And what I can do, it essentially outlines your text, so it's not a text
Ray said
file
OCD
anymore.
in a good way. Exactly.
So if you click inflate, you'll see, it's a little hard to see because it's black, but let's make it like blue. It's gonna make it kind of 3D.
So cool.
Yeah, and this isn't just
Yo.
exclusive to text. You can also do
Right.
this with illustration, and I think it's really fun because there's so many
That is so
adjustments
cool.
you can do. Like, oh, I want it to look like leather, or oh, I want it to look like fabric.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to try that out
or
on my own.
gold. Yeah, it's
is
really
so
cool.
cool.
And like you can even get into the lighting of it too, like turn up the intensity or the rotation of the light. It's
Wow.
very detailed and very, very cool. But for this application, I'm going to be using it for our handmade text.
That is so cool.
So
I'm excited for that.
yeah, later in the day too, if you guys stick around, which you should because there's amazing people that are lined up after us. I'm going to be doing it with illustration, so I'm really,
That
really
is
excited.
so cool. Yeah, I would definitely be trying out the 3D.
It's fun.
Because I love Illustrator, like, because I'm the same way. Like, once I just played around with, like, the different tools and found my own flow, that's when I kind of just started making things, and
Absolutely.
it's just,
I have a probably embarrassing confession when it comes to Adobe products, but I am so biased and I love only working in one program all the time. Like, I don't want to go to Photoshop. I love Photoshop, but I don't want to go to Photoshop. I just want to
Gotcha.
stick in Illustrator because I love Illustrator. Like,
Have you ever, like, decided to, like, import something from Illustrator to Photoshop?
Oh yeah, all the time. I mean, I think you have to, right, to add textures to your designs in a more fluid way, or if you're trying to, you know, work with mock-ups. Like, thankfully, again, now
Right.
Illustrator has a mock-up feature, which is really nice.
That is
But
true.
you know, there's some things that tend to be like old tricks, you know,
Yeah,
I guess, where
I
it's like
got you.
I've
I
been
got you.
working with mock-ups in Photoshop for
Val said
years.
that's fair. Everyone has their own process.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
So like your process is going to be different than everybody's. Like what works for you may not work for other people, but who knows what works for you may work for somebody else.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely. I think it's cool seeing how, especially with, I mean, I feel like this is general with art, but with Illustrator too, how people get to a different result, or I should say get to the same result with different techniques.
right,
Because there really is like a million ways to do one thing in Illustrator, right?
that is true. But
It's
I
cool.
feel like this tool that you're using is just it gets it done. Like
Oh
it's
yeah,
getting it done.
I mean, and it's nice too because like, you know, if you're watching along, literally all I'm doing right now is just using the curvature tool. Why are you not letting me cut? Using the curvature tool and the cut tool, and that's like it. That's all I've been using this entire time, and we're
That's
already
so cool.
this far in. Oh, I see why. This is grouped up. So I'm ungrouping this. and
So
I'll
Team
try-
Illustrator in the chat.
Yeah.
Team Illustrator, yes.
Team Illustrator represent. I love that. No diss on the Premiere Pro and Adobe.
Listen, I'm
Photoshop.
Team Photoshop, so
Yeah.
but I love Illustrator. I've been an Illustrator actually for just my own personal projects too. So
I think it's fun to play with. You
It
know,
is.
I think all the apps are really fun to play
They
with.
are.
Like I'm a I have some friends that do some like band art stuff, and they just do the craziest stuff in Photoshop. It's insanity. Well, what team are you guys on in the chat?
Yeah.
You know, I saw one Illustrator. Looks like one
Okay,
Photoshop.
Team Photoshop and Fresco.
Yes.
Team Fresco. Fresco. If you guys haven't tried out Fresco, it is the coolest. It's like Photoshop and Illustrator combined, but it's amazing. Y'all should definitely try out Fresco for sure.
It's nice. It's a bit of a learning curve, like as of anything is, right? But like I feel like it's simple.
We have a lot of Team Photoshops. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay,
Team
okay.
Photoshop.
Okay. Well, you see you on the next stream. No, I'm kidding. I'm totally joking.
Team Photoshop, yes.
This is the Illustrator segment. No, I get it though. Like I also feel like Photoshop is very tried and true.
Oh, we got an InDesign, Team InDesign.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I used InDesign when I was in college, and it is definitely one of those you have to actually like figure out how to work.
Oh
kinda.
yeah. I taught myself InDesign because I wanted to make I was really obsessed with making a zine when I was in high school.
That's so cool though.
I never made it, so it's not that cool. I was too much.
It was a thought.
Yeah, I thought it was cool.
It's intimidating. It is definitely intimidating at first.
Absolutely.
I would definitely say that.
Well, I mean, and there's so many talented like book layout artists now. I feel like that, you know, coming onto one of these and be like watching a live of someone doing a setup for a zine or something, like you will find that now, where I feel like 5 years ago it might have been a little bit harder to find.
That is true.
So let's see.
Fresco first. That is so cool.
I'm gonna adjust this guy like
I love how everybody had like different teams they're on.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes, Lightroom Classic.
Nice.
See, it's either Lightroom or Lightroom Classic. I personally like both of them, but I've been mostly using just, I think, Lightroom.
You'll have to explain Lightroom to me because I've never used Lightroom.
It's so basically, even for like, I use it for my photography, but actually for sometimes when I have my surrealistic collages from Photoshop, I'll import them to add like a final like layer.
Okay.
Of just, you know, it's basically you can like contrast, make your own filters.
It's like texturing for photos.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Kind of, yeah. Like,
A little more complex.
Yeah, but basically, yeah, for photos, yeah.
Nice.
So, yeah.
So I'll go ahead and, whoops, copy this over the little bone.
Should reset. I'm on whatever team Shaylin's on.
Hey, nice.
Exactly. Team Photoshop.
Yeah, that's funny.
I love these bones.
Thanks.
They're so cool.
I tried to make them as cartoony and as like bulbous as possible.
It's very bold, but it's like the best version. Like it's just.
Thanks.
That is so cool.
Looking at this now, I'm wondering if like maybe this finger needs some decay. That's a horrible way to put it, but like.
Yeah, add it. I
actually added some over here. Look at that. Added in my sketch. When I do these sketchings, I don't know how you would say that, but like when I sketch out in Fresco, I do really like drawing super loose. I've talked about this a little bit like on lives before, and like I had a little series showing like my whole process.
Shauna said stitches.
Stitches.
Oh,
that's a good idea. That is a very good idea.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So let me cut this real quick. But yeah, like I like to draw really loose, like super loose.
But that's the point of sketching, though. You're not supposed to be so detailed, but it's like you can kind of see the vision before.
I mean, I fell very victim to that for a long time of just like so focused on the end product that I end up having like to work outward in or inward out instead of outward in, if that makes sense.
I tend to do the same thing. I'm like for my like collage works, I can't lie, I don't really sketch. I kind of just have the vision in my head. But when it comes to like Illustrator things, I tend to just, I don't know. I feel like I sketch in my head. I don't really sketch at all.
No, I get that though.
I don't really sketch at all.
If you have a vision, you know, like, I mean, that's how I was for a long time, but like with more Illustrator stuff, that looks fun. That's fun. I wonder if it should be flipped the other way though, because of the perspective. Oh. Maybe like, yeah, that makes more sense.
You could definitely like copy and paste that and add it to like the other one too.
Yeah. Like, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, this is really cool.
Thanks.
I'm excited to see how you like color it.
Full transparency for the people that haven't watched me create before. I am a colorblind artist.
Oh, really?
So yeah, I did prep some swatches today. I work a lot in with generative recolor, like I briefly mentioned, and I also work a lot with what's the word, like with Adobe Colors, which lets you build out like font or color libraries, which is really, really nice.
Yeah, Adobe has amazing color libraries, especially in Illustrator. Like,
yeah,
so many.
So we'll go ahead and connect these guys over off the canvas, because if I don't, I can't color them in. So group these up, and then let's go ahead and hide. Well, I'll name this layer.
Hey, chat.
Hands. I'll be a good, responsible little boy and group the layer and name the layer. I never do. It's so bad.
I don't do it either. So I am not gonna say anything about that because I don't. But it does help for you to like get organized. But
I think it's pretty important.
It's if you remember to layer and like group things. If you remember.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's how you do yours.
Yeah, this is, again, probably not the correct way to do it, but it's the way that I like to do it. It's
Nothing is wrong with that. Nothing is wrong with that
abusing the curvature tool and using, instead of the line, like, or I should say the stroke, using the fill, which,
yeah, I usually
works
just use
for me.
the stroke and then I go back. But you did it so effortless that you got it.
It's just practice. And also, too, like, it looks kind of funky compared to the thing. But again, going to the smooth tool, like, this is a lifesaver. And now it's nice and pretty.
I've never used that tool. I have to use that now.
It's extremely useful. So if you say you can't draw, there's no excuses.
Val said, I'm always organized when people can see me. Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly. When people are watching, I'm going to be organized.
Absolutely. But in any other circumstance, no thank you.
Literally.
Here we go. That one actually came out pretty clean on its own.
That was very clean.
Looks like we're doing good on time. I'm always like trying to make sure that I'm hitting within the parameters.
Yeah, I was checking to make sure you're doing great with the time.
Yeah. Coloring, I think, is going to probably take the longest for this. And obviously, we want to give as much love to the 3D materials panel as we can, because it's really complex.
Shauna says, I always name my layers ... No, I don't.
Yeah, I've seen Shauna's workflow, and that's not true. She's very organized, very, very organized. I am not. And if you saw my desktop here right now, you'd be like, oh, wow, it's so clean. You're doing so well. It's because there's nothing on it. I've removed everything from it. This is my burner laptop. It's not.
Right.
It is my wife's laptop.
I feel like whatever works best for us is just what we're gonna do. Because I feel like I will group my layers and then I'll name the group, but I won't name the individual layers.
What's crazy to me is when people use different layers on Illustrator. I'm like, that exists? I didn't even know that was real.
I usually do that too. Because sometimes you're like, what if you mess up? I don't know.
Then you delete it. You know? No, I draw everything on the same layer. Using different layers genuinely feels weird to me in Illustrator.
But the thing is, since you're using, like, you're creating different, I guess, paths and shapes, they're automatically on different layers. And then until you group them, you're just like,
And so it's kind of the same purpose, right? And then I start getting confused when I'm on, like, layer 2. Like, here, let me see. If I can add a layer. Yeah, if I'm on, like, layer 2, and then I'm drawing this out, and then I go to click on it, and I'm like, oh, I can't click on this now.
Yeah.
You know? It's kind of weird.
Until you, like, either drag it down or you group it.
Absolutely. So. Now I have to delete this layer, and I don't know how. I'm just going to get rid of it. I don't use layers.
The layers, I think it's at the bottom. It's like a trash,
you're right.
Or something.
Makes sense. Look at that. Little trash can.
There we
Sweet. All right. So let's...
What's the phrase? Could you zoom
out?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's you're in good hands.
Oh, you're in good hands. Awesome.
Super simple. Kind of ironic because you're definitely not if you're in hands of a zombie because they're probably going to fall apart.
You're in good hands. For us.
I just was like thinking something that would be like cute to hang on the wall. I have this like, I've been working on it for a while, but I have this big gallery wall in my awesome. Studio. Like,
cool. Like framed?
Yeah. And cool. Oh man, it was so expensive. It was so expensive. I'm talking like hundreds of dollars.
But I bet it was worth it though.
Oh, absolutely. And it's only like halfway done, which is a bit unfortunate.
That is so
but,
cool. Is it like a combination of your works and then other people's works?
It's none of my work actually. It's all other people's work.
Cool. That is really cool.
So I'm starting to add my work to it. But you know, there's so many people that I've met through like live or like met in chats or like just in life that I really like their art that I'm just like, I want it, you know, so I don't want to like take up the space with my art.
Okay,
I see my art all the time, you know.
I feel like I was kind of the same way. I think I used to hang up other people's art, but recently I started hanging up my own art. I'm like, you know, my art deserves, you know, a little spot in my place.
Absolutely. It's a good way to feel good about yourself too, like seeing the end product. I've noticed recently it makes it like a little bit easier to see the vision, if that makes sense. Like, because I don't know, especially when you're working with like vectors and working in Illustrator, it's kind of hard to have the whole idea down, I guess. Let's see. So yeah, I'm just doing kind of the same loose vibe of just adding anchor points. With
this would actually be a really cool font. Like, it really would.
Hey, I appreciate that. I am not a font designer, but I would love to.
You did really good. Like just freehanding this is like.
Yeah, this was just a hard sketch while I was traveling.
Like the smoothness is so cool. It can make it a whole different thing.
Whole different shape, yeah. I tend to like how the looser fonts look in general, and I don't know. Back in the day, I used to design my own fonts, and they were bad, like super, super, super bad. Like I would just draw them in like fresco or whatever, like in pencil and sketch it in really hard and then just use the vector tool. But now I don't know. I sometimes have like a specific vision of what I want and I can't find it online. So
this definitely gives like Halloween, like spooky, but also like not too scary vibe.
Yeah,
you know,
like kind of like gooey, drippy, kind of weird.
Exactly. Are you gonna add like drips to the letters or?
I've experimented with drips before. I can never get it to look good, so I think I'm gonna kind of keep them just like bubbly like this.
I like that. I like that.
Just because it's simpler and a little bit easier to read too, right? And if we're doing 3D, I don't know how well the drips would read personally, but we will see. Kind of working through this. I'm also trying to figure out like. This is a good question for the chat. What color do you think the text should be? Because I don't really know what I wanted to do. So the zombie hands, I need to make this a little bit bigger. I just realized it's the wrong size. There we go. Zombie hands are going to be kind of like this color. Whoops. Square tool. Rectangle tool. Going to be like green. A mix of this and this. So like in those like kind of grayish greens.
Radioactive green.
Radioactive green. I like that. So I mean, maybe we'll have an opportunity to mess around in Adobe Colors because I don't feel confident in building my own library without a little bit of help. Honestly. Let's see.
What colors do you struggle with seeing?
So I have red, green. And blue, yellow, colorblind.
The primary colors.
Yeah. Wow. So it's not like I'm not like seeing gray like a dog.
Right.
The shades are like really, really, really difficult for me. And especially like looking at like libraries like this, like everything just blends in together. It gets so weird because there's also this like weird, what's the word? Like psychology. I feel like behind like. Colors through a computer screen, like Apple.
It varies with each screen.
Exactly, and like Apple has True Tone, and there's also like if you're on a 4K monitor with 110% color display as opposed to a 720 monitor with.
We can all agree that we don't know what colors we're looking at.
Yeah, truly.
Like, but the chat said radioactive green or red.
Okay.
Red. I was actually thinking red as well.
Red would be fun. We can mess with both.
Yeah.
That's the cool thing is I can throw down like 3 or 4 different options and see what chat.
Are you going to add an outline to these or are you going to keep it like just...
I think I'm going to keep it rounded.
Okay, that's cool.
Because when it comes to doing the 3D, when you do the outlines, it gets a little funky, like a little weird. It's not like bad. It starts punching out holes in a weird way, you know? Okay. Which I think people could definitely, what's the word? Like, take advantage of. But for me, like, in my work case, I'm kind of just rock and roll. I'm gonna do a really fun cheat where I just
Smart.
save some time.
Listen, work smarter, not harder.
Absolutely.
Okay, Emily said letters could be purple.
Ooh, purple would be fun. That's kind of hulky vibes.
And then Jeff said, or use Adobe Color. So
Oh, yeah.
we got, at least we have some options, you know?
Oh
We
yeah,
can
we're definitely gonna be
experiment.
using Adobe Color.
Purple actually sounds cool as well. Like purple and green
Oh yeah.
go hand in hand.
I always think of the Hulk though.
I don't know why I thought of Frankenstein. I guess
Frankenstein,
because
yeah.
it's like, you know, Halloween.
Yeah. I think
the
of
Hulk, yeah, the Hulk.
like whites and like grays and blacks, but also because I'm thinking of like the old timey Frankenstein. Shout out to my fans of old timey Frankenstein in the chat. It's just like random stuff. So we'll smooth this out, and then I think we'll be done with the letters just about. I just need to add some circles like this.
Yes.
And something that I've learned when you're doing 3D materials is if you have these types of circles, it's good to make them into clipping mask. Not like this. The other way. We'll go like this. So, oh, and what I did there is I just brought the ellipse, the circle underneath the A. So when I click the clipping mask, I think this should work. No, it's not going to work. How did I do this last time? Oh, you know what? There's an easier way to do this. So, whoops.
Is it like the path, like a path tool?
Just lost my. There we go.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. So you're right. If you go up to the image trace, or sorry, rasterize, and then image trace. Just do this. This is again probably the longer
Purple and
way.
green remind me of Beetlejuice. Oh yeah.
Beetlejuice.
That is that's a good
I
one.
love Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
Winona Ryder, right?
Yes.
Am I gonna sound crazy?
A classic.
Okay.
A classic.
It's like I hope I'm not sounding crazy. I'm also gonna be a smart boy, and I'm gonna save this just in case because.
Oh, smart. I should definitely have told you.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
That's my fault because I'm the same way. I'm the same,
Yeah.
like, you know what? Have I saved it? But I feel like sometimes I'm just so used to clicking like Command S by default now just to be safe.
I have a really, really bad habit of not saving my work ever and like having untitled recovered 1111. Like, oh my gosh, it's so bad. Like so bad. I did I'm working on a sticker right now for Adobe Max, not official, just for me. That is, it's like a graphic design license.
Cool.
And one of the jokes on there that actually Shauna suggested was like having a file name just as like one of the bullet points of being a graphic designer, and it just says like untitled _ final _ 1 2 3 4. It's relatable. I'm sure people have.
Untitled. I like. That's a great idea, actually. That's actually a really good idea.
Don't steal it. No, I'm kidding.
Right.
You can steal it. I don't care. You'd probably do it better, honestly.
They're like noted.
Yeah. Copyright. I'm gonna sue you now. Let me go ahead. All I'm doing is just working with the image trace tool and tracing these shapes out. It's not changing the structure of the line work at all. All it's doing is just allowing me to delete the inside, so it's all one shape.
Okay.
Because if I keep this inside without it being punched out of the, I guess, shape, it'll.
I know there's a tool.
Weird.
I'm trying to think of the tool. There's like a tool. It's like a pathway tool. I don't know if you know the pathway tools. You can do the same thing, but
Oh,
without,
you know what? I know what you're talking about.
I forget the name of it. It's like a path tool.
I think it's this.
Pathfinder, yes, the
Okay,
Pathfinder,
so-
yes, and it's one of the tools you can.
We're gonna mess around. We're
yeah.
gonna see. Is it any of these? Okay, there we go.
There, yup,
hey,
there,
chat, we got
yes.
there. We're learning together.
I know the name, but I don't know the name.
There's got to be at least one person in the
Yes.
chat screaming at me like, "It's not bad."
Yeah. Yeah, that's the tool. That's the tool I use usually.
Yeah,
Yes, there
there
we
we
go.
go.
So there's so many ways to do it. There's so many ways.
Yeah.
There's 2 different ways to do it.
I'm showing you the hard way, and then there's easier way. So I'll just adjust these kind of generally. I'm not gonna go too crazy.
So the hands will be inside the hands.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm wondering, honestly, if it might be better to like kind of do like a little smaller. I don't know if I like the hierarchy per se,
Oh,
but
okay.
we'll mess around with it and see. So we're at the point where we can kind of start doing some coloring and some fun stuff. So I'll group all of these guys up, and now we have a nice beautiful layer panel over here. I'll name this my text.
That is so cool.
And then we'll bring this back and remove this and remove our sketch. And now I'm gonna do some coloring.
Awesome.
And coloring is really easy too. It's actually really similar to what I was doing a second ago. But because I'm drawing in vector lines with the curvature tool, I can just click Object and expand appearance.
Okay.
And then Object, expand,
Awesome.
and fill and stroke and hit enter. And now I'll be able to click K, go down to the Live Paint Bucket tool, just start filling stuff in.
That is so cool.
Which obviously I don't want that to be black.
I was about to ask what colors are you using?
Yeah, so these are the colors I think I landed on.
Okay. Oh, I like that color.
Ooh, this didn't, whoops. Just realized this didn't finish. Or this didn't connect. So let's do this real quick. I'm gonna ungroup these. I think it's because I grouped these up separately. There we go. Sweet. Okay, so we'll group this. Object, expand. Oh no, they're still disconnected. Let's see if I can join these. Not like that though. I'm going to ungroup. Sometimes this happens when working with like illustrative lines and you're doing things like in different groups. It's because I grouped this up first and then made this line and then grouped it to the group. I know it's kind of weird.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah,
okay.
But if I group it all as one, not the one on the left, but group it all as one, and then expand it, and then expand it again. Yeah, now it's connected. So now I can actually go in and color that.
Okay, now, okay, yes.
It's kind of a weird like thing that happens, and it's again maybe user error, but you know, we're learning together. So go ahead and.
Hey RB. Christine said, frazzle the letter edges of hands like cat hair and add a few claws.
Oh, that's fun.
Cat themed.
That's
you can never
fun.
go wrong with cat art.
It's kind of like, you know, Black Cat, Halloween spooky. I like that. I mean, we could maybe make the letters kind of furry. That would be kind of interesting.
You can definitely try out one of the textures and see if they have like a texture like that.
I'm sure they do. There's also textures that you can download on the Adobe website. I'm not sure exactly which one. I think it's Stock. I haven't really messed with it too much, but I highly encourage messing around with it. It's a ton of fun. Do you think I should make the stitched part of the finger like a light green? Is that cute?
Ooh, what do y'all think, chat?
Because like these are meant to be.
I think I actually really do like that.
Yeah, I think I like it too. And then just make the bones white, the tissue. It's like broken bones. And then we'll color in these little inner parts, the lighter green.
Ooh. It gives like a 3D.
Yeah. For 3D with 2D.
2D, 3D, yeah. 2D, 3D, yes.
That
is so cool.
Yeah, and then that's pretty much coloring for the hands. Super easy, super simple. So now we can get into the 3D materials, which I'm really excited about. I'm really stoked on how this is turning out, actually.
Yeah,
I think
this
it's
is actually
cute.
really cool.
I'm wondering if I should... No, I mean, I kind of like the overlapping, though. I don't know. If it kind of takes away from the illustration a little bit with the overlapping, though.
Only because it's like it's very bold, so you can't really see it. So you can possibly like move it up, like that.
Like maybe have it in this space. Oh, here, let's do this. Let's center this guy up with the alignment tool. Let's adjust like this, and then maybe I'll bring these down a little bit because I have a bit more space to play with. That's kind of cool. What do you think?
Yeah, I like that idea.
And then we'll go into 3D materials, objects, and this is kind of what we were working towards. This is like the thing that you can play around with and have a ton of fun with, and it's very complex, but I'll probably just start with inflating it so you can kind of get an idea.
So we're going to inflate.
Yeah, and you're not going to be able to see it because it's black, but I'll change the color and make it like a... Let's do like a... We talked about red. Let's do like a red. Like this to start.
Okay.
Not a complimentary red, but a red.
Yeah, right.
And you'll see a few options. Like you'll see that you can, and I'll zoom in a little bit here so you can get like a really good view of this.
Really good.
You can change the depth, which is going to kind of make it go further back in the back. You can inflate both sides, which I like to do just because it adds a bit more texture when you're adding the other effects to it.
Okay.
You can twist it. Also, this is a very labor-intensive effect, so you're going to see the beach ball at least once or twice. So you can do crazy stuff like this, like Don't get me wrong, not what I want to do, but like it kind of like
Right.
twists the shape.
That's so cool.
I can taper this to where it has a bit more of a tapered inside, like this.
Oh, that is so cool.
There's a lot of things that you can do with it. I'm going to keep
Okay.
it simple, though, and just kind of work with this also so my computer doesn't crash
That's also
on
a
Adobe
good
Live.
idea. That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
So we'll go to materials,
idea.
and right now I'm just using a base material, like a default material.
Okay.
And down under here, you can see that I can change the roughness of it and make it like kind of more textured, or I can change it to be like more metallic, so it'll have like this nice like metallic-y shape too, which I really like. I think it's cool because it gives it that like weird 3D
I really like
model effect. But if you don't want to adjust it yourself, and if you want to kind of go into some pre-made stuff, you can kind of start messing around with these shapes, like, or these textures. Like this is a diamond texture, this is a concrete texture.
Wow. There's so many
Lot of
options.
concrete, yeah.
That's kind of hard to choose. The
Oh,
concrete's really cool.
I like it, and like I think it's cool because you can go down into the properties and change even more. And like say if I want to change it to be like a red, now we have like a red concrete, which doesn't make a ton of sense, but like, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a general idea.
That is so cool.
And we got some like natural terrain. There's that beach ball. This is like some like weird marble top.
That'd be kind of cool, like if you were to do like a kind of like a graveyard scene. That'd be kind of cool to put like on a tombstone or something.
Well, just maybe y'all should check back in around 1 o'clock today, and you might see some tombstone stuff. This is like a cow leather thing going on. It's very detailed.
Now, yeah, when you zoom in, you can really see it. Wow.
Maybe we should do that.
Yeah, that's really
It's like
cool.
a crocodile skin. It's really crazy, like how detailed this stuff is, and it's like, I feel like prior to this, you would do it in Cinema 4D, like, or the Adobe 4D, 3D modeling. But now, like,
That's really good.
you can just do it in here. It's so cool. Got copper foil, gold foil. What if I just made it gold? You're in good hands. Bing. No, I think the more I'm looking at the, I guess, texture, the pre-made textures, I kind of want to make my own. I don't know. I'm like,
what texture were you kind of going for? Like, what were you thinking about?
Honestly,
like, something smooth, something more like.
I didn't really have anything in mind. I was kind of just like going into it blind, and like, I like doing it that way because I feel like it kind of just
it's more creative, like, you know.
Yeah, like on the fly type vibes. Like it's
ooh, fancy.
yeah.
So these textures are awesome.
Yeah,
these are
and they're
some cool
all
textures.
default texture. So it's not like I paid for these. They're available, so you can use them. You can go into Illustrator right now and use them. So wax paint. Interesting. People are watching me play with this in real time because some of this I haven't even seen. This is kind of insane. Don't know if this is.
That.
It's like close. It's close. I'm like, I feel like I want it to be darker though. Like intensity. So I think what I need to do before I even like really dip too deep into the this aspect is I probably need to like find the color that I'm going to be using.
Okay.
So I'm going to go over to Adobe Colors, and I think that'll be a lot of fun.
Adobe Colors.
Yeah. So I will copy this color over, which is just our base color for our hands. And I'm going to hop over to Adobe Colors. I'm in all caps right now. And if you're not familiar with this is your saving grace if you don't understand color theory. I studied color theory a while ago, and it really helped me like with being colorblind and understanding like where things stay or like how things interact with other things. But this is a kind of your cheat code. Also, I see a question from Jeff Miller asking, you can't change the color. You actually can change the color with the texture with what you're using. That's just down under your materials. If you click on a texture, so like say we'll do this like cardboard. If you scroll down under properties, there's this little color tab, and you can just kind of change it to whatever you want. I also thought you couldn't, but you can't.
So basically, it's like a base texture, but you can basically change everything on the bottom, all the properties.
Exactly, yeah, which is really cool. Useful for surrealist stuff or for 3D stuff. But yeah, back to Adobe Colors. So essentially what you can do is you can bring up your color harmonies.
Okay.
And you can kind of choose what you want. So in this case, I probably want to do something that's like either triad or complementary. And under this, you'll have some colors. And what I can do is just paste in my color that I was using, click enter, and it's going to give me all the triad
we got the
spaces of.
purples.
Yeah, exactly. So these are some colors that are going to be a little more easy on the eyes for our illustration. Or I can go into complementary. I like using triads a lot. Like I like because it's kind of like weird. And here's like a red that we could use maybe.
Ooh, that's a nice bold red.
So you know what I'll do? Actually, sorry if I'm giving anyone whiplash from going back and forth. This is actually how my workflow is though. So I'll just make some little swatches for myself. So that's a complementary color we can use. These triads will go, whoops. This like nice, I'll probably do this one because this one's a little hard for me to see. It's very bright.
It is really bright though. So.
This one's good.
I like that purple.
I do too. It's like a nice like naturally kind of, and then if we go into analogous, if you don't know your color studies, look it up. It's very interesting. I feel like there's a whole like
analogous colors are really good for gradients.
Oh yeah.
Very good for gradients.
Big time.
Anthony said perfect colors for Halloween. Literally the perfect colors.
Thank you. I like this green.
Oh yeah.
I do like this green. I don't know if it's going to be too monotone, or monocolor would probably be the word. So we'll go ahead and click on this. Let's change this over to this color. That's kind of fun. I mean, it might be too green, but
it's like green and green.
Yeah.
Green and green.
Let's try red. I have like really bad biases when it comes to this stuff because I'm like, oh, it's colors I can see. I love it. And it's like, dude, you're using the same color like 4 times. And I'm like, okay, well, sorry. Let's see.
That's the purple.
That purple's kind of fun.
Ooh, I like it. I like the purple.
I do too. Whoever's taking to the purple, thank you.
Yeah, the purple was a good idea.
So maybe we can start messing around with textures a little bit more. Trying to think, like, what do you think is like the vibe for something like this? Like, do you think like shiny kind of, or like do you think more like liquid?
I feel like something more like has something that has like a, I don't want to say noisy texture, but has something like that, like
the concretey texture vibe. Yeah. Okay.
Kind of like that.
So let's see.
Just to match like the roughness.
That's true.
Of the
yeah.
illustration, but it's like even though it's like not rough. It's
right.
Just, like,
absolutely, and that's actually a good call out too. Is I'm wondering maybe if I can. This is kind of it's waxy. I don't know if it's like textured, but I could probably throw like a little bit of like a grain on here as well and kind of give it a bit of
some grain and noise.
Absolutely, I don't really use it very often in my illustration, like at all.
I actually do. It's I don't know. It just adds an extra like layer. If you wanted to, even to like the hands, if you would add extra layer to it, you could just finish it with like green.
What do you usually use green for the most? Do you feel like?
Mostly, I would just say like just for like like texture, like extra texture, like just to, like when you zoom in, it's like either you want it very, sharpened or you want it like textury, so it kind of adds like.
I see what you're saying.
Combination.
Yeah, I have to get out of the headspace for myself of like, oh, it can't be textured, it has to be smooth, because that's how I think of like vector, right? Like a vector art, it needs to be smooth, but like texture just adds so much to it.
It really does. Ooh, I like that.
It's interesting. It looks like a table. This is stitched, like which I think is funny.
Like tires.
yeah. I'm kind of honestly leaning towards, for myself, where was it? There was like the wax paint. I feel like that looks kind of cool.
Yeah,
it's like that. A nice texture, not like too weird. We'll make it purple. Nice.
Yeah.
It's a little lighter, but I'm wondering if I can maybe like. No, we don't want it that very. There we go. Yeah, maybe like this.
You probably like. I think you have to change like the lighting. I think.
Yeah. So maybe we can go and start messing with the lighting.
Yeah, the intensity.
Not like a super intense. We'll go like maybe here. Don't want it to rotate, or maybe I don't know.
Do you guys like the purple, chat?
Yeah. What do you guys think?
Purple?
Hopefully, this is what people were thinking of. Height. Okay.
Jeff said, could you find a bone texture, a skeleton texture?
Definitely could. It's something that I wish I would have thought of in hindsight, because we'd have to go do a bit of digging.
Right.
But yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot of different, like, ooh, this is crazy. A lot of different textures that are just available.
That reminded me of fog, the way you did that. Like,
You said a fog? Oh yeah,
it's
kind
of.
Looks like you're looking at it through like a, like, that's kind of cool. Okay.
Options.
But yeah, there is definitely some skeleton textures that you can get your hands on that are openly available for this program. There's a lot of different textures. I probably should have prepped a little bit more, and maybe I will for the next episode. I feel like that's kind of cool, you know?
Yeah, I like that.
Does it feel like separated? Or does it feel...
You can try like overlaying it again to see like how
different
it looks, just to
like
see.
Change the size a bit. My computer's gonna freak out. This is it. You know what this? Oh gosh, there's a show, The Amazing World of Gumball,
yes,
and it's kind of giving me that energy, which I think
Gumball.
is super funny. I wonder if I can like dreaded beach ball.
So do you want it like above it, or do you want it like actually like in the hand? Like it's
honestly,
like
I don't
it?
even know. Like I'm kind of just messing around, and like, because like this feels too separated, right? And I think people in the chat would agree this feels a little too.
Unless you like took the way you could do it for it to work to balance it out, you can basically separate all the words like your and then in good, so it can kind of like flow into the hands if you want to do it like that.
Oh, interesting. I wonder if let's see if the computer can handle it.
Oh yeah, let's see let's see if the computer can handle it. So it's like Gumball is goated. Exactly.
Oh yeah, we love Gumball. I'm gonna save that for after, because
yeah.
And we're kind of running close on time.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, you made good time.
Maybe we can do a fun little background on the back. I hope you guys have been enjoying this so far, though. I mean, this has been very fun for me.
Felicia said, "I love the purple." Yes, we are loving the purple.
Rock and roll.
What color for the background were you thinking?
I don't know. Maybe just something that's like a little more complimentary. Like I have a bit of a bias when it comes to backgrounds, and I tend to just do like the complimentary, like the lightest version of that, which might not be the best, but not even complimentary. Literally, like the monochromatic lightest on the spectrum is the easiest for me. And if it doesn't work in Adobe Colors, typically I just like go whoop, straight up. Okay. I think this might be a little too.
We have a few more minutes.
Nice.
Let's see. We can get this background, and then we can look at the whole thing.
Kind of weird. Maybe we can do like the green.
Yeah, you can add
like this, and then maybe we'll go like.
Yes. That is better.
This vibe. I feel like
better.
That's kind of cool. It's like weird, but I'm thinking on the fly, maybe like. Lilac-y.
I don't know why I'm thinking yellow, but I don't know why.
Maybe yellow. Maybe yellow.
You know, like not like yellow, but like a
cream.
Yeah, a cream, like a cream color.
Like a bone color. Even.
Yeah.
This is like more like a green. Oh gosh, I'm exposing myself. Don't look at the chat. Don't look. I'm struggling. I'm just gonna land on that green, and we're gonna call it there for now. Okay. I think this is cool.
You can save it. Definitely save it.
Yeah, we'll save. We'll put a little asterisk in there, and I mean, I think
amazing.
we got to. Thanks. Yeah, I think we got to a good stopping point. Yeah. You know, it was a good little show. Thanks for watching, and thanks for tuning in, guys. I feel like we have a lot more stuff coming up, right?
Oh yeah, we have plenty. We have so many other lives today, so many sessions, and. Thank you so much for showing us what you made in Adobe Live.
Yeah,
I appreciate you.
You're in the hot seat next.
Oh, yes. I'm up next, you guys. So tune in. I'll be right back over here.
Yeah. Great to see you guys.
Yes. Thank you guys so much.
Bye.
I'll see you guys soon. Bye.
We're so excited to be here with you guys today doing some Valentine's themed photos.
I usually start in Lightroom, of course. I usually have a gray card in here, and I take my little eyedropper tool to just kind of color correct. And I always make sure that my lens corrections and all of that is checked off. I'm gonna copy these settings here. If I press Command V, that is the correct color. So let's just go ahead and edit this in Adobe Photoshop. So the first thing that I wanna do is I am just gonna crop this because honestly, I don't really need anything else.
Yeah.
So I'm just going in here and just kind of cleaning up some of the things. I cleaned up some little corner, like little edges there. Okay, so I'm taking care of removing the shadow and look at, can you believe? Like,
that's amazing.
Amazing. Duplicate these layers and I'm going to merge the layers. So I'm gonna go ahead and put these into a folder here. I'm gonna call them GF for generative fill, but then I have that layer right there. And I am going to merge it down. So I like to kind of work with, you know, stamp tool, using a soft round brush and like making it a little bit more believable here. You're setting up 2 curves adjustment layers. One is gonna be the burn, one is gonna be the dodge. So I'm just gonna grab my soft brush in white, bring down the opacity. So I'm literally just painting in on the like bright areas of our image here. Darken these darks really quickly. And it just like, I don't know, it adds that contrast that like I love. No pop, the pop. Let's go ahead and add some sparkles. I've bought some brushes before, but I always like to have them on a separate layer. So I have it on white and I have my opacity probably a little bit higher, maybe like 90%. And what I like to do when I'm placing sparkles is just to find like the, you know, the highlights in
where the light is actually hitting.
Yeah. And then maybe like a bigger one here. It's great. I like to use the object selection tool because then you can click sample all layers.
Then
that way it will know to read everything that's in your image. Great, we've got it selected. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a Command Shift C for a copy merged. I'm going to do Command V and now I have this cocktail with the lollipop all on its own in a layer, right? So now I'm gonna duplicate it again. Since I have these 2 layers separated, right? I'm gonna go on the bottom layer. I'm gonna go ahead and convert this to a smart object and I'm gonna go into filter, blur gallery, and path blur. And I get to just like make this point stretch out. We can adjust the settings on the right-hand side. We've got speed, but maybe I don't want it to be going both directions. So then I go ahead and uncheck the center blur. And now we've got a really fun effect.
And then it looks like
on.
It's sliding across the screen,
Exactly,
which is so fun.
exactly. That looks great. I'm gonna press OK. I wanted to duplicate that effect and now I'm moving it at the top. Now I'm gonna add a layer mask onto it and I'm just gonna grab a soft brush again, 40-30% opacity, change that to black, and I'm gonna paint over that front because I do actually want it to feel like it's also the front and side. So then it just kind of adds that little bit like a little dreaminess there. It's super fun. So I'm gonna go ahead and add a little color fill. It's gonna look crazy right now. Don't worry about it. So I'm gonna go like down to here. Now I'm gonna go ahead and create a clipping mask so that it just affects the effect. So there we go. We got like multiply. We've got a few different like effects here. I kind of like multiply, but I'm gonna bring down the opacity so it's not nearly as crazy. I'm gonna actually duplicate that and also affect it to that top one as well. So now we have our image here in Lightroom, right? In this case, I kind of just started playing around with some effects, really. Like I upped a little bit of the texture, maybe went down on the clarity. And then I also kind of want to just up the whole, you know, exposure a little bit, add some contrast. We're gonna add some grain as well. And I kind of want to punch it up too. So I really want to add some grain there. I'm gonna use that point color that I love so much. I basically just click on a color anywhere that I want and I can just start manipulating it.
Love that.
Wow. Amazing.
Beautiful.
Love it.
Thank you guys so much for joining us today. Great job, Arabella. Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Hello, everyone.
Hey.
Welcome to Adobe Live. I am Spencer, coming in hot from Salt Lake City. We have the wonderful Shay Wallace with us today. I'll be hosting. Hey, what's up?
What's up?
This is our first time meeting, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
So, I'm sure we will get into the flow.
Yes.
It's all good. As you know, Adobe Live, we love to show you what we're up to. And so, Shay, what are we up to today?
Today we're going to work on a double exposure in Photoshop. I'm going to teach you guys how to overlay some things, and it's going to be really cool. I have a really cool concept for you guys today.
One of my favorite things about being able to host on Adobe Live is I get to see how other people work and the things they do. So I guess tell us a little bit about yourself, where you're from.
Okay. I'm from Wilmington, Delaware, born and raised, but right now I'm based in DC, and I'm a full-time artist and a freelance artist as well, and I work with a lot of different mediums, such as like doodles. I do a lot of surrealistic collages. So I do some paintings, but my main thing is definitely creating surrealistic collages in Photoshop. Here's some of my works. Feel free to go on my website, snwvisuals.com, to see everything I create from like every type of medium and all my like partnerships and stuff. But yeah, I'm excited to share you guys what I'm going to make in Photoshop today.
All right, I appreciate it. This is really cool. So you use like real pens, but also digital stuff as well.
Yeah, I do a lot of digital art, but I started to get more into traditional just to like, teach myself and improve my skills. Like just challenge yourself. That's like the fun part.
Okay. That's right. Always learning, always doing. That's why you're probably here at Adobe Live. Let us know where you're watching from in the chat. I'll be keeping an eye on that as we get into the process here. So you mentioned double exposure in Photoshop, which I'm guessing is related to photography?
Kind of, yeah. I use a lot of images from Adobe stock because, they always have what I need, especially when you just search for the right things. It'll always pop up, and most of the assets I got are from Adobe stock or from my own library. So I'll create something like this, but a little bit more complex. So yeah, let's get into it.
Very cool. And yes, good mention there, Adobe stock. If y'all haven't checked it out, I use Adobe stock probably multiple times a week, actually. They have a great free section. If you didn't know this, you can just select free, and you can get access to all sorts of things. Vectors, sometimes movies, photos, all sorts of stuff. So check it out.
Awesome. So right now we are in Adobe Express, and I want to create a little mood board for you guys so we can kind of talk about the process and the concept I have. I found like these two really good portraits. I'm going to decide on which one to use. And I want to do like a forest theme, kind of like for Halloween, but also like, my own version of spooky vibes, I guess. And I want to import some of the images for y'all to see, as well as like extra assets I want to add towards the end. So you go to upload, and I have like my own separate folder, and I'm just gonna select a few of these that I don't have in here.
So you're a professional. Do you use Adobe Express a lot?
Not as much as I use Photoshop. I'm kind of one of those people, like, I don't really think about the concept. I kind of just dive right into Photoshop. So for today's process, to show you guys how I think in my head, I'm putting it in Adobe Express to show you guys.
Well, the reason I ask is, we professionals sometimes give Adobe Express a bad rap. But I will say over the last year, I dived in myself, and it's
amazing. I'm not going to lie.
You can do so many things so quickly.
I'm always learning something every time I come into Adobe Express, and it's just, I love how everything kind of connects with each other. So like Photoshop, Illustrator, Express, every single app kind of goes hand in hand. So that's like the best part. Yeah,
it's like Creative Cloud is the glue that keeps us all together.
It really is, though.
Kind of like Adobe Live does for all us creatives. But yeah, the library sync, I'm going to be going over that in my presentation a little bit later.
Oh, awesome.
But
That's
yeah,
good.
you can make assets and sync through, but I won't spoil it right now. Cool. Okay, so we got our photos here.
So yeah, I've looked through a lot of different images. The similarities between them is that they're all forest and they have good contrast, which I can, edit in Photoshop. But the most important thing was they had fog. I was looking for foggy photos, and you guys will see why I needed the fog for my next segment later on today, but it's gonna go hand in hand. So here's some of the photos I found through Adobe stock. There's a lot of good ones, and I'm just kind of putting like, it's like my own mood board for you guys.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you're almost using this like a bit of an organizational tool.
Yes, because in my head, this is what I see, but for you guys are not in my head. So. And then these are the 2 portraits I found. I like these portraits because it's not just like the face, it's also like a body. So there's like 2 different versions. I'm kind of leaning towards the second one because the head is down, and for the concept I want to use for the forest, I could like find a way to like break off the head and the neck and create like a cool concept. And then some extra assets I have. Oh, let me go back out. It will be some birds, so I'm going to upload some birds. And I got these also from Adobe stock, because if you guys just search like silhouette birds in Adobe stock, it pops up. It's so easy. So, and then these ones are, so here's some. So these are all the assets I'm probably going to import into Photoshop in like a few seconds. And you guys are going to probably see all the layers I have. And you're like, oh, that's how you do it. Yeah, that's how I do it.
You know how we'll know if you're a professional?
How?
Whether you label your layers or not.
But the professionals don't.
No, they don't. That's what I'm saying.
I might group it for the one time.
Okay. For the benefit of the audience.
Yeah,
right?
for y'all. Because
okay.
y'all going to come at me in the chat. I know they are.
I do want to give a shout out to the chat. Thanks for
Yes.
checking in. We have people from looks like London, England, a bunch of other places. I think I saw North Carolina. I'm not quite sure.
That's awesome. I'm gonna go to London.
You've been there?
No.
Oh, I've never been there either.
That's why I want to go. Like, I gotta use my passport. All right, so I'm just gonna select all of these. And if people import, I just select them and drag.
Drag and drop.
Yes, drag and drop.
Okay, and this is Photoshop, right?
Yes.
Okay.
This is Photoshop. I know it looks a little different. You guys don't come at me. I like the bright version. I know, surprising.
Okay.
I like it because it's like vintage. It's vintage.
You also like staring in the sun, don't you?
I mean, I could sun gaze from time to time.
I'm just playing.
I know. But yeah, I just love the way it looks. It just reminds you of the vintage version of Photoshop.
That's true. Actually, I think I started on, what version did you? Well, this is gonna age myself. I started on, I think, version 5.
See, I didn't have it yet. Yeah,
You
I
didn't
got
have
it
officially.
Yeah, I think I got Photoshop my senior year of high school, so that was like 2017. But before that, I would like just use editing apps on my phone for all my art. So
Okay.
it was like,
Interesting.
I'm
Phone
self-taught.
apps.
Yes, I used to use all phone editing apps to do my double exposures. So by the time I had Photoshop, I literally Photoshop had all the tools I really wanted. So once I got it, I could expand my ideas from what I did on my phone versus what I do now. So that's like the fun part.
Yeah, one of the things I teach, one of the things I tell my students is the best tool is the one that works for you. So, I think maybe you can relate to that a little bit.
Yes.
Sherry says, the host has an accent. What country? I'm actually from Jamaica.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Me too.
Really?
Well, I wasn't born there, but yeah, my whole family's from there.
No
wow.
way, which part?
My mom's from Kingston and my dad's from Manchester.
Okay, I was born in Manchester.
Really?
Mandeville, yes.
Wow.
We'll have to make that
I
connection.
had a
after.
feeling too, but I didn't want to ask, but
See?
I heard it.
Yeah, see, that's the thing with Jamaicans. We're everywhere.
I know.
You can't escape us.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, we're on a Jamaican Live today.
There you go.
Jamaican Live today. That is so cool.
Could AI name our layers for us? That's an interesting idea. I don't know.
I mean,
Hopefully the development
I
team is
would
watching.
use it for that. I mean, because I'm not doing it, so
That's true.
Somebody can do it. But
That is true.
I'm gonna just select the subject with this over here. Cause
What is that?
It's a selection tool.
Okay.
So instead of me like actually using like the pen tool to outline, I can just select the subject, and I'm gonna go in with. Where is it?
I'm just being cheeky. I know what the tool is, but
No, I know. I understand. I got you.
I remember back in the day, I think all we had was the magnetic lasso tool.
Really?
I say
the
those
lasso,
words.
The lasso tool.
Yes, some people are probably having flashbacks,
Yeah.
traumatic flashbacks right now. But at the time it was a great tool. But man, object selection, subject selection, Top tier.
So I'm
So
gonna
good.
just use W is the quick object selection, which is the quick selection tool. I'm just gonna fill in these parts right here because I don't want to make sure the hair is good. You know, keep the hair.
I feel like hair is always hard to select. Do
It
you have any
is.
tips for us? I mean, I want to learn too because it's
If
difficult.
it is hard to select, that's when I would I'm gonna just Command C, Command V, can copy and paste. But if you do have trouble, that's when I use the pen tool. In the pen tool, I don't use the regular pen tool. I use the curvation pen tool, and that's when you can go in and literally like just go pixel by pixel. And then yeah, you can do the whole thing. So I could do that this live, but
Fascinating. Okay, see, man, I'm always
yeah.
learning stuff.
but
Always
instead I
learning
just use
stuff.
the select subjects tool because or you can remove the background, but I'd rather just select the subject because I just want to do it that way.
Anna in the chat says, I remember fighting with the magnetic lasso tool. We've come a long way.
So
Ray says
PTSD.
PTSD. Exactly.
That is funny because like PSD. All right, and then
Wouldn't that be funny if that was the file extension, PTSD?
Yeah, that would actually be. You know what?
That would be
Matter of
funny.
fact, let me just
Maybe like pre-Creative Cloud, it was
let me
PTSD.
save this real quick before.
There you go. There's also that.
Because I was not gonna do it.
Okay.
I was gonna forget. We're gonna call this foggy _ I don't know. So we're gonna make something up. Mist. All right. Because I was gonna think
Foggy
too hard.
mist.
I was gonna think too hard about it. Y'all, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, you're trying to be organized. Think like a professional.
Yes.
Don't think of file names. Don't
Exactly.
organize,
I always just put random
just go.
stuff. And so now I'm gonna make this into a smart object because I'm gonna convert to smart object because when I use like levels and stuff, now I can just do stuff like this, and then it'll pop up at the bottom rather than me having to be rasterized. I can't edit like the levels, so that's why I use this. So I'm gonna just make it this. I'm probably gonna just make a extra layer for now. Let's add an extra layer. So I just add a layer right here, and I'm gonna make this black. G is that, and then we're going to click Option, and then you hold it down, and then you can literally do that.
Oh, nice.
So click your
See,
own clipping mask.
Clipping masks are the one thing that, man, they give me grief. I'm just gonna say it.
I love clipping masks. It's like besides the pen tool, the clipping mask just
You and Val love clipping masks.
yeah, clipping
I
masks
don't know
go.
if Val is watching,
yeah.
but Val will know what I'm talking about. They just confuse me.
Really?
Yeah.
I wonder.
Well, not everyone can be as talented as Shay here.
Well, you can learn today. I can teach you so much about the clipping mask today.
I'm learning. Like I said, I'm learning.
So I put the birds in a group because
Jeff says, I love the remove background tool. Love the mask layer feature with it. Yeah, that's a nice one too because then you don't have to work destructively with your files.
So these are all the forest I have. I'm gonna probably use. I like this one. I really like this one because of the trees. You can see the trees, and this one's a really good one too. But I'm gonna try out this one first, and then I might use this one.
So as you're doing this, you're kind of just imagining where the silhouette is, or what?
Yeah, I'm gonna just. You guys are gonna watch. I'm gonna just play around with these. So with the blending modes. And then that's how I kind of just come up with the idea that's already in my head.
Okay.
So this is my version of a sketch, but not a sketch. So it's a sketch for me, a sketch. All right, so we have this one, and I'm going to change the blending mode to, let's do lighten for now. And we're going to do it like that. So I can just clearly see it.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah. And then you see how the background I made white, but it's like also like this gray. All I have to do is go into levels, Command L, and I can darken it a little bit. And then once I increase it, it automatically cuts off all that white.
All that, the gray turns into white.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Not from the chat. This is for me.
Okay.
I'm being selfish. So when it comes to blending modes.
Mm-hmm.
Are you more of a trial and error, or do you like know exactly what you're gonna get?
So since I've been using blending modes for so long, I am a trial and error person, but I know what each one does. So like I know what lighten does versus what screen does. So I'm probably at the end gonna use screen.
Okay.
But I know what each of them do. And even like now, I still sometimes like I started using like divide and exclusion just for fun, but I mostly stay up here.
Okay.
I stay up in this area and up here.
Like a professional.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just we have our.
I mean,
things and
soft
stuff.
and light is good for like adding color, but not really like But yeah, I use mostly lighten and screen.
Yeah, I keep telling myself I'll figure out the algorithm or formula behind blending modes one day. What makes sense, but
It's literally trial and error.
yeah, for me it's usually multiply, screen, darken, things like that.
Yeah,
Or I guess
multiply.
color dodge as well.
Oh yeah, color dodge is really good. I think sometimes not for this one, not for this one. So I'm gonna keep this up here like this, so y'all can see the head. It looks really cool already. I'm gonna edit this, and then
Yeah, I really like how the silhouette of the person is blending into the trees and then the fog.
And that's why I chose these stock images, because I knew if I make them, it's already kind of contrasted, but if I even add some more contrast and brighten it, I know it's gonna blend in the way I want it to like work, smarter. Like this one right here. I just know this is gonna be perfect. And I like how it's actually, I love this like gray, like the gray as well. So I'm gonna do the same thing. We're gonna go to screen and then Command L. I kind of want to keep a little bit of that, and then,
Oh yeah. Kind of get that fade.
yeah. And then, because I can do it like this way, or I can just flip it, and it could be like this as well. And then you see, like when I zoom down, you can still see the edge. So once I just increase it a little bit.
Oh yeah, there we go.
And then to make it a little easier, I can actually do it like that. So yeah, that's why I looked for all the photos that had like fog. So then we have two in here. We have two here, and I can add
So we
another
have two
one.
photos. I noticed that there is a difference in the black at the top and the gray at the bottom. So.
Yes. So this one I didn't increase the contrast as much as I did for the first one, which I can. But
I'm not calling you out. I just figure you have a plan.
I kind of like this,
Okay.
so I will eventually keep it, but for now I can, to show you guys how it will blend.
Yeah.
I can just increase it a little bit, so now y'all can see.
Oh yeah, there we go.
But yeah, I kind of want to keep. I might have to do that at the end, like a gray overtone. And then there's one. Which one is it? See, this is why y'all just see me clicking. We just click. We just gonna click. We just
through the layers.
The professionals.
Yeah, that's how you find layers too. You just turn them on and off all the way down.
That's all I do. That is all I do. And then this one, I like the texture of this one, so we're gonna add this one. Actually, let's add it. Yeah, let's add it this way. And then I'm going to screen. Same thing, same process. And then usually I do V. Now this one I just like for the texture, so I might use one. I might use it at the end, like the
Yeah,
very
that is
end.
cool. Color too, a little bit of color in
And
there
then I'm
too.
gonna add a layer mask, and I usually just do like B, which is the brush, and I like the soft brush because the hard brush, like there's no point when I want like smooth edges. So
So I know we're in studio here, but do you normally do this with a trackpad?
yes, I'm a trackpad artist. I
Wow.
don't use a mouse. I don't.
No tablet, nothing, just
No,
okay.
I don't
Okay.
use a mouse.
All right, you're a level 3 artist.
Yeah.
I'm level 1. You're level 3.
How many levels are there?
I just made that up.
I know
don't
you did. I know you did. Like, am I at the highest level? But yeah, I only use trackpad. I know people might think it's weird, but I just,
Well, like I said, the best tool
It's-
is the one that works, right?
yeah, and
Yeah.
I love using my trackpad. I feel like if this whole thing was a trackpad, that would be even cooler. But I've used like mice before, but it's just, it doesn't, I'm just so because I made my trackpad to work for me. So like, I think my left is my right and my right is my left.
Okay.
So
So you've like created your own gesture
Yeah,
and way of working. Okay.
exactly.
Gotcha.
So it's like made for me. It's
That
made for
makes sense.
Photoshop. All right, let's see. I kind of wanted to do, like I said with like the neck area, I kind of want to do something like this, but I have to make sure it works the way I want it to work.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I'm not gonna use all the photos, but I might use all the photos, so we'll see how that works out. And then screen.
Thanks again for joining us here at Adobe Live. We have the wonderful Shay doing photo compositing. If you have any questions about
Yes.
the process, feel free to ask in the chat.
Yeah.
Looks like a few people here are using tablets, Shell and Alessandra.
Tablet. See,
Yes.
yeah. I tried that, but like I need the trackpad. I can't use like a pen for Photoshop. It just doesn't work. I'm so used to using a trackpad that I have to use a trackpad.
Yeah, I have like a 24-inch, one of those drawing monitors at home.
Oh, really?
That I use, yeah.
That is cool.
I do a lot of drawing though, so.
What's your favorite things to draw?
My favorite thing to draw would be robots or cars.
That is cool.
Yes.
I like to draw like vintage stuff as well, like computers or like phones.
Okay, you really do it all. Huh. We Jamaicans
Yeah. You already
do everything.
So I can do that. I can do that. I can do that.
Well, I say that jokingly, but yeah, I do a little photography, illustration.
Me too. I do
some of this
photography as well.
Not as well as you. I don't do the compositing as well, but you know, it's fun.
Yeah, it is fun. It's just because like this is what I see in my head, and it's kind of just kind of bringing it to life in a way.
Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure you mentioned this at the beginning, but thematically, is this like you had an idea in your head, you were kind of showing us the parts and the pieces, but is there a message to this, or would you say you're more emotional as you kind of work with something, like what feels good?
I feel like at the end, that's when I kind of come up with like the title and then the name and like the theme behind it. But for now, we're kind of just putting it together. And then at the end, that's when I think like, oh, that's what this means. That's what this piece is about. Because if I think about that now, I'm not going to be as free flowing. So it's like, I don't want to get in my head, and I just got to think about the concept and like the structure rather than like the meaning, because the meaning, it can mean anything, you know. That's the thing about being an artist. I can say this means like nothing, or it can mean something. So it kind of depends, but
Yeah, I think it's fascinating. Myself, I'm a designer, so it's kind of a blend of art, but sometimes you have an objective in mind and you have to like make sure the output matches
Right.
what you intend. So I love this process and what you're doing and just kind of seeing what works.
yeah, that's usually how I work. Just see if it works. Like, oh, that's it. That's not it. That's it.
All right, looks like we have several people in the chat who use tablets.
Oh,
so
yes,
I think
everyone
we're all
uses tablets.
fascinated by this.
So you guys don't use trackpads? You don't use
Doesn't seem that way.
I know it's rare. People always question why I do that.
And it's a different world, but I use either a trackpad, mouse, or tablet, depending on what I'm doing. So I use a tablet to draw, and then I will use my trackpad for video editing and sometimes 3D work, and then I will use my mouse for 3D work, but also, I think I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh, Illustrator. I'll use
Illustrator,
my mouse.
yeah, Illustrator. See, I draw like, I have this thing called like my doodle art, which is kind of like abstract art, and I will draw that on like a tablet.
Okay.
But anything collage based, like I need my trackpad for anything collage. And also Illustrator, I will have to use, I could use the Illustrator app as well, but it's just better with the trackpad. It's just the trackpad. It works.
All right, so it looks like we're making some progress here.
Yes. I'm
Got
gonna,
the edges.
yeah, I'm getting some edges. I just really like this texture, so I can definitely incorporate that in. I'm trying to see if I want to do it the way I want to do it, or I do it a different way. Because if I do, it's going to like separate. If I separate the head from the body, that's kind of what I'm trying to decide, if I want to separate the head from the body. black screen. Because what I
Yeah,
can
it really does change the whole feeling, you know, separating or having that contrast in the middle. So it's a big decision here.
So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm going to, I copy and paste it. I'm gonna convert this to a smart object, and then I'm gonna copy it one more time. And then I'm
And the copying, is that more for flexibility or because you plan on layering those things?
For flexibility, because in case, like, let's say for this one, I'm gonna keep it like one object. For this one, I'm going to actually cut. I'm gonna cut like, let's cut like this. So I'm gonna cut all this from the bottom down like this.
Okay.
And then, so I'm gonna cut this, Command X, wait. And then Command V. Wait, hold up. I gotta turn this layer off, I just realized, okay. Now I gotta do it again. So I'm gonna take all this from this layer. Oh, I know why. I should have made it a smart object. Let me rasterize it.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, I was wondering why. Yeah, it's a smart
to me
object. See, usually I used to use all rasterized objects, and then I discovered the benefits of using smart objects. So now I use smart objects.
Yeah, smart objects are fun. Except for when you forget that it's a smart object.
Yeah, like
And then Photoshop gets mad at you.
Yeah, okay, now it would work. So yeah, now it worked. Okay, and now I can do this. And it's gonna be like down here. But not really down here. Let me just push it up. Let me turn, ooh. A, V, cool. All right, put this back up. Turn this down to like 10%.
That's the opacity or the fill? Oh, the fill.
The fill,
Okay.
yeah. I don't know. I know the difference, but I always use fill for some reason. I always use the fill.
I usually just go right to opacity.
Yeah.
But I'm not personally doing a lot of layer effects, so this is, like I said, I'm learning as much as the chat is learning as well.
Got it. Yeah, I always use fill, and I'm like, oh yeah, let me change opacity too, and then I'll do both.
Oh, okay.
So
I think fill has to do with, I think it's more like layer effects, if I'm not mistaken, but.
Yeah. And now when I do the effect, where is it? Where is it? Okay, it's this one. See? Got click. All right, now when I do this,
I see.
it's gonna look better because I just want it to be like just the white area. And
Okay.
Then Command L. And then if I actually just copy that, move it down, reverse it.
Anthony says, I'm always learning something new on these streams, myself included. That's why
And
I'm
now
like,
y'all see what I was looking.
so
This is what I was trying to do.
gotcha, okay. Like,
This
let's
is
see.
it. I know it looks crazy, but this is it. This is what I was trying to do.
Okay, so moving the head up
Yes.
wasn't meant to be, what was it like, what's the name of the headless horseman, Ichabod Crane? It wasn't meant to be that. It was just you creating some space so that
Yeah.
you
So
can,
if I want to plug an asset here, like birds, I
Yeah.
can like
Okay, now
So
I see.
yeah,
Now I see it.
that was in
Okay.
my head. I was like, y'all like, what is she doing? I'm like, wait, just give me a second. But yeah, that's exactly what it. So because I could do this with just like the one I had before with this layer of just like the single, like with this one. I could do it like with just using this.
yeah.
But I would have to like erase it using like a clipping mask, and I didn't feel like doing that. So instead of doing that, I can just separate it and then create that space.
Okay, gotcha.
So that's what I was.
All right, that makes sense.
I got there.
We did it.
And then you guys notice how all these are different colors. I'm gonna get to that eventually, but I just for now I'm gonna focus on the edges and making sure if I want to keep them like straight or add some more trees around them. So I just love this one because you can see the trees. Like you can actually see the trees. So I'm gonna make that bigger.
I know you didn't mention this specifically, but I've just noticed along the way that even the photos that you've brought in, They are still technically smart objects, right?
Yes,
because they're not
also-
rasterized.
Yes, and that's why when I was copy pasting the other one, I like took the layers and I made it into a smart object, but I forgot that for smart objects you can't like cut. You have to like just use mask.
And is that, I guess, maybe talk about that for a minute. You said you didn't used to use smart objects, now you use them because you learned about them. So what did you learn?
Yeah, so I learned,
specifically?
so let's say, you know how I just copy and pasted like this layer and then I made 2 more? So the thing with smart objects is I don't have to do that all the time. So when I used to use rasterized layers, whatever I made on the rasterized layer, it was said and done unless I undid the whole thing. So sometimes in my process, I can't go and undo at a certain point. So, or you can go to the history. You see the history right here. I have it open. I can like go back up and, go back. But so now with the smart layers, like the smart objects, I can literally, if I want to edit the levels, I can just go back in right here, and y'all can see I can just quickly edit it rather than going back and adding it. But that's why I love it. I was not a smart objects person, but now it's like I can't live without. I'm gonna fix my layers and put all the ones I'm using down here so I can get a little organized. All right, let's do that. And these are the ones I haven't used yet, so we're gonna put these up here. All right, so I have that one, and I have I like this one. We're gonna use this one. Actually, I might put this one.
And the fog and the trees, the texture really adds a lot to it.
Yeah, that's why I was looking for most of them I was just looking for the fog, but for the one I use with the texture, you guys can actually see like the actual like forest. So that one I just really got for texture. Nah, I like the way this looks here. All right, I think I'm gonna go in and actually add some birds. I'm gonna add some birds. Now I have a few different birds to add. I have like actual like birds that I can make into a silhouette real quick. And then let's just do Command L. Actually, let's make this black and white first. Image adjustment, black and white. We just do auto, and then now I can do Command L.
I feel like everybody uses Photoshop so differently.
I know.
I've never used the black and white
Really?
command. No,
I
never.
love the black and white.
I would do, how do I do this? I do desaturate, and then I do a levels adjustment or curves, and then I'll do an unsharp mask or something like that. So
Yeah, I don't really use the curve. I know about the curves, but I'm more of a layers person now. I used to use bright and contrast of it's up here.
Yeah.
Like, you can use bright and contrast, but once I figured out Command L is levels, I just love to use Command L. It's just easy to
and
do
then
all
I
three.
think curves is Command M, right?
Is
I
it?
think.
Let's see.
Yes.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm about to use it right now. Let's use that. Let's try that out. And then we're going to make this. Now this is when I use like darken or multiply. I'm gonna use multiply for the birds. And this is why I have the opening, because the opening, this is how I can just go in and like add them. But the best part is I can create a clipping, like a layer mask, and then click B. If you change the opacity to like, let's say 17, I can erase it. That way it looks like it's in the fog.
Okay, we have a question here in the chat.
Yes.
Have you ever painted with the help of layer styles? So you'd have a transparent layer and then use a brush and paint, but I'm assuming the blending mode on one layer and paint on top of the layer below. So the way I'm imagining this anyways, because I don't have more of an explanation here, is maybe there's a layer where you paint white and then change the blending mode to say screen or color dodge or
Oh
something
yes,
like
I
that?
have done that. Yeah. So like,
Okay.
let's say like you see how there's all these, excuse me, all these are blue. Like it's like blues and greens. If I were to create, let's just create a random layer right now. I'm gonna just take a color from here. Let's just take. Let's take a blue. I'll do it like this, and then that's when I'll go in, and I'll use like soften or hard light to create that. But that's kind of like the most I would do. Even like overlay, looks really cool. And change the fill down, so now it looks more cohesive.
Oh, got you. Okay.
So I'll do something like that, but that's like the closest I would
Okay.
get.
But not like individual. Well, that's right, because you use a
Yeah.
trackpad.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the closest. A matter of fact, speaking of, I don't think that correlates, but I've been loving the sharpen tool on here, the filter, and I just love the sharpen. It just adds like the extra, so you sharpen more. You see how it just did that? Like,
Oh yeah.
you see how it just adds that extra
Okay.
texture.
Makes it crispy.
Yeah. So I can add that to all of them actually.
I guess I didn't ask at the beginning. We saw your website briefly, but are most of the things you create print or digital?
They're all digital, but I do create prints. If you guys want to go on my Etsy, it's on my website, snwvisuals.com. You can see like the prints I have. I got some paintings as well too. So
Okay. The reason I ask is sometimes when I'm preparing something to print, I'll just give it a little bit of a sharpen just to make it look a little bit better.
I tend to like make everything like a final thing. But if I need to like increase the resolution, I will do that in Photoshop. That's what I always do for Photoshop.
Okay.
Like, it's better to have something high quality to make it like basically a bigger file to make it smaller than a smaller file to make it bigger because it's gonna come out pixelated. So
Remember that.
yeah, I learned it the hard way. That's why I always like.
Yeah, once you make that mistake, you you learn very quickly.
You cannot make a small file bigger in terms of quality. It's just not gonna work.
Yes.
So.
And Jack has posted the link to your Etsy there in the
Oh,
chat,
yeah.
so
Thank
everyone
you.
check out Shay's Etsy.
Yeah, y'all can get some serial prints as well. Feel free to. They're probably on sale. But yeah, I'm gonna add some birds here, and I'm gonna add some birds up here. Like all the birds are gonna just add that extra detail. It's the edges. That's why I love it, because the edges.
I know it's not the same thing, but this is reminding me of. I just have the sudden urge to use the papyrus font.
Not that font.
I'm just kidding. It's the movie Avatar. You remember they had the floating,
Yes,
islands and
yes.
stuff? Reminds me of that a little
It's
bit.
like that font, and then the Comic Sans is very triggering for us
That's true.
graphic designers.
Fonts that shall not be named.
Yeah, I'm just like, but I've used that font when I was younger though.
Oh, looks like you have a big fan in the chat here. Ted says, I have a print from you.
Yes,
I think it was
Ted.
signed.
Hey, Ted, a fellow surrealist. Yes, I know you do.
I think Ted hosted me last time.
Really?
I think
Ted,
so.
Ted is awesome.
Yeah.
Ted's like, oh, stop. Yeah, Ted is great. Yeah. Yeah, I love my prints. My prints are like another way, because, being a digital artist, it's kind of hard to like have your work, in a physical thing. That's why I like prints, because, you could have the digital file, but you can also have the print even better. But yeah, they're all hand-signed, which makes it even cooler. Ooh, I kind of like it like that. I kind of want to, I kind of like it like that. Like, take the edge off. No
Lots
edge.
of texture there.
No edge. It's giving no edge.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling no edge as well. What does the chat think? Maybe we can ask them real quick.
Edge.
What do
no
you think?
edge.
Edge, no edge? Because we can keep moving and then maybe the chat can help
Yeah.
decide. Although you're used to working alone, aren't you?
Oh yeah. No one ever sees what I do.
Yeah.
But this is exclusive. This is exclusive content. Like once in a lifetime.
Keep it tight.
Right. But I think I like no edge. I kind of want to. Yeah, I think no edge for now. And then now this one, the levels. Let's.
My sister is actually also a collage artist. Well, she does a lot of things. She's kind of like me, but I've never actually watched her do what she does. So this is fascinating.
Also, like digital or?
Yeah, digital.
Oh, that's so cool.
So she'll photo composite and do similar things and print. But to me, it's a dark art. So this is fascinating. All right, looks like we have lots of votes for no edge. No edge. I don't see
Everyone said
saying,
no edge. All right, so we're all on the same page. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. So no edge it is.
Yeah.
Kind of like it just adds that extra. Okay, no edge. Okay, this we're just gonna delete. Like I have this habit of just keeping layers and not deleting them, so I'm gonna try my best to delete some. Now this one I wanted for texture too, but I don't think I need this one either, so we're going to delete. And all right, okay. All right, let's get back to the birds.
I was just focusing on the birds. It's like one
Let's get back to the
element, but it really does add a lot to it.
Yeah, it's not even supposed to even be there, but yeah, because it makes your eyes flow. Like it's the little details that I feel like matter the most that people may not see, but that's the point of like looking at artwork. You're supposed to stare at it and not like, oh, that's cool, and then move on. Like no, you're supposed to like look at it and be like, what's that? And that's why I like adding like birds and stuff. And I have these birds too. I'm gonna make this. I know it's already black, but like just to make sure it's black, let's do that. We can add these ones at the top. Ooh. Matter of fact, let's actually flip it. Okay, I got it right. I always get my horizontal and vertical messed up, but let's flip it.
Yeah, I was looking at it. I'm like, is this two bird images combined? Kind of looks like it.
It might be. I got this image from Adobe stock, so
We can blame Adobe stock.
yeah. But the cool thing is, I'm gonna like fade it out. So we're gonna add a layer. And then click B again, and then I gotta make sure the brush is like really big, so for me to do this. So then you just tap.
And this is a big, soft brush, I assume?
Yeah, it's a soft brush. You can't see the circle, I don't know why, but I've gotten used to just not seeing the circle. And I just figure it out where it is. So it's like fog.
I think it might be if your caps lock is on, I think. There we go.
I never knew that this whole time. Wait.
Hey, even Shay is learning things today. This is what Adobe Live is about. We all learn from each other.
I never knew that. Wow.
There you go.
My whole life. Well, my whole life, aka
We changed the life today, everyone.
I never see my circle for some reason. Like, why does it always go missing? And this whole time, it's because I have it on the caps lock on. That is wow. That's amazing. Now that I know that, I'm going to start telling everybody. Did you guys know the reason why you can't see your brush like me? Wow. Well, thank you. Well,
You're welcome.
I really never knew that.
You're welcome.
I really never knew that.
Alessandra says, I get vertical and horizontal mess up too, so it's not
Yeah.
just you.
It's like, because when I flip things on here, it's like, I know like, you know, horizontal, like horizon and vertical. When I flip stuff, I just be like, is it a mirror or is it the opposite? But let me Command S real quick. So yeah, y'all see like how I added the birds, and then it's like its own fog. I basically made fog, but it's not really there.
Just by using the layer mask, right?
Yeah, the layer mask, and then my brush tool, the opacity is at 17%. So I'm just like basically erasing.
Without erasing.
Yes, because erasing is permanent.
That's right.
Layer mask is like an eraser, but not permanent. But not permanent. Okay, we're gonna erase that.
Jeff said, loved how casual you were when you said your caps lock is on.
Yeah.
I've been there. I've been there wondering.
I really didn't know that. Like, that's like the highlight of my live right now for me. Like, 'cause I really never knew that. No one ever told me that. I mean, I never asked, but like.
Hey, baby steps. One day we'll get you to tablets, but baby steps.
yeah.
We'll start with caps lock.
I tried a tablet. I tried the whole like, it was not it. It was not it. I said I need. But yeah, this one I kind of want to. I do like these birds. Oh yeah, these birds. Yeah, I like these birds. These birds we can move somewhere else. Ooh, yes, we can put these ones down here and flip it.
Oh yeah, there we go.
We can flip it. Upside down.
Which makes sense because the trees are upside down.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, they don't, you know, see that, but it's like that's the little details I'd be thinking about. And then we're gonna just blend them in. I kind of do want some of them to come like off of it a little bit. So what I actually can do is I'll copy and paste this layer, and then I'm gonna just erase some of the birds. Oh, then that is not what I wanted to do. Here we go.
Like erase entirely?
Oh, there we go. Yeah, the other layer was on, so you couldn't see what I was doing.
Oh, so you just
yeah.
copy and I noticed you do that. You copy and paste. That's more to like save your work so that you're not
Yes.
changing it too permanently.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. I do that a lot because, like I said, I learned the hard way. I learned the hard way of doing that. So we're gonna do. Matter of fact, let's just move this layer. There we go. So I have these birds, and then I'm gonna erase these birds. All right, there we go. And then, so now this one.
Yeah, so it's interesting because I noticed the cluster of birds in the middle was the same as the other cluster, and just erasing it makes it look different enough.
Yeah, so now
that
this one I
someone
can
couldn't
I
tell.
can move it off
Yeah.
of it, and then this one can stay. Like it's in the forest. Like I'll move these like up here. And now we're going to bring them back. Let me turn the opacity back down. Let's do 15.
I also love that the chat is sharing techniques with each other. Even
that's
Ted learned
good.
something. I am personally enthralled. I want to try this a bit later with some photos because I enjoy
Yes.
photography
That's
myself.
awesome.
But yeah, this would be fun to.
Do you capture portraits?
People hate when I take my camera out and then they all love the photos. I'm looking at you, my sister, if she's watching. But yeah, I like taking candids, and then
Candid,
I will
that's
do landscape and urban architecture.
That's awesome. Portraiture was my main thing as a photographer, and then these past few years I've been mostly into like iPhone photography because it's about the it's not really about like the actual camera, it's about like how you use it. So I love using my phone because I always have it with me rather than having my digital camera.
You say astrophotography?
No, I do iPhone.
Oh, iPhone photography.
Yeah, iPhone
okay,
photography.
Okay.
So, cause I always have my iPhone with me, so like I would just take pictures of my iPhone and
Alright.
I'll edit them on my phone. But I love do you use Lightroom Classic, or to like edit your photos?
I am not organized enough to use Lightroom.
Okay,
So
got it.
I'm terrible with photo editing, but I'll just use Camera Raw.
Okay,
in Photoshop.
Camera Raw. Okay.
But I don't have like a library of photos and albums and all of that.
I do. I love using Lightroom.
Which is why you name your layers, because you're that organized.
Kinda.
But on the topic of naming layers and Photoshop, I just had a client who they asked me for my Photoshop file, and let me tell you, that was a day. I had to clean up a lot of things.
It's like hold that thought.
I did not build this to share.
Right, yeah. I learned that the hard way too with a client. They're like, can we get the files? I'm like, give me a day. Just give me a day, because I don't make it for you guys. You're not supposed to see the files.
That's right. So here's a question for me, I guess, because I face this when drawing as well. How do you know when you're finished? We're rounding the corner here, about to wrap up. So how much more would you do?
I feel like I'll know when I'm done when I stop doing, like, when I'm like, all right, you're done. Like, when I say all right, you're done, that's when I know I'm done, because that means I'm just adding things for no reason.
It's done when it's done.
Yeah, so like,
Okay.
I'll know, but like, if I'm still adding things, like, oh, let me try this out, I'm not done. But I know for this piece specifically, I would definitely want to make these all like one cohesive color, like how I added this. And that's when I usually go into like Lightroom, because I want to like import, and I have my own like effects and my own like filters and stuff I created in Lightroom. But for this piece specifically, I could probably just, do this, add some of that. And then the birds I think the birds are basically almost done. I like these birds here, yeah. Let's add.
Ooh, I love how those are more maybe transparent, or just,
Yeah.
they seem to blend into the fog really wonderfully.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't know what just happened, but that is working.
Yeah, it's the brush. It's the brush. The brush did it good. Yeah, I think I really like. Yeah, I'm gonna keep that.
Yeah.
I'll keep that there. And then these birds. So this is like what it all looks like. Let me Command S, V. This is what. So then these birds are down here. Got the birds here and birds here, and then you guys can still see like the edges. The hair is gone, but not really. It's like on the edge. And I know it's like all different greens. So for this layer, right, for this layer, here we go. We're gonna turn down the saturation.
You brought back the edge on the back, but I really like that.
Yeah,
I think
I like it too.
I think you balanced it very well.
Thank you. 'Cause I was like it was so bright on that side. I'm like, I'm not really feeling like how bright it is. So I'm gonna turn down the saturation, and now you see how it blends in. And then for this one, I feel like I can keep this green, but not too much as well. And turn down the saturation. Oh, sorry. And then we're gonna do the same thing. And then there we go. And then I'm gonna add like the blue again. And add the blue back.
There we go.
And this is when I use like overlay, or actually let's try overlay and let's do soft light.
Yeah, I'm loving the vibe of this. Very spooky, but also,
Yes.
man, I learned a lot.
Thank you. I learned too.
We learned about caps lock.
Wow. I'm sorry. Like, that was just the coolest thing ever. No one told me that. I never knew. And you guys can see how since I added the sharpen, everything's kind of sharpened.
Oh yeah. I'm legit kind of blown away at how everything's blended together, because as I was watching you do this, I was thinking, okay, how is Shay gonna wrap this up? Because I don't know, man. But this is looking so good.
And that's why my process, I had to show you guys what I was doing in here. I had to show you guys because it goes from that to this.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those Adobe Lives I think y'all should watch again.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch it again because I know there was something happening on the side.
Yeah.
It just came together. So thank you so much for joining us all in the
Yes.
chat. Thank you, Shay. This was wonderful.
Thank you, Spencer.
You mentioned you're coming back a little later today.
Yes,
so what
I'll be
can
back.
everyone expect?
I'm going to be in Adobe Express, and we're going to actually animate this piece. So,
Okay.
yeah.
I won't be in studio, but I'm going to have to tune in on my phone. That's one of the wonderful things about Adobe Live. You can watch anywhere, anytime. I'm actually going to be next.
Awesome.
Yes,
Yay.
we're jumping into Illustrator. I'm a bit old
Awesome.
school, so bear with me, but it'll be fun. I'll be making a birthday invite
Oh, that sounds
for
fun.
my kid's birthday. So
Oh, yay. Happy
it'll be fun.
birthday.
Thank you. Yeah.
Awesome.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Stay tuned, and
guys.
I'll be back in a minute
All right, bye.
with Jacob. we're gonna take a look at Adobe Express and talk about how we can revamp our YouTube channel. This is Express. I want to make something for social media, so I'm gonna click there. We can hit this plus sign at the top left. So I'm gonna go YouTube banner, and we have all sorts of options. I think I'm gonna roll with this and see what we can modify. So I'm gonna just retype this, sketch a day. With YouTube, even though the banner is a certain size, when you're designing the banner, you want to make sure you have the important stuff kind of in that top section. So if you want to add an outline, again, for me, that's more on brand with what I do. And I'm going to go ahead with the italic version. If you pay attention to the recommended section, it's like having a little design buddy with you. Since I do more than drawing, maybe I call this sketch and make. Let me go ahead and duplicate this and paste. If you go down in the text window, not only can you add a shadow or change the shape or animate the text, but there's also text effects. I can type cardboard and I'm gonna hit generate. Yeah, so now I have this little cardboard part of sketch and make. Cool. If you want to replace your background, you can do that as well. I can hit upload from device. So I can just drag and drop that, and there it is in Express. Okay, so I do want to make the text pop a little bit. So I'm gonna go back, we can go to shadow, and I like the strong shadow. You can even change the color of the shadow. I might say Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Since this is a little bit hard to read, maybe I'll switch the color here. With the images, there's other options. We can go to effects. I've been playing with duotone a lot. So I'm gonna take this headshot that I have here. I'm gonna drag that in. I'm gonna go to remove background so I can hit erase. I'm gonna use some shapes to kind of obscure the edge. So if I go into elements, there's all sorts of stuff we can use. And then when I go into effects and the duotone, maybe we'll roll with that. Another way to do it is under elements, you have a bunch of stuff you can pick from. Let's see, I've got this little pentagon here. We can scale. If you hold Alt on the keyboard, it'll duplicate that object for you. Can make it a specific color. Like I said, I kind of like that yellow. I'm just gonna search for a light leak. Take something like this one and drop it on. We could scale it up and get even more colorful. And then you can kind of play with the blending modes if you wanted to. I worked on another version of this that I'll pull up. So maybe I've got something like this. I can now go resize. And maybe I want to turn this into an Instagram post, and I want to also make a reel. When I hit duplicate and resize, it actually duplicates everything for you. Let's start with the square. Sketch and make. Now let's go ahead and take an element of shape. I'm gonna take this circle, scale it down, and let's change the color a little bit here. Because this is an Instagram post, it can't be animated. I want this to be looping, and I want it to blink. I've got my iPad Pro here. I want to tweak something, or maybe I just want to modify. Well, I can do that in Adobe Fresco. So I've made a couple quick changes, and then now in Express, boom, there we go. You see that blue thing at the bottom? That's Adobe magic. Express is like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Your linked asset's been changed. I'm like, yo, you saw me. So now if I hit update, it's actually going to update, and you'll see the shadow has come in there. And now we'll go into my Instagram story. There is something cool you can do on Fresco. I have this sketch. So if I hit the share button and go to preview time lapse, I can actually make a time lapse of my whole drawing. I can drag the video in. Let's put it behind everything. So now when I hit play, we should have all of this play together.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so let's go to elements. We'll go to design assets. Paper. I'm going to use this one because I think it'll work. Right click, send to the back. If I change the blend mode, now I have my sketch that I did in Fresco on paper. This isn't really holiday. All right, I'll show you something easy. I made this little string with one light. And all of this I created in Illustrator, right? I already have them in my libraries. So if I go to brands and libraries, there's my lights. I'm gonna drop this little guy in. And then if I go back to my stuff, I have this little gray glow that I created. With my image selected, I can now go to effects, and I'm just gonna pick a random color and animate this so that it's looping. Let's do flicker, drag in my little holiday light string, and we'll duplicate these lights. When you're ready, all you have to do is hit download, and now I can export that.
Yeah, thank you. I learned so much.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, guys, for watching.
Hi guys, welcome back to Adobe Live. My name is Jacob. I'm super excited today because we have a super talented, super fun illustrator, Spencer.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. You just saw me. Welcome back. You can't get rid of me.
In the hot seat now.
I'm a bit like a cockroach.
Well, I mean, I think we kind of have a general idea of what's going on. It's on our prompter here. But
That's true.
We should talk about you. Tell us about you. So,
I am Spencer. I'm from Jamaica. I live in Salt Lake City, Utah right now. And I consider myself a creative troublemaker, so I'm always doing something. This is my Instagram here, a little bit of photography, video, Illustrator. I use a lot of markers and pen, and but I also sketch digitally as well. Here's some of my photography work on my other Instagram. I have like 5 Instagrams.
all around guy.
Yeah,
See
they're
it,
not
yeah.
they're not Finstas though. These are real. So if you
They're
see
real
another
Instagrams.
person like me, it's me. But yeah, I do a bit of photography here. It's my lovely sister. And then I even do things like making my own mailbox. In this case, redoing my house, things like that. Do some furniture building. So
Wow.
I'm one of those people who just loves to do a lot of different things.
Jack of all trades, master of some, it seems.
Yeah, most people kind of know me through Sketch-A-Day, which is my website where I provide resources and videos. There's a list of Adobe Live appearances here as well. Just teaching people how to draw digitally or with pen and paper.
So my question for you, this is my selfish question. Did you start with pencil or did you start with digital?
Ooh, I started with pen and paper.
Okay.
So I teach people drawing as well, and one thing I tell them is if you want to get good at drawing, draw with a tool that does not forgive and does not forget. It sounds harsh, but it makes you think about what you're doing before you do it. Because one thing that's interesting is if I work digitally too much, I start pinching to zoom on my paper.
Yeah.
I start double tapping on the screen
Look for
to try
Command Z.
and undo. Yeah, so a lot of what I do is pen and paper markers. You know, I have hundreds of markers, for example.
It's amazing. I mean, it really shows and it reflects, like, I feel like the translation of especially things like this where you're breaking down objects into Illustrator as someone that works in Illustrator is detrimental for your creative process.
Yeah, sometimes I'll even, this is a 3D printed teaching aid, but I will 3D print those and then draw to explain how to think about drawing more complex things.
So cool.
Yeah.
So what are we doing today?
Today, we're going to be all over the place. I'm going to be using Photoshop, Illustrator, a couple other tools. This is
Okay.
my lovely child. I asked his permission. I was like, do you want to be in front of everyone? He said, yeah.
Absolutely.
I'll do it. Okay, so I asked his permission to put his face up here.
We got the checkbox.
But his birthday is coming up. He's my youngest, and this is my mother. She's 82. I know. It's weird. He's taller than her now. But anyhow, this is him, and I'm going to be making just some elements for birthday invite. Hopefully we have enough time to get into Adobe Express. That's kind of a newer tool for me, but we're going to start out in Adobe Illustrator. So, like I mentioned, I'm always working on something. In fact, I have my sketchbook here with me. I'm going to show you how to even take, like somebody like me, I'm old school. I started with Photoshop. I'm going to age myself again here, but I started with Illustrator and Photoshop when it was maybe version 4 or 5,
yeah.
something like that. Unofficial copy, if you know what I mean. And like most, I mean, let's be real, a lot of us got introduced that way, right? So that's how I started out. And so some of what I'm going to show today is old school, and some of what I'll show is, things that I've learned over time. So like I mentioned, I'm always working on something. So this was a little project, personal project. I love music, and I wanted to make these kind of cards based on lyrics and some of my favorite artists. So I decided to, as part of this process of creating an invite, I thought, okay, I'm going to make a little bit of an icon out of Leo is his name. I'm going to make an icon out of Leo here.
Love it.
So I'm starting with Scott Mescudi. Some of you know him as Kid Cudi, but this is my Kid Cudi illustration. And it's really simple. I think one of the cool things about design, illustration, things like that is you can it's interesting how you can capture the essence of somebody or something with very simple shapes, right?
Yeah, and I think it's very complex to, especially when you get down to something, and I don't want to say this in a negative light, I mean this quite literally. Illustrator is a very simple tool where you're using simple shapes and you're building out, and capturing the essence of someone is hard, like where you're not over, I guess, producing. If that makes sense.
Especially if you're using the shape that's kind of the same. If you notice, or maybe here's, y'all know who this is.
Oh yeah, it's
but it's a similar shape. It's just two circles and a rectangle, right? But I cut you off. What were you saying?
Oh, I was saying it absolutely kind of what I was saying. You explained it like that. Being able to recognize those things, especially as an illustrator or a digital artist, is like a tool in itself of saying, oh, I see you, and the first thing I think of is you have round glasses. Or I see you have a beanie or something like that.
Exactly. Right? It's like, what is that thing that makes them look the way they are? So I'll go through that process a little bit as well and show you how I'm going to interpret my son in this similar style. It's actually something we do at home. One of my kids, he's into ceramics, and so I've had him attempt to make little versions of us. And then Leo here, he likes those. I don't know if you've seen perler beads.
I play with perler beads.
Oh, okay.
Actively.
He is obsessed right now.
They're so fun.
And so I've asked him, hey, can you make, it's just me and my two kids, can you make the three of us in this perler bead style? So
that's so cool.
We'll see what he comes up with. But I just duplicated this to show y'all, for example, if I just turn off all the stroke weights and colors, and then I'm going to eliminate the fill here, you'll kind of see, in Illustrator anyways, for my purposes, I tend to work as quickly as possible. So if I have overlaps, if I have things obscuring other things, I don't go into the weeds necessarily, unless it depends on what I'm doing. But for something like this, the overlaps are fine. But I just wanted to show y'all, these are just simple shapes. In fact, if we just go to I believe this is called Overprint Preview, right?
And you're using a shortcut to get to this point, right?
Preview mode, yeah. So it's Command Y is what it's outline. That's what it is. Outline. I'm one of those people. It's like you use the app so long that you know all the keyboard commands, and so they just happen.
See, I see this and I panic because I only get here when I do it on accident.
Oh no, I do this on purpose all the time, all the time. Because again, I as an industrial designer, creative person who does things like woodworking, right? I will use Illustrator sometimes to precisely draw something.
Right.
Which, the dimension tool has been amazing for that.
I mean, looking at your artwork too, it's very symmetrical. It's very precise. So it looks like you're coming from that background.
Yeah, I'm kind of obsessed with symmetry. Just even as a design principle, I tend to use that a lot. But just wanted to show you all the underpinnings here. So once again, let's see. Gotta hide my text there. So just one circle there, another, and this little box. That's what kind of makes up the face. So if I go over here, you can kind of see it a little bit better. The ears are a certain shape. And even though there's no symmetry tool here, maybe I want to change things like his ear shape being a little bit longer. There's this picture there for reference. Let me actually move this over. Side note, these are on artboards, but I've turned off the artboards just so...
You can turn off artboards?
Yeah. Well,
so
not
how do
off.
you do that?
Can hide. That's Command-Shift-H.
We're learning today.
I know. Maybe that's the theme. It's like spooky shortcuts.
Yeah.
Adobe Live. But I'm just hiding that for now just so I can place these close together. I have a tiny laptop. Actually, we have the same size laptop.
Same size.
Yeah.
I agree, though. It's a little hard to work on. I've recently upgraded to a Mac Mini, and it has changed my life.
Upgraded to a Mac. I just got a Mac Studio Ultra.
Ooh.
It's so nice.
Okay. So we got a movie here.
All right. So there's no symmetry tool that I'm aware of anyways. Maybe there is. You know how they're always updating these apps?
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes you just don't know. So if there is, let me know. But like I said, I'm kind of old school. So I'm going to make his ear a little bit longer.
And using the direct selection tool for this.
Yeah, so there's the black arrow, as I call it, and the white arrow.
Selection and direct selection.
I'm so visual. I just know the shape of a tool. I know
Well, it almost
what it
becomes
does.
instinct, right? Like
Yeah.
it's A and V, A and V.
In fact, I will take that into other apps and then get in trouble. So because I do 3D modeling and it's a whole thing. All right, so just looking at this area here, I'm going to bring this down just a little bit. So the direct select tool here will let me select each of these anchor points. So a circle is just made up of all these anchor points, right? So I can select that individually, and then I can just drag this down just like that. Now I have a different shape. Do you use the pencil tool much?
I never use the pencil tool.
Okay.
I use the curvature tool almost exclusively.
I'm going to keep this illustration a little simpler, but just to show people, you can also use the pencil tool to modify this. So if I go
Illustrator's
back
favorite.
and let's see, if we double click on the tool, you get some options. So I can drag this smoothness all the way up. You can edit selected paths within a certain range and close the path. Let's see, option toggle to smooth. I do want that. Okay. So now when I draw starting at say this path, and I just draw down and up like that, it should modify the shape.
I should
And
start
then,
using the pencil tool.
I know. It's N, by the way, on the keyboard. And then you can hold Alt and you can smooth things out if something's a little bit off. So if you want to get, a little bit more organic shape with something, we'll use this a little bit later as well, just to kind of tweak things. But I'm just going to go back to something like this. So like I said, there's no symmetry tool. So since I changed this ear, I have to change the other ear. So I'm basically going to work with half the face here. Now, the other tool that I've discovered more recently, actually, he doesn't need these lines on his head here. All right. So the other tool, if you notice, he has these beautiful bushy eyebrows. He's so cute. He's like my little... We call him at home. We call him the cuteness.
He's got some tall hair too.
Yeah, he does. We're gonna work on that.
nice
I'll
vibe.
show you how I do that. So for the eyebrows, I discovered recently actually there is this tool. See, I don't even know what it's called. The width tool. All right. So my stroke settings here, I have 2 points, and I make sure the cap and the corner is set to round. Okay. So with this tool, I can actually just click, say, at the end of the stroke here, and make that.
Oh, taper.
You've used this or no?
I've never used this.
It's so good.
That's awesome.
Yeah, you know how much work this used to be, right?
Oh, it was a nightmare.
Yeah.
It was an absolute nightmare.
And then you can adjust the other side as well, if we want to, or you can introduce. So there we go. We can get a little bit wider there.
Take
and
notes,
then,
chat. This is
but
something that's useful.
Here's the thing. It's still a path, okay? So should be able to add an anchor point and now just move this.
Isn't
that crazy?
Incredible.
Because before it was, all right, let me start with.
Thank you in advance for showing the other option.
My perspective tool is on. I didn't mean to have the. Okay, there we go. So before, I would have to start with a circle and go, okay, I'm going to do that. Let's deselect the circle. I might have to even block the circle. And then I would pen tool in what the shape was. Maybe something like that, and try and eyeball it. It was kind of a pain.
I think I did
this.
This
is so nice.
literally in the last stream that I was in. Today.
You did that?
Yeah,
oh, okay.
which is so
this
funny.
Saves so much time.
Absolutely.
It's so good. The width tool, says Jack.
Yeah, absolutely.
I always forget the names of things.
Looks like we have Introvert Doodles, great name by the way, in chat also saying that they're learning so many tools that they didn't know about.
Oh,
Me
awesome.
too.
Hello,
Me too.
Introvert Doodle. That's a friend of mine. Hello.
Oh, nice.
Yes. All right. So I got the eye there, and depending on what you want to do, you can modify as well. The lips I'm going to change here as well. So let's change the color. Do you do CMYK, or how do you pick your colors? Usually?
Typically I do RGB. When I did screen printing, I did CMYK.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it depends on what you're gonna do. If you want to do print, or if you're gonna do something that's just gonna be on screen. For these invites I'm creating, I kind of have to think about it both ways. So I'm thinking that I'm going to send this to somebody on a phone. But at the same time, I could print it. But if you have enough experience, you kind of know, avoid the overly saturated to extreme colors. And thankfully in Illustrator here, and I think Photoshop does this as well, you can select the in gamut color if you're trying to print. It'll tell you, hey, if you're trying to print with this, it won't work. You click the icon and it'll shift it just for you. So
it's so nice.
So I typically will just do whatever I want. But this file is CMYK. Okay, so another thing that I learned is, well, let's change the color here. So I tend to work with hue, saturation, brightness, or I'll just pick from my spectrum here. So I think I'm gonna need something more like this. So I'm gonna give him a little bit rosy,
yeah.
right, it's a little bit.
Are you going to give him some of that stubble?
I guess I could change his complexion. I'm not going to overthink it too.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, his stubble on his...
Yeah, he's got a mustache going on.
I know. He's got his mustache.
Got to keep him young.
He's getting so cute. We'll drag his nose down here. But the other thing I love is with the direct select tool, man, this used to cause me so much stress as well. Creating rounded corners, right? So I made this shape just using the pathfinder. So this was, and we'll get to shape builder in a minute, but this was just a circle cut out of this shape, right? And so I have these sharp corners. So if I just use the direct select tool, pick that anchor point, pick this anchor point, there's a little thing that shows up. I guess that doesn't make it better, or bigger rather, but now I can just click on this point and drag down, and now I can round his little lips with the Cupid's bow. It's exaggerated, right? But, you know, that's what we do.
I feel like that's illustration though, right? Like you have to play this dancing battle of like, how can I personify this while also cartoonifying, I guess.
Like simple but distinct,
Absolutely.
I guess, at the same time. And, you know, I think as a designer particular, it's one of those things where sometimes you can get kind of lost in the weeds if you don't approach things in a principled way and say, okay, I'm going to keep this simple, keep it simple, keep it simple. Yeah. Sometimes you can get a little bit lost. All right. So I also have this line here, and I was trying to create a little bit of a mouth. You know, he's got these lovely teeth. It's part of his smile. So what I'm going to do here, it's a little trick, because as you can see, I just have 2 layers. Do you do a lot of layers in Illustrator? Or
I do 0 layers.
Okay.
You're about to see like 2 opposite ends of the spectrum.
Yeah. This is just 2 layers that I'm working with. So what I'll do here is my little trick. I'll group these because these are separate paths. Okay. And what I want to do is join the corners, but, you know, it's complicated.
Yeah,
There's a lot of stuff happening. Unless I go to my outline mode, this is where I use it.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense.
Then it's a little easier to pick specifically what you want. So I'm going to group these. So now they're a group, and I can double click, and I'm in the group. So it's almost like having a layer within a layer.
It's like an isolation.
Yeah,
group.
kind of like isolating the 2. And so I'll just select these corners and do Control J or Command J, and that's going to join these together so that I can now make that just a shape and then ungroup. So that's my little hack.
Love it. We got a comment on the YouTube from Jack saying pro tips with Spencer.
Pro tips, there you go. Well, pro tips are we don't label our layers. That's pro tips.
We got 0 layers. Like probably comment on what I said. You're living on the edge. Absolutely every day.
There you go. But I'm going to go back to where this was a group because since it's a group, I can, and you can do this with a clipping mask as well, double click, now it's isolated, right? So you can see there's the main graphics at the top, containing layer, and there's the isolated group. And I'm just going to make some shapes here for his little teeth.
Oh, nice.
Smart guides, another wonderful thing. So if you say click on this anchor point, see all these pink lines that show up? That's just telling you where you can align things, okay? Sometimes I found this helpful. If I'm trying to line up, say, this anchor point to the middle, and it's too close but not quite there, kind of confuses things a little bit. So sometimes I'll take the shape and just move it off to the side, and then click and drag, and you'll see, oh, now I think it's right there. Now I'm lined up on the center. Should be, let's see. Yeah, there's an anchor point there. Yeah, we'll get close enough. I'll show you how I align things in the end once I do my symmetry. All right, so I'm just gonna hit D. That gives the default appearance.
Oh my!
You do that a lot?
I've never done that. Dude.
Oh, you've never done
that? Oh my god, that's so useful.
Okay, we have to go through some quick shortcuts here. So D, default appearance.
Command
Shift,
D.
Yeah, no, just D. Command D will duplicate what you last did. Oh, I'm gonna blow your mind with the pizza. Don't worry. He loves pizza, by the way. I'm gonna blow your mind. So maybe I will. We'll see.
You will, I promise.
So Shift X, do you use that?
That's cut or like the what do you call it? Cut, right? Like
No,
so you can,
Shift X. It
oh,
will
Shift X, not Command
flip
X.
the outline and fill.
Let me get my notes out. Right.
And then, okay, so this is my quick way of making something white or black because I don't want to go to the color picker.
Sure.
I know it sounds ridiculous, everyone, but it's like 3 keystrokes. All right, then I'll flip that, and then we're gonna hit what is this? Backslash, forward slash? The one under the question mark.
Forward slash.
Forward slash will get rid of the active color.
You are absolutely destroying my workflow right now. This is great. Wow.
So that gets rid of it, and then I'll just modify this shape real quick.
I'm being
maybe like that.
And for people in chat, I'm being very, very genuine. These are things that I've been using Illustrator for almost 5 years. Never knew this existed. Literally at all. No.
Dang.
I was always like, okay, go to outline, go to pen tool, go back to outline, remove the outline.
Yeah, I guess I don't really need to. I was like, oh, do I need to round the corners? I don't really need to round the corners there. So now I'm going to duplicate this on the other side. So let's go. I'm going to pick the center of this curve because that's kind of where the center line is. And then just use the reflect tool and duplicate.
I'm sorry, what was the shortcut for the reflect tool?
It's O.
Okay.
Yeah, O. I'm not going to go through the trouble of matching the exact gap there. Let me think if I want to do that. Actually, yeah, I don't want to do that. There's a way I could do it, but I don't want to do it right now.
While you're editing, we have multiple comments in the chat saying that you're not only a magician, but a shortcut wizard. So I'm glad to know I'm in good hands right now.
So Shape Builder is a wonderful tool if you've never used it. I'm a little bit mixed on it because sometimes it does things I don't want it to do.
Right.
But let's give it a try here. So Shape Builder is this tool right here. If you have, let's see, if you have 2 shapes selected, it will highlight regions that you can then remove or combine, things like that. Okay, it's kind of like, think of it like Pathfinder but on steroids. So I'm gonna hit
the Shape Builder
this.
tool.
You love it. See, the reason I don't love it is probably because I don't know how to use it entirely. But let's see. Yeah, so it did the thing I didn't want it to do. So let me actually, before I do this...
I think if you draw a line through all of them, it should connect them in a way to where they're not separated, yeah.
I'm wondering if the Pathfinder here, because I'm still dipping my toes in here. All right, let's see. All right, it kind of did it. Nope, not exactly what I wanted. All right, we're just gonna roll with it. Or I can show you the old way I used to do this, which is, this is one path. I have this path here now. And so what I would typically do is copy this one. That's the black area for the mouth there. And then on my Pathfinder, just do the intersect. So I'll do that. Oh, it's not going to let me do it there. Just so you know, if Pathfinder gives you some trouble, you can hold Alt on the keyboard and then click this button. I think it's Alt or Command. Let's see. I believe it's...
Like bypassing a little bit?
Yeah, it kind of... Oh, it's because I didn't have them both selected. Yeah, so it should bypass them. Why is this not working? It should work. All right, let me try this and see if it does it.
Sometimes the Pathfinder tends to be funky. There we go.
Yeah. So it kind of forces it. So I had to have the white chiclets above. Then you can hit expand, and now I have that region.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I'll do my little thing there, and let's see. I'm probably doing this the wrong way because what I really need to do is round this out.
So I'm curious too, as someone that works in Illustrator a lot. So I'm someone that likes, for my personal work, consistency, line-wise outlines, like all being the same width and weight. How do you find that in comparison to kind of having some detail and differences in here? Because I see you're using different outlines, you're using widths, you're using different sizes, and I think it looks as effective. It looks really good.
So what you mean is like you'll have one stroke weight for one thing, and then not do the variable.
So I will do the same stroke weight for everything in a graphic.
Oh,
typically.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe this is a carryover from industrial design. That's what I
Gotcha.
was trained in. And one of the sketch techniques that we use for depth illusion is to vary the stroke. So if something is a bit closer, we'll have a thicker stroke weight as opposed to something that is, okay, hold on, let me make sure I have the right thing. Something that's further away. So something closer will have a heavier stroke weight, something further away will have a lighter. And then generally on the outline, I will have a thicker stroke weight. So that's kind of how I think of it as I'm trying to balance things. All right, let's give this a stroke. Okay, that'll help. See, that's a little bit of a shortcut to kind of help. And then I can adjust that up. So now he's got these beautiful little teeth there. All right, let's do this here. I'm going to do this the quick and dirty way, which I'm just going to draw a circle. And then I'm going to take this anchor point in the middle. Whoa. We'll drag this one up.
Okay.
It's kind of like a cap. And then I will pick this anchor point and this one. We're going to drag these down.
And what was that process of clicking both? Because it looked like they were still...
Oh, I selected both and then just drag them at the same time. So with the direct select tool, you can pick multiple anchor points and then drag them down.
Just like holding shift and they stay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So yes, there's a comment here. Ray, I am using a trackpad. I don't normally use a trackpad for this. I'll use a mouse. I'm weird. I use a mouse for Illustrator. And then for Photoshop, I'll use a stylus most of the time.
Wild.
Or a mouse.
Wow.
And then for video, I will use a trackpad.
Yeah, I like trackpad for video more,
trackpad
especially
is
if you're scrubbing through a timeline.
So it looks like he has a helmet here. So now I'm going to switch to the pen tool. And if you hold Alt on the pen tool, see, I don't even know what this is, modify anchor point. So if you click on a single anchor point, it will, remove that curvature on it. Or you can click and drag. So now his hair is shaped a little bit better. I can do the same thing here. Kind of go the opposite direction. And then maybe I'll actually move these up. Let's see. I may have to modify this a little bit. And just for the sake of time, I'm not going to be too picky there. All right. So obviously it does not have a smooth hair. So now I want to add an effect to make his hair look a little bit uneven. I could take the pencil tool here and start to create these undulations in his hair, but that's not the style of the illustration. It's more like geometric shapes. So what I'm going to do is actually I have this prepared already, so I'm not going to waste any time. So I have these, this little shape. So this is really just two circles. I actually took the same shape of the head and using Shape Builder created this little section, well, the negatives right there in the middle. So what this is going to do is when I'm going to drag this to the brush panel and create a pattern brush and use that as the stroke on the outside. So if we go to our brushes here, I'm just going to drag and drop. If I had more time, I would fix the corners here that you'll see. There's a couple gaps in this, but because the path is contiguous and smooth, this should be fine. We'll just call it Pattern Brush 2 or Leo's hair.
This is a whole brush.
I'm going to start boogieing here because I always run out of time on Adobe Live. Sorry, everyone. All right, so I'm going to pick this path. The stroke is selected. So now all I have to do is pick this brush, and now his hair has that shape.
So how would you know that the shape would be circular like that? Because me, as someone that doesn't use this, right, like I'd be like, oh, it's going to look like a razor blade or whatever.
Oh,
right?
okay. Yeah, I can explain that real quick. So the idea with the brush is that it's basically taking whatever shape you have that you put in as an input, and it's taking this, duplicating it, and basically
gotcha.
doing this. This is Command D, by the way.
Just duplicate. Okay.
Well, it's not it just repeats the transform.
Oh.
Yeah. So even if I move this, it'll just repeat the last thing.
Oh my God.
All right. So there's his hair. I'm going to delete the other eyebrow. Let's see. What else do we change? His ear. Oops. Let's delete this half of it. Yep. And then I'll take these two and flip it. I've been using the center point of the lip here as the mirror point. So
you can
using
just
the
set
mirror
it for,
tool. Yeah. Using the mirror tool. Let's drag it. Holding Alt. Come on. There we go. So now that's duplicated. I'll move this to the back. Boom, there he is.
Crazy.
So
Wow.
let's get some quick glasses in so I can move on to the next
Curious how you'll do
segment.
glasses.
All right, so I just have a white stroke here. Let's go a little bit thicker. I know they're clear glasses, and I'm just trying to get, again, the general shape of these. So I'm just going to round this, and then, or actually, let's take the corner here. We'll move it up first. Maybe move this one up a little bit, and then now with the direct select tool, I can just pull this in like so.
Nice.
And we'll go ahead and mirror this shape right at that lip point again. There we go. And then for the bridge of the glasses, I'm just going to take a little circle here. Let's adjust this like so. All right. And using the scissor tool or cut tool, I'm just going to cut this path, delete the rest, and now I have the bridge of the glasses.
Amazing.
I'll group these together. Oops. Let me just make sure. I'll group these together again just so I can work in isolation. And for the arm of the glasses, let's do just one stroke like that. And I will duplicate that on the other side.
The mirroring is really clutch right now. Like watching your workflow of like never leaving your artboard is so foreign to me. Like that's crazy.
What do you mean never leaving the artboard?
So I'm always going over to like the tools on your left-hand side or going over to the gradient, and you just never leave. Like you're always in your illustration.
All shortcuts.
Yeah, that's
All
awesome.
Shortcuts. All right. So I'm gonna roll with this. We have Leo done. He does love pizza and Stardew Valley.
Me too.
All right, just like Scott here loves the pursuit of happiness. I guess there's these little characters called Junimos in Stardew Valley, so I'm going to make one real quick. I have these three shapes. I'm going to make one that looks like a pumpkin. This is the pixelated version. So I have these three shapes. I've got this little shape here as well.
Oh, those are
and
cute.
if I round this up, and let's switch the stroke to round it as well, I can use the width tool and create a little bit of a leg there. We'll go ahead and mirror this.
Somewhere in there. There it is.
You have to kind of rotate. There we go. Mirror this over. I'll drag this down right there. And then I guess they have these little arms. So I'm going to use the pen tool just to create something like that. I guess I could have taken this and, duplicated it, but not a big deal. Let's up the stroke. I'm going to keep this one a single width, though. I guess I deleted my other foot. Didn't mean to
He's
do
legless.
that. All right. I'm like moving fast right now.
No, I mean, it's, I think you're really, after giving us about 30 minutes of explaining kind of your process with shortcuts, like you're showing it in action, which is like kind of blowing my mind because I'm just watching and like, I had the privilege of seeing kind of you working and then seeing us on this end, but you're quick. Like, I feel like it becomes second nature, right?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, you do it enough, it just happens. So let's do. Yeah, I don't select the. What is it even called? Ellipse tool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't select that anymore. I just kind of run with it, roll with it, whatever. Okay,
I saw a comment in here about someone really wanting a master class in shortcuts, like a whole series from you. I feel like
I have
that'd be
actually
useful.
suggested that.
Yeah, like a pro tips or something.
Yeah,
like,
so
man,
I'll have to sync up with the team here. Maybe we'll do something like that. That
I would
and
watch
like
it.
that and a blending mode boot camp would be
that'd
a good
amazing.
thing. All right, I'm just gonna
love his little
steal
cheeks.
this color.
So cute.
Let's bring that up. All right, so let's say you're working in Illustrator and you want to add just a little bit. I'm gonna duplicate this actually. You want to add a little bit of depth to all of this. One way to do that, and I don't think I'm gonna go too in depth on this. But if you have a shape selected, you can select the gradient mesh tool. Do you ever use that?
A little bit.
It's
honestly.
like old school stuff.
Yeah, so you can kind of like.
Yeah, so I'm
shape
just
it.
going to click right here, and we have a color. If I make this a little lighter, Illustrator is going to try and blend everything together. Or if I wanted this to be, darker. So see how it has that little bit of subtle shade to it. So since this is closer to what I consider to be a light source, see, I'm getting into like drawing theory now. I'm going to make that a little lighter, maybe a little bit more yellow. And then these points on the edge, if you wanted to, you could change as well. But what might be easier is if I just change the base color. So I'm going to go back here, pick this, and then just pick a point here. We'll go a little bit lighter and maybe a little bit on the yellow side. All right, and then on these, on the far side here, I'm going to click, oops, let's lock this shape. Click maybe like here, and then I can go darker, so we get
interesting.
So we get a little bit of shade. Yeah, and then I could delete the other half, and then mirror that as well. And again, keeping this simple because I may use this in a couple different ways.
It adds a lot to the design already. Like,
yeah, you can kind of get crazy with it. You know, you can add more points. You can, each of these anchor points is actually an opportunity for you to adjust the color. So I could click, for example, here and say, I want this to be yellow. See how that changes everything?
yeah.
All right, so that's why I say, like, I'm not going to get too in the weeds. Just want to show y'all an opportunity if you want to add some depth to your elements. Actually, I kind of like it. So
I was about to say, it looks great. Like,
I know.
It's giving it kind of like a bit of a light source or like a highlight.
Yeah, I'm like, let's just keep it. Maybe that's what it needs. More yellow. Can we have some more yellow? Okay, there we go. And then just to finish this up, when I'm done with my strokes, I tend to expand things just to kind of lock it in. So that's going to be object. Either expand appearance, or you can do path, outline, stroke, and it outlines everything. So now this is, there's no strokes applied here.
Do you make backups of these types of things, or you kind of just roll with it?
Yeah, that's why I copy the shapes. So if I don't like it, then I can move on to the next thing. Okay, let's see.
One day
Somebody
we'll get
asked,
to a point.
why not use Shape Builder for the glasses? Because I'm old school. All right, so he also loves he loves pizza, and we're gonna put this all into a card, right? So let's make a quick pizza here of the moon, or a pizza that looks like the moon. So the way I'm going to do this is, let's lock the moon, and then I have my pencil tool already set up. And so specifically he likes cheese pizza. So there's not really toppings on this, but I do want to capture kind of these moon spots. So I'm just doing a light, rough trace here with my finger on the trackpad. That's what I was trying to say. And it's kind of crude. So just to show you here, if you zoom in, I'm taking the pencil tool, hovering over this path, and then if I get close enough, boom, smooths it out.
Auto
and
locks.
then we can smooth that out, right?
Nice.
Now I'm going to select, let's pick this color and maybe go just a touch darker. I'll drag this up onto my pizza right there. And so now I have this additional layer on this pizza tool. So I also have this stroke and, you know, shredded cheese. I want to have that on my pizza. So I'm going to kind of position these two. This is my quick and dirty way of creating some sort of pattern. Okay, so I'm going to take these shapes. Let's see. This is where, okay, sometimes I will just do a layer. We'll drag that up. We'll just lock everything. Okay, cool. So that's on its own layer now. So I'll drag this across, all right, and do that a couple times. That's Control D on the keyboard. Take this, roughly position, get this close enough, and then I'll just duplicate it down. And then what I'm going to do is just pick the ones on the outside that aren't going to fall inside of this circle, right? So if I use the lasso tool in Illustrator, you can select kind of like this, and it's kind of like the direct select tool in that you can pick half of something. Do you use this one much?
I do,
lasso,
yeah.
okay.
The lasso tool I use a lot.
And then I'll just hit delete, usually twice, just to make sure I get those points.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to do it again, but here, these are my cheese pieces, if you will. So if you go to Object, Transform Each, and then make sure Random is selected and select an angle.
Wow.
You can get all of this randomized just like that.
I wouldn't call that quick and dirty. I would call that very efficient and smart.
You can also select scale and stroke, or scale, strokes, and effects, and randomize that, okay? Hit OK. And then if I hit Command D a couple times, see how it got a little bit smaller?
Oh, it's repeating that.
Yeah, it's just repeating that transform.
Wow.
And then these on the outside I'll get rid of. Or again, if I had the time, maybe I would flip this so that the crust is on the outside and obscures. But I'm just going to go ahead and select these and delete.
A little homage to the moon.
Maybe I won't delete this one. Yeah, a little bit of a moon pizza, because like I said, he loves pizza. All right, and then I'll just tweak these slightly. We'll just pull these in.
Can't wait to start drawing.
All right.
I'm learning all these shortcuts. I feel like I'm going to have a short stream coming up at 1 o'clock.
There you go. All right, so I'm going to unlock this layer, come back in here.
Looks sweet.
Could do a gradient. Let's see. What do I want to do? Let's just do a stroke on this. And I'm going to make, oops. Let's do this. Make this a little bit darker on the stroke. There we go. So now I have a little bit of a border there.
That looks awesome.
And I can do the same thing on the cheese.
It's like a crispy border.
Yeah, exactly. A nice little crispy border. So there you go. I'm doing 2 border thicknesses.
So cool.
All right. So the last thing I want to show y'all, and we'll bring it all together in Express super quick, is you can, if you're like me and you like to draw on paper, you can actually take like an image and trace it in Illustrator. So I have a few things I sketched up here. I think I'm going to use either the eyes or the branches. So I'm going to bring these branches in, just drag and drop into Illustrator. I'll do the same thing here. All right, so I get this huge image. These are from my sketchbook.
You just like take a photo with your phone?
Yeah, you don't have to scan it. I just took a photo from my phone. It pulls it in, and there they are. And again, normally I'd maybe do a little bit of cleanup in Photoshop, but I think I'm gonna do the branches because that'll be the quickest thing. But there's this option here to image trace, or you can go to Object, Image Trace, Make. It's gonna process. It's like, hey, can your computer handle this? I'm like, yeah, it's an M2 Pro. We're good. So
this is what I did when I first started designing ever. Like, just free for use clip art and image trace tool.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. So yeah, you can live trace this stuff. And so what you're going to get, once I hit expand on this, for example, there's different styles that you can select, by the way, if you want to explore a little bit. But I'm going to hit expand. And now when I turn on my outline mode, you'll see all of this is vector. Okay. So I'm going to delete the stuff on the outside here. See if I can get most of that. And then these should be, if I ungroup, should be individual shapes.
So
all right,
cool.
I think it left behind something. That was weird. I don't know what that is, but basically I just want to be able to select a couple of these because I'm going to use them in my super quick Express file that I've been working on. So don't tell everyone that I actually have this done already. All right, so I'm going to take these few elements here. Let's open up our libraries. And I believe, I'm trying to remember. There we go. I can hit add to library on each of these. So I can just right click, add to library.
Do you utilize the
Right-click,
cloud libraries a lot?
It depends on the project. Depends on the project. So I could select Leo here, for example, and add to library. I'm going to pick this one. Let's add to library. We'll pick the pizza. And also add to
really
library.
useful.
All right, so that should all be syncing in the background. Just want to make sure. I wish I had time to use the eyes, but here we go. So let's go to Express.
You got about 10 minutes or so.
Okay. But I have this file I started working on already. There's a version of Leo. Just playing with the text and whatnot. And I'm not going to go over the interface in Express, but it's super easy to use. The important thing here is now when I go to your stuff, I do have this option to select libraries. And fingers crossed, everything's working. We'll go to my Adobe Live and scroll to the bottom because I've done, oh, look, there's my branches and everything. So I'm going to bring these branches into Express, maybe this one here. And I do want to show y'all something really cool. Let's see. Yeah, we got time for it. I'll show you something really cool here. All right, so there's one branch. And let's go back to my stuff. And let's pick this other branch here because I like it. All right. We'll bring in our pizza moon as well. I was kind of torn. I don't know if I wanted to do the background as orange or green or something, but we
Yeah.
can always change that.
I like the orange so far.
But thank you. The cool thing we can do is if you, and this is where you were asking, like, do you use libraries a lot? This is one of the fun things you can, I'll let that load up. If I go back to Illustrator here and then go into my library, and let's say it's this branch, I'm going to double click on that. And I'm like, okay, I really want to modify this. Let's add some other
I think you're about to blow some people's minds right now.
branches here. Mind you, I would probably do this with a tablet, okay? So don't knock me for this, but I just want to show you that you can actually, kind of like a smart object, save this. Now go back and again, fingers up, there it is. It says your linked
Wow.
assets have changed. It knows what's up. I hit update and it should update here in the library in just a sec. Let's see, was it this one? It wasn't that one. Where was it?
Maybe it wasn't in there yet.
Maybe it wasn't in there. Anyhow, this is just for the sake of time, this will be a trust me bro moment, but it will notice if you made the change. Let's bring our Junimo.
Well,
in
it
as
confirmed
well.
for you. It told you that.
Yeah, it did. It knew something
Wow.
was different. We'll bring our little Junimo in. I think I'm gonna switch to maybe a gray background or grayish green or something.
So it doesn't kind of blend in as
Yeah,
much.
so it's not as.
Well, that's fun.
There we go. And then we also have the pizza moon. This is the thing with Express is it's so fast that meaning it's just easy. Like I can throw this now to the background, right? So now he's got a
That's
moon.
crazy.
There's his little Junimo. You can play with the position, pizza and pixels. He loves his video games. I probably have to put some time in there. Let's say 12 to 2 p.m. because that's all I can handle.
2 hours.
Right. And maybe I would move this text or scale it or something, right? So, again, Adobe Express, super simple. One of my favorite things, by the way, is the text layout in Express is so easy. If you have tried to justify text, they should actually put it in Illustrator. But if you try to justify text in Illustrator or like do a lot of typography stuff, this dynamic setting is so nice. So I'm using that for the headline, but you can use it for body text if you want as well. We could have that there.
Really saves a lot of the like thinking power out of the illustration, because for me, like, I just want to focus on the illustrating, not necessarily the alignment or the text or stuff like that.
Yeah. You can also like duplicate objects. So if you want to create some depth, like here's this tree. I'm gonna slightly rotate. I'm stealing this from Shay a little bit. I'm gonna slightly rotate this, and then there are layers in this as well. So I can drag this all the way to the back, and then now we can add effects. So I can change the color of the tree. I can also let's see. Let's go back and adjust the opacity of that. So now we have
Nice.
some depth in all of this, right? And I'm gonna leave the animation. I was gonna cover some animation stuff, but it sounds like Shay will be doing some of that, so I'll leave that for her live.
little to be
And
continued.
Yeah, you guys can hang tight. Check out the rest of the live here at Adobe Live, and maybe you'll learn you something.
Oh yeah, we've got some good ones coming up
Let's
as
do
well.
This one. Okay. All right. So just wrapping up here. Super quick. There's another branch. I do want to make this one. Let's see. I think I can copy and I thought I could paste style. I'm doing it the wrong way, but that's okay. Just want to wrap up here real quick.
Sure.
All right. So there we've got 2 trees in there. We've got our title, some text. Super easy, quick way to create a simple invite.
Amazing.
Okay.
I'll
So-
go to this party.
Even if thanks. Even if you're like a professional and you're like, no, I only use Illustrator, I only use Photoshop. Like the speed at which you can do this stuff is just unreal. I think in Express.
It's just
I
another
think
tool, right?
I think I actually have 5 more minutes. I totally
Yeah.
thought we were done. So I was
yeah,
rushing.
you got some time.
Yeah. So a couple more things I might do for something like this. Of course, playing with the type. There are opportunities to find elements in Adobe Express. So what I mean by that is anything from backgrounds to things like chat bubbles, icons, whatever. Like maybe instead of having him centered, we can bring him to the front. Let's see. Bring forward. Actually, I'll just drag here in my layers to the side.
I really love the dragging option. Like, I know it's so simple, but that type of UI is like just so convenient for people that like don't understand, like bring to front, bring to back. It's like, oh, it's at the top, you know?
So there's a lot going on here, but just to kind of show y'all like how easy it is, right? So I can take this and I think I should be able to scale this down.
And this is this
Maybe it's
dynamic
because I have-
shaping that you were talking about with the text, how it's closing that gap.
Yeah, or you can just, I had this thing called dynamic flow on, which means I could have the text flow from this box to say this box. But an element like this chat bubble, these are just available in Adobe Express. And remember, you can use Express for free. So you can just, you know, if you need something, you can just look and see if it already exists. And if it exists, you can use it. Now he looks like he's part of the tree, but we can I'd play with that a bit, you know. But real quick on the other elements. So maybe I want to bring in, this is pretty flat, you know. Maybe I want to bring in some, what would you call it, fog or something like that. So here I can search for fog. Let's see if we find anything. Looks like we have some images here we can bring in. You can always tap View All, and it will show you what's available. All right. So let's say this is something I'm going to text to the parents. There's no address here. They just know where I live. I don't want y'all knowing where I live. But I might text this to the parents. I might put it on Instagram stories. In fact, I have formatted this in a way that would fit on, say, Instagram stories, or maybe it's your Snap story or Facebook story, whatever. So that being said, just to make it a little bit more interesting, we can animate a couple things. So let's say these two Junimos, once they're selected, you'll see that this contextual window pops out. There's animation. I can hit animate, and we're going to do, there's a bunch of options here.
I love the animation in Adobe Express.
Yeah.
This stuff
nice.
is very difficult to do.
It is.
If you didn't have this.
Absolutely. I swear there was like a jitter or Shay.
Yeah, that'll
Where
be
is
in the
it?
loop.
In the loop.
Yeah.
Okay, so loop, jitter. All right, so these guys will jitter.
They're
right now they're
very
kind of
excited.
jittering together. They're very excited, so excited. I'm gonna turn this off and then turn it back on.
Kind of staggering it a little bit.
Yeah, I'll stagger it a little bit. Maybe this one's a bit more intense. This one is kind of the default. All right, so they're really excited. We can even have the moon rise, or you could have the moon,
that's fun.
or you could have the moon come in. It just depends on what you want to do. You know, maybe there's a mountain in the background. The moon could come up. Again, time
Yeah,
being my enemy right now.
People are really enjoying where you're at right now, though, unanimously from what it's looking like in the
Okay,
chat.
awesome. So for the moon, I'm going to have it, I think, drift in.
Yeah.
So if I hover over these, you get a sense, it'll give you a preview of what's happening. So if I pick drift, you can also select the direction. So I want this to come in from the right. And then maybe the text, you could have the text also be animated. So it could flicker in, right? And you can adjust the intensity, maybe drop the duration so it happens much quicker, things like that. And then let me adjust where this is. Okay, there we go. He's really excited to have everybody over. He's actually my little introvert child. He just wants to do a hangout.
Hey.
I'm like, okay, that's easy for me.
Well, I think you've made some amazing progress on this for the time that we were allotted.
Oh, thank you.
Honestly,
I appreciate that.
We're getting
yeah.
right up to that point.
I know. A couple more things I would do. You know how it is. You just
Yeah.
want to tinker until
Absolutely.
it's perfect.
As an artist, you want to get it as perfect as possible. Can we see the animation? Do you want to?
Let's see. Yeah, it's only 5 seconds,
Yeah.
but there
Amazing.
it is. Right. So just a little extra you can add. Plus, again, you can print this. You could text it. You could download a movie. It all happens right here in Adobe Express. So
cool.
yeah, a couple tips from Illustrator, like I said, and here's where we ended up.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for showing us your process and showing us the wizardry of shortcuts. It's really, really fun and cool.
And a little bit of old school for the old ones. Old folks like me, if you like to draw, you can still bring it into Illustrator, Express, and do some fun things.
Yeah, make sure you stick around. We still have 2 more streams. If you're having fun, there's a ton of fun coming up. Next up, we have Shaylin and Teresa on animating photos. And then me back in the hot seat at 1 o'clock.
More Jacob.
Yeah. Thanks for watching, guys, and see you soon.
All right,
Bye.
take care.
We're gonna be making fall vision boards. I have a couple images here that I already picked out, but let's go ahead and add in some more images. So personally, I like to use Adobe Stock.
Fall wardrobe, I think, is kind of important. I bet you could remove the background on that and like do some cool overlay collagey thing.
Let's see, let's remove the background on this too. Will it remove?
You know what, Adobe Express?
Wow.
Say less.
All right, we need some more food. I have an iced coffee.
A nightcap beverage.
It could be
hot toddy.
Next is deciding a layout. If you find it over on this grids section, this grids tab, you can easily just drag and drop images and then you can form a collage that way. Or there are templates for collages or vision boards in Adobe Express. You can search up Moodboard or search up vision board. There are so many cute ones. So this is kind of what we're landing on here. So this image is sticking out. It's bothering me because it's blue. This is kind of how I like hack a little bit. I will bring down the saturation and then turn up the warmth. The next thing is to add your style. After the base images are laid out, then I'll add in the bells and whistles and stuff like that. So in this next board, I have the assets board. And again, similar to what we did, just copying and pasting over. We were super prepared, so we're just, this part just makes it so much easier, you know? Also, I would take this time to like even add in maybe some text. I'm gonna add a shape behind it, so it could be almost like a magazine cutout kind of vibe. We'll put like cozy vibes. And also, if you go to Adobe Stock, and I think if you put like, what was it, magazine words, they'll have letters.
No way.
They have letters, so you could like put them together.
That is so cool.
The most important part of this, the point of this, is to make it visible every day. A lot of people will put their vision board as their like iPad like home screen or like on their phone or anything like that. But you know what? Boom. Here's another way. So I turned this into a desktop organizer. There are templates for that in Adobe Express, so just search desktop wallpaper organizer. And so I'll just put the mood board on the left side, just visually, just so it's there, but it's also, I can still see my icons, so.
I love it. This has been so much fun. Thank you so much. Adios.
Bye. We're gonna be making fall vision boards. I have a couple images here that I already picked out, but let's go ahead and add in some more images. So personally, I like to use Adobe Stock.
Fall wardrobe, I think, is kind of important. I bet you could remove the background on that and like do some cool overlay collagey thing.
Let's see, let's remove the background on this too. Will it remove?
You know what, Adobe Express?
Wow.
Say less.
All right, we need some more food. I have an iced coffee.
A nightcap beverage. It could be hot toddy.
Next is deciding a layout. If you find it over on this grids section, this grids tab, you can easily just drag and drop images and then you can form a collage that way. Or there are templates for collages or vision boards in Adobe Express. You can search up Moodboard or search up vision board. There are so many cute ones. So this is kind of what we're landing on here. So this image is sticking out. It's bothering me because it's blue. This is kind of how I like hack a little bit. I will bring down the saturation and then turn up the warmth. The next thing is to add your style. After the base images are laid out, then I'll add in the bells and whistles and stuff like that. So in this next board, I have the assets board. And again, similar to what we did, just copying and pasting over. We were super prepared, so we're just, this part just makes it so much easier.
Hi everyone!
Hey.
Welcome back to Adobe Live, or welcome if you're just tuning in. My name is Teresa Au. I drive customer empathy and community advocacy here at Adobe. I'm also the host and producer of Adobe's podcast, In the Making. Shay is with me today, Shay Wallace.
Hey,
she was on earlier and we're back again. We're going to show you some stuff using Adobe Express. And the reason why I mentioned the podcast is because I think a lot of you don't even know that Adobe had a podcast. So
now we know.
Please subscribe and listen. Thank you so much.
Oh, yes.
That's amazing.
I'm definitely going to tune in. I'm definitely going to tune in after this.
So, Shay, for those of us who are just tuning in, could you tell everyone who you are, what you do, a little fun fact, maybe?
Okay, awesome. Hey, you guys, if you don't know who I am, I'm Shaylin Wallace, but I go by Shay or Shay the Surrealist, it's all me. And I am a collage artist, and I specialize in digital collage, mostly surrealism and Photoshop. And I do also like some fun doodle artworks.
Wow, that's so intricate.
Yes, I know. Yeah, it gets very intricate. I do also some prints as well. I've been a digital artist for over, I think, like a decade. It's been a while since I was a teenager, so. And if you were in my stream earlier, I was working on this piece in Photoshop, and right now we are going to kind of make it more, I'm gonna say magical. We're gonna make it more magical and put this piece into Adobe Express. So
right now you're in Photoshop.
Yes.
And you're gonna show everyone how easy it is to bring it over to Adobe Express, which is a tool that's very simple to use, and it's for someone like me who's not a creative professional or studied design. It's easy enough for us to use, and also pros use it because it's quick and easy.
Yes.
Why do you use it?
I use it because I use it obviously to get organized with my, thoughts, but also because the thing about Adobe Express is it's kind of like Adobe Illustrator, Adobe Photoshop, like InDesign, like everything all in one, but it's just easier. So that's what I'm going to show you guys, how I'm going to use something I actually do in Photoshop that I'm going to do in Express today. So
cool.
So we're going to start with, I'm just going to make a new file. So the thing about making the new files, you guys, is you can either have like actual like portrait, landscape, square, or you can import like different templates they have already for like each of these. So like
social
Instagram
channels,
yes, and videos as well. Or you can get started and documents and all that. So today we're going to do a video.
Ooh, which is such a hot topic,
yes.
Medium,
yes.
I should say. Everyone's doing videos now.
Now, for my video, it's going to be kind of different because it's not going to look like an actual outline, like a YouTube type video. It's going to be the piece I just used. So I'm going to, let's resize. I know I usually it's like 2400 by 3000. That's my standard.
For a video?
For me, for like my Photoshop file is.
I see.
So it's like 8 by 10, so it's like 2400 by 3000, and then we're gonna resize it. And now we can upload, and that's what I'm going to bring in.
Do you always have to pick the size, or can you import it and change the size?
You can import it and change the size, but I like to work the other way around. Let's go all the way in now. All right. So now, I already found some images from my mood board, but the thing I didn't show you guys is that I actually have some videos from Adobe stock as well. And that's what I'm going to use to actually create like this cool effect. So you see how I added birds and I have the mist. I'm going to import some more birds, and I'm going to import like some misty videos to basically create this effect of the piece moving but not actually moving. You can also do this in Photoshop using the timeline tool, but Adobe Express, that's all I gotta say. Adobe Express, just really cool.
Oh, hi Keys. That's a big water bottle. Yes, it's a very big. I drink a lot of water. It's very good for you. And Robert, Robert, hello. Yeah, there's a bunch of people commenting on my beautiful cup, I think.
Yeah, I like it.
Well, I put the word beautiful. Okay, continue.
It is beautiful. It is beautiful. So I'm going to go to the Finder, and let me actually do this real quick so y'all can see. So my Finder has a few videos I found. I'm going to import them one by just dragging and dropping. And then I'm dragging that one. I'm going to drag this one. And I think I have one video. Maybe not, I don't have video birds. If I don't have video birds, I can always find a video of birds. But for now, let's just do that. Okay.
Okay, and your videos are on the bottom?
Yeah, I'm going to reorder them as I go. Let me...
Is it loading?
Yeah, I think it's loading right now.
Of course, when we're live, there's always a little delay sometimes.
Yeah. Maybe it might be better if I just do one video at a time, just so I can show you guys. Or we can just undo.
Yeah,
there we go.
I love the undo button.
There we go.
The undo button. So now it's loaded?
Yeah, it's loading, yeah, the video. We're gonna just remove the video. There we go. So this is the video I want to keep, actually.
I love the mist. It's
almost like it's very subtle.
It could be San Francisco because we have so much fog here in the summer.
It's so interesting being from the East Coast, because when I come over here, it's like I see mountains. I don't usually see mountains, so I'm like, pictures.
Nature,
pictures.
Yes.
Like, I love the mountains. It's so cool.
Now, was this a stock video?
Yeah,
that you found?
Yep, it's a stock video I found from Adobe Stock, which I love.
That's a great resource and tool for any designer.
All right, we're just gonna upload it again just to be safe.
So it's taking a little time.
Yeah, it's a video, but
yeah, usually it doesn't. I think in my experience, I've seen it load faster, but it could be the internet. It could be the size of the video.
The video is actually pretty big, but I'm going to import it one more time, and then we can do the effect. I'm just gonna do one video because I think I was trying to make it like Photoshop. I'm like, it's not Photoshop.
It's a lightweight
It's
tool.
not Photoshop, so I can't import like 5 videos like I usually want to. And then we're gonna put it up here.
Oh, there we go. It's loading. Very.
And then I'm just gonna change the blending mode so you guys can see. So I'm gonna change it from normal to screen.
And what's the blending mode?
The blending mode is going to basically create this effect. That way you can see not only the artwork, but also the layer. I just
noticed in that regard, the layers are very similar to Photoshop.
Yes, that's why I feel like it's going to be like a little easier for me to do this. Let me add it one more time. Okay. And then
I see the bar.
I feel like in this one I had it earlier. It was doing it, but
Yeah, because you were probably trying this right before, and
yeah, and it was working. I'm not sure, but for now we're going to just work on the video.
yeah, let's try something else.
Because for some reason
And is that an image of someone you know?
no,
Or-
this is all stock images I found on Illustrator. I'm not Illustrator, on Adobe Stock, and then I just added them together. Okay, so that's working.
Yeah. You see the scroll bar in the bottom going. Are you trying it one more time?
Yeah, I feel like instead of me dragging it, let me just upload it.
That's
There we
another
go.
way.
That's another way. See,
Okay, instead of dragging
that's
it,
on me. That's on me.
the workaround
Yes.
is upload.
There we go. Yes. So now that you guys see, I use all these mountains, and it's kind of, there's like no contrast. So for now, I'm just going to edit the video. So we're going to go to adjustments at the bottom, and I'm going to turn the contrast up. I like to increase the contrast because now you see how it's like white. It matches
Yeah.
the background, like very white.
Before it was more bland.
Yeah. And then brightness, we can make the brightness a little bright. And then highlights, you can highlight extra as well. Just trying to remove all the hard edges, and then the shadows can increase. Okay. So then this would be the video on top of the artwork. And we're going to, I'm going to just quickly show you guys before I click the blending mode. So it's like rendering, but you can see the smoke already. And it kind of already kind of matches to the artwork a little bit, but
It does.
it's gonna so that's the scene. So it's gonna just probably replay again and again. So now we're gonna go back to from the adjustments, and now we're gonna change the blending mode to screen. And now it's gonna be inside.
Oh.
I'm gonna flip it around a little bit.
You want it like in the middle of her, like in this area, her neck and her
Yeah,
face?
I think I want it like, I might copy and paste this video a couple times, but I'll put it in the face first. I think I'll turn the opacity down as well. So y'all can really
Oh,
see it.
there
we
you go.
And then let's increase it.
It's a lot of playing around as a designer,
Yep,
right?
and that's what I do in Photoshop.
Yeah.
In Photoshop, I just play around and then like, oh, that's it. And then quickly just do a video. It's very subtle because I have it on screen, but if I turn the opacity up, it's gonna be more intricate. It'd be kind of cool if it played while I did it, but we're going to do like
Oh, you
that.
can even like turn it upside down.
Yes. And now I'm going to turn the opacity back down. I can actually make it faster too. Oh my God, I can make it faster. Let's see how that goes.
Yeah, you can actually, you have control over the speed
Yeah.
and how quickly or slowly you want your video to run.
Screen. Yeah, we'll do screen. An effect. Oh. I can add like filters.
We were just chatting right before we came into the studio of how I think all designers, you basically learn something new every time, every day, either from somebody that you meet or just discovering and playing around with the tool.
I know it's very subtle, but like it's. I'm gonna.
Now that you zoomed in, I can see
Yeah,
the
it's
mist
very
and-
subtle.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna keep playing around with it like I did in Photoshop of like how I want to put it because.
Yeah. And for those tuning in, don't forget to ask a lot of questions about what we're doing. You can also ask us questions about, you know, who Shay is, where does she grow up, what's her favorite color. I actually love learning more about the creator themselves as people and not just designers.
Yeah, and if you have any Photoshop questions as well, like how I made this piece, don't hesitate to ask because I have the file up and I can show I did that. I'm just experimenting right now on how I want to overlay the fog because I'm probably going to copy and paste it like I did in Photoshop a few layers, but for now we're just
I really love the scene. It's
Me too.
Just so mysterious, but also so soothing for me.
I'm gonna turn the opacity down just a little.
Susan Mundy just joined us. Hello. And yes, Alan, always something new to learn, and you're welcome. He's like, thanks for this session. I hope you're all getting something from it, and I'm inspired to, after this session, I will be hosting Jacob, but after that, I want to get into Express and try some stuff out myself.
I really like the trees. I might just use Express. I don't know if I can edit the actual layer as in like erase things, but I might use this as like a thumbnail to go back into Photoshop, just so I can show you guys how to like erase videos, like erase it and make a mask on videos. I'm not sure if I can do that in here, but for now, I think I'm gonna just keep
it the way it is.
Yeah, I like it like this, and I just want to remove like the sharp lines, a little bit. But the best part about Adobe Express is that you can create not only videos, you can upload like different files, but there's so many templates they have, and
I love the templates again because I'm not a trained designer. It just
makes it easier for everybody, like even like logos. But there's a feature where you can make your own calendars, or you can import calendars as well. And this creator Teal, she created a calendar that you can import into Adobe Express. So if you guys get a chance, definitely check that out. But for now, I'm gonna keep it like this, and we're gonna go into Photoshop, and I'm going to basically edit this, and then I'm going to add probably like 2 more videos of the same video, and then I'm going to erase, like create a clipping mask and erase, so that way it can be more contrasted, because it's kind of like a high contrast right now. So I'm gonna go back in. I don't know, have you guys ever tried editing videos or making videos in Photoshop? I personally find it really fun.
Susan says your designs are so cute.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm gonna actually just make a whole new file, because why not? So y'all see I have 8x10, and we're gonna import. I like to import by dragging and dropping. I know it's not like the best thing, but we're gonna drag and drop, and then
that was so easy.
I know.
Quick. Yeah.
If you guys go to, let's go to, where is it?
Walk us through what you're looking for.
I'm looking for timeline. For timeline, I usually have it up, but I have removed it.
And Shay,
here we go.
You started using Photoshop when?
I think like my senior year of high school, so like 2017. Yeah. So it's been a while.
Yeah, and you're self-taught.
Yes, all self-taught.
So. I meet so many designers that wanted to play around. It's fun that way. Yeah,
it's fun that way. So now that I have the timeline feature, instead of doing frame by frame, I'm going to do video timeline. So that way, when I import the video, you guys can actually see the same thing I was doing. So like, you see how I can actually even increase this so I can really see. So now I have the foggy mist like picture right here, and then I'm going to drag and drop like I did before with this feature right here. And it's going to prepare a smart object. So it's gonna appear as an object, but it's still the video. Just keep that in mind, you guys. It's still the video. It's just a smart object video. That's the cool thing about it. So if I click play, it's going to render the video. Give it some time.
Now, I have a question. You're known as the surrealist
yes
artist. So Why did you self-label yourself?
Yeah.
or-
Okay. So yeah, I go by Shay, but then like I remember it was like I think I was on Twitter like a couple years ago, and I just changed my username to like Surrealist Shay, and I was like, oh, I'm Shay the Surrealist. So then that became my personal like art alias, and then kind of like last year and this year I just go by Shay. I mean, you can still call me Shay the Surrealist. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just I like to keep it short and straight to the point. You know, I'm Shay. Because it's like Shay the Surrealist, Shay the graphic designer, Shay the doodle artist. It just goes on.
It goes with anything.
So it's
yeah.
like that's why I kind of just. But yeah, I am Shay the Surrealist because I love surrealism. Like surrealism is my favorite thing, my passion, like my hobby, my passion, and kind of like my life in a sense. So, but I love surrealism. I'm gonna increase this so it matches the time of the video. This is the
You're increasing the image?
yeah, the image. So like the video is pretty long, so it goes all the way down here. So I'm going to increase the video for it to go all the way down as well. I think I can just keep it going. Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, I was looking you up, like back to you, the person. I was looking you up on Instagram, and you have a couple of them, right?
Yes,
Not
I
just
do.
one.
I
Yeah.
do. I do. But I do have my main one is my art one, and the other one like I have like business ones, and I do have a personal one, but I don't really use that one like that. But
Yeah.
I mostly use the one I have, which is SNW all day, because that name is just itself like my
SMW all day.
yes, that's my initials.
Yeah.
So it's
I'm
just-
sure we'll be putting that, all your links to your social
Oh yeah.
on chat later on. Okay, so
So now we're going to Command L, which is the levels, and I'm going to add some contrast to this foggy mist.
Ooh, there we go.
Yeah. Add a little bit more.
That's nice.
Yeah. So now I'm going to do the same thing I did in Express. I'm going to do the screen. The difference is I'm going to add a layer mask. So at the bottom. And now when I click B, I'm going to erase this top part.
Oh, I see.
And that's what I really wanted to do. So we're going to do that. And now that when I actually add the fog, I can. So yeah, there we go. So I'm gonna replay the video, not the whole thing, but I want you guys to see the video play. It's gonna take a while, but it's like the fog is moving.
Can you also adjust the speed in Photoshop?
I think I can, but I kind of like the speed that it came with, only because it's like it gives like a serene type vibe to the piece.
Mm-hmm.
But once I render it, it's gonna be like the regular speed.
Do you do a lot of video editing?
I
yourself in your
actually
work?
do, yeah. Once I discovered you can not only make GIFs, you can also make videos in Photoshop. I never looked back. So I always have my timeline up. I usually have this up, but I removed it from earlier session. But I love making GIFs. They're fun.
Mm-hmm. I think
frame
a
by
lot of
frame.
people like GIFs.
Yeah, frame by frame animation is like so cool when you're not like a, I don't say like a professional animator, but it's like once you realize you can just use frames for each thing, it kind of just makes it a little bit easier.
So Susan is asking, I'm not very good at art, so is this the kind of tool I could use? I would definitely suggest trying out Express first. That's for someone that's just starting out, and
Yeah.
Photoshop is a little bit more, just more technical, or I don't even know how to say it.
It's just this. It might be intimidating because there's so many tools, but the thing with Photoshop, like as someone who's self-taught, you kind of just have to have fun with it and try out all the tools. Because I tried out every tool, like almost every tool.
If you
And-
have the time.
Yeah, if you have the time, and also the filters, like there's like also plugins you can do and like all these different windows, but it kind of just depends like what you want to like. If you can narrow down what you want to make in Photoshop, it will kind of be better for you to be like, oh, that's what I can do. That's the tool I can use. Like for me, I wanted to do collage art. So I knew I had to like get better at using clipping masks, like masking layers, even like now they have the like select subject tool or remove background, but before that I would just do like the pen tool and like actually like cut out actual things I wanted to. So it's like it, but that helped me because now I can use the pen tool very well. So it kind of depends on what you want to use it for, but I would say just experiment. There are also like probably like different lives for tutorials as well.
There's tons of tutorials right here on either YouTube or Behance with Adobe Live. We bring in designers every week, and they're all recorded so you can rewatch it, and if you miss anything, you can always catch it. Kathy says, can you share what kind of hardware, memory, or RAM needed to edit video?
I don't think I have any special RAM. I don't even know how much gigabytes I have on here, but I have.
What kind of laptop do you have?
I have the Pro, the MacBook Pro. I think I have like, I don't even know. This is not even a laptop that had the most space on it, but it's working. So.
And she also wants to know where you store the very large files. Still just on your computer?
Oh yeah, either on my computer or my. I do have a hard drive. I recommend everybody having a hard drive. I learned that the hard way.
Oh, why did
back
you
up your files? Yes.
Oh no.
Just back up your files, you guys.
Oh no.
Same as clicking Command S to like save your files while you're working. Back up your files. At least if you don't do it frequently, I would say at least every year, like a couple times a year, like every quarter, just back up your files because you never know.
You never know. I would do it more frequent.
Yeah.
Just because, like, even with my Word documents.
Oh, yeah.
It's like autosave.
Yeah, just to be safe.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm always Command save. I'm always, actually, let me Command S right now.
You're like, let me save this right now.
And I'm going to call it Foggy.
Oh, I think Kathy is saying, do you need a terabyte? Is that right?
Oh, for my hard drive, I have a 2 terabytes, so yeah, but I guess it depends on, I think it depends on the file of the video, but this video is not that big, so. So Foggy Mist, and then video. Oop. Cannot spell today. There we go. All right, I saved it, so. And then I'm gonna like add one more video, then I can show you guys how it renders, so you guys can actually see the animation. So I'm gonna just copy this layer down here, flip it.
And why do you flip it? You just like the image better?
I flip it because like I wanted to match the bottom. Like this is flipped at the bottom, so I'm gonna match it. But it just makes it easier to like.
I see it.
And then I can blend. I'm gonna blend this in. I'm gonna remove some of these trees.
Is it because it's too dense?
Yeah. I want to keep the contrast. So wherever the fog is, I'm trying to put the fog video. So now it's like.
Oh, I see.
Remove these. So like wherever the fog is, I want the fog there.
Yeah.
So I can remove. Matter of fact, let me just turn the opacity down to like 30%, and then I'm gonna just tap, 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 tap. And then we're gonna add that, and then it's the same video, so it's gonna go the opposite way since I flipped it.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna quickly export this so you guys can see how it will look. But let me save it. And then I'm gonna file, export. There's a few things you can do. Web Legacy, that's what you can use to make GIFs, but we're gonna just click render video. And then we're going to just save, not there. We're gonna save it to 2024. And then we're gonna just click render. So it's gonna render probably pretty quick. Oh.
And how did you get into, so we were chatting again before the session.
Yeah.
How did you get into designing?
I think, so you know how like in high school, I always go back to high school. You know in high school they're like, it's a career time and it's like, what career do you want to do? I was thinking about doing psychology, but then I realized it's a lot of school, and I wasn't gonna do all that. So I was like, I found out about graphic design, and then my school offered a graphic design like 1 class, and I had the best teacher ever. And she kind of inspired me. Yeah, she inspired me to like. She made graphic design seem fun, and being an artist already at the time, I wanted to find like a career that I could also do my art. So with graphic design, I saw people make posters, but it was like art with like words on it, you know. So but there was also a design aspect. So I was like, graphic design it is, and then I got my BFA in 2021, and I do most of my graphic design work for myself in my own brands and stuff, but I tend to do like logos every now and then, book covers, magazine covers. But the thing with me is like my graphic design work is mostly my art, so that's kind of like what that is.
Yeah.
All right, it's gonna render, so
It's exporting the file.
But yeah, that's the videos I chose because I like the fog. I do want to import like possibly, I don't know if I can do it. I do want to go to my stock images, and we're going to go to video while that loads, you know, because we can keep that there. And I'm going to do silhouette, birds.
How often would you say you use Adobe Stock?
Oh, all the time. I feel like once I discovered I can actually get videos now, so I'm like, yeah, but I love using because I can type out what I want, and I think I'm gonna do isolated background. Exclude people.
Because you just want birds.
Yes, and then I think that's pretty good. That's pretty good. So
Well,
a lot of these are in green, I know, but I like to get like the white so I can just do multiply like I did in the first session. So there's like, that's pretty simple, but I could get something complex, but
I actually don't even know. Why are they mostly green?
they're green because of green screen. So let's say
I figured that. Because
I actually have used a green screen, and then you can actually mask green screen videos in Photoshop. It's just gonna take a little while to render, but I've done it before with a butterfly. So I could actually use like one of these and import it into Photoshop and actually like take the green screen out. Like it's amazing what you can do with Photoshop. But for now, I can just use, you know, like these type of videos because I can just click multiply.
Yeah.
Or I can click darken. Ooh, I like this one.
Aww.
I like this one.
It's like looking up at the sky.
Yeah, we're gonna license that one. License. Thank you. Continue searching. Thank you. All right, so that's downloading. Oh, got it. Thank you. Wow.
That was fast.
Yes. And then we're gonna find one more, maybe like 2 more videos. But yeah, there's a lot of green ones, but ooh, I like this one too already. I like how they loop sometimes as well.
Yeah. Oh, that's so cool. It looks really real.
Yeah, it does look real. It does look real.
Realistic is good.
All right, we're gonna license this one too. All right, thank you. Continue searching.
Where is most of your videos going to?
Halfway there. Oh, it goes to my downloads. It goes
no. I mean, are you using it as client work or just fun creation?
Mostly, most of the stuff I create, for like 90% of the time, is all personal work. I mean, I will. Sometimes I do save most of my like stock credits for like, you know, professionals, but I like to just. I can use things again. So those birds I just got, I can use those same birds over and over and over again. So like these birds I just got, it's like a 30-second video. If I wanted to, I can use these in like a couple more pieces. So yeah, these are perfect. These are so perfect.
That one's great.
Because it's gonna loop, and you see how they come out from it. Yeah. This is a perfect video.
From like the fog.
Exactly, from the fog. Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna actually. We're gonna keep that. it's like halfway done, so that's pretty good. We're gonna just let it ride out. Yeah, maybe I can find one more foggy video.
There's a lot of Halloween.
Yeah, a lot of Halloween. This is actually pretty cool.
Reminds me of this classic movie by Alfred Hitchcock, The Birds.
Oh, The Bird. I think I've seen that.
It's black and white. Yeah, it's very old.
This is really cool. I don't know what I would use this for.
It's massive. It's a lot of birds.
But this one comes with both videos. It comes with like the
green
white background and this. You can pick and choose which one you want.
Wow.
Yeah, ooh, look at this one. And you know the crazy thing is,
it's black. It's the black background.
If I import this into Photoshop, I can click Command I and I can invert it so it can still be
white background.
Yes, and then black birds. So basically, when you import videos into Photoshop, you are basically doing the same thing you can do with photos, except for it's just a video. So it's like you can mask these. Like I was erasing the fog in certain areas. That's what I would do with like a video like this. That's the cool thing about it, and that's why I love actually editing videos now in Photoshop. I've used Premiere Pro and I've used After Effects, and they're really good too as well. But once I discovered I can just do everything I wanted to do in Photoshop on the same file or like 2 files.
Why jump around?
Yeah, like I might as well just stay in here. So, but yeah, these are just some really cool videos and photos. And if I wanted to actually see a video I liked a lot, I can just favorite it and add it to like my own personal library. I wonder what they do. Let's see. Silhouette bird. Let's see. Go back. I do like that, but not that much.
The birds are bigger, and I think your image requires like a smaller version of the birds.
It's almost done. I'm excited. I feel like after I do this, I'm gonna add the birds at the top so y'all can actually see like the birds part of the process, and then.
You're saying you're gonna add it to the top portion of the image?
Yeah, so I'm gonna add birds probably where the birds are already kind of flying, and then I can do the same effect I made with these. Yeah.
Top of the head.
Yes, I'm just not gonna touch the file so that way it can be safe, But yeah, this is the mood board I had earlier, so you guys can see all. There was this guy like falling. I could probably add that.
That's a guy?
Yeah, it's like a guy falling.
It is.
And I could add that real quick. Let's see. I could probably add that into
the image.
Yeah, just so I can experiment real quick. I want to see if I actually like it. It was just part of my idea to add an extra element. But let's see. While I wait for the video to finish rendering, because it's almost done. So I multiplied it. Oh, I can actually change this.
It's such a thought-provoking image. What are you thinking when you are adding this image?
I was kind of thinking like, because I already had the thought of like making a part between the head and the neck, and I was like, if I add something in the middle, like how I add the birds, I'm like the person like falling from the head, like it's like an internal thing. So I forgot I even had it until I went back to the mood board. I was like, let's see. So we're gonna increase that. We're gonna increase that, and we're going to decrease the shadows like that. So now,
Keys is like, oh no, not the fall guy.
Not the fall guy.
Hi Ted, thanks for joining us. If you're just joining us, I'm here with Shay Wallace. She's known as many things. Shay the Surrealist, Shay the graphic designer artist. We're gonna put her links to social media on in the chat very soon. But she is toggling between Express and Photoshop and showing us the various ways of creating a very surreal image with video.
Yes. keeping it surreal. All right, it finished rendering.
So we're now back in Photoshop.
Yes, and I'm going to show you guys the video.
Where she imported a couple of videos or just one?
It was one
just
video,
one,
and
yeah.
I flipped it. So as you guys can see, it's at the top right here. You see it's like the subtle. You have to like just look. You see it like the fog. It's very subtle in the middle part, and it's also on the bottom.
It's really subtle.
Yeah.
So it's in the neck area.
Yes.
And also the bottom.
Yes. So like it's kind of like a moody. I could speed it up eventually, but I kind of like it the way it's like subtle because it kind of goes with the piece, like kind of very like the stillness.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's why I like this video a lot. So like if I fast forward
yeah,
it,
you can see it now.
if I fast forward it, you guys could really see it. But it's like 30. It's a 30-second video, so that's why I really like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Okay, what's up with the fall guy?
Yeah.
Oh,
All
this
right.
is so pretty. It's
Thank
so
you.
pretty.
Yeah, I love the
it.
fog. I think I'm gonna start adding the birds.
You love the fog. Why don't you move to San Francisco?
Listen.
I know.
Listen.
We talked about being East Coast girls.
Yeah,
so,
East Coast is just.
East Coast.
I love the East Coast.
Not to offend the West Coast. I live here.
Right.
Now, but I grew up in the East Coast, so.
I live here, so now. Let me actually. Can I just? I can see. I just love how I can just import things. We're gonna import here. And then we're gonna import one more. And like the birds is gonna make the piece exactly how I really want it.
Ooh. Yeah, these are the birds we imported from Adobe Stock.
Yes.
Yep.
Can't go wrong with Adobe Stock. So
That's like East Coast is too cold.
East Coast is too. Not all the time.
4 seasons.
East Coast is actually pretty hot right now compared to Cali.
Ted loves the fog too. That's why he lives here as well. And we've had him in the studio many
Ted.
times. He also does similar. I don't know if you
Yes,
know
he
Ted,
did. Of
but
course
he's
I know
awesome.
Ted.
Yeah,
I follow
everyone knows
Cyrillis. I follow
Ted.
Cyrillis. Cannot go wrong.
We do still call the fog Carl in San Francisco. Keys? Good question.
Carl.
I was telling someone about that, and they were like, "Who's Carl?"
Why do you guys call it Carl?
I actually don't know.
Oh.
Ted, if you know, you just let us know. I'm a simple guy all year, 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, tell us what you're doing now.
I didn't realize the video was over here, like the line, so I just moved all the videos down so they can all match up. I probably have to make the videos of the birds. I mean, actually, it might be the video of the birds can actually be shorter, surprisingly. That's just short. In the videos.
I love how I just took a look at the updated image, and I love how all the birds are actually not just in one area. It's kind of expanded into the whole image.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna add birds where all the other birds are, but I might just add them actually inside like these areas, so that way it can just be an extra layer. So there's still birds, and there's also gonna be moving birds. So I'm just trying to trim this down just a little. Because I can make the video longer, but it's already like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So that's a standard size for a video.
Good to know.
And then I already made the first video. I put on multiply for the blending mode, so I don't have to do that for that one. We're gonna start with the first video. How long is this video? I'm sorry. Like I'm thinking I'm doing something, and it's just so long.
Can you shorten? Yeah, you're gonna shorten it.
Yeah, I guess I could do it this way. I'd be working. There we go. We did it. Okay.
Yay!
I was like, it was taking forever. Okay, so this one is this one, and this one is not on it. Okay, we're going to do that one. All right, so we're going to just work with this one. I'm going to do a clipping layer mask, and just to show you guys a quick... What I can do just for now, I can turn these off. Yeah, there we go.
So, I see it moving.
So yeah, I'm gonna actually make it smaller, and we're gonna add these birds in here.
Oh.
So it might take a while to render, but
Yeah, meanwhile, Ted looked it up. Carl became famous just for being funny and posts on social. Then I guess we just call it Carl from that.
Carl.
Oh, I see. And he put a link on Instagram, Carl the Fog. So funny.
okay.
So we're waiting
So it's like
for it to
like
render.
so you guys can steadily see the render.
It's going
It's not
steadily.
gonna get any faster because it's a long video, but you guys can see the birds are gonna be in here where the forest is, and then there's like the still birds because that's just like for the design. So it's kind of like a layer. It's like a piece and a layer and a layer and a layer and a layer and a layer. Probably later on my Instagram I'll post like the fully rendered video so you guys can actually see the final product, because sometimes
Please. Yes.
I'm not gonna lie, after my live sessions I always go back and add other things to my pieces because I tend to just do that for some reason.
Always
So-
enhancing.
yeah, so you guys get you'll see like this is like a preview of it, but oh, there you go. You guys saw it. You see it. Yeah.
There you go. Woohoo!
Yeah.
I see it.
It just has to render. That's all. My laptop is not really built for videos, but we work with what we got. We work with what we got. So yeah,
Oh,
there we
it's
go.
So pretty.
So yeah, and if I zoom out real quick, you guys can really see it with the full piece. So it's very subtle because that's the way. But even then, I can also like zoom into this, like if I get to the edge. But so yeah, we got this birds right here. These birds. It's just very calming. It's supposed to be calming with the fog.
I find it calming. Who else is with me? I mean,
So I'm gonna add the fog back at the top, so now you guys can really see it. And better yet, you know what? I can switch the layer under it, so now the birds are in the fog. I switched the layer, so I don't know if you guys just noticed that. I've switched the order of the layers, so now the birds are in the fog. And now it can render that way.
yeah. Now you see it very slightly. It's very.
Yeah, it's like in the fog. So once
Yeah.
it renders to a certain point, I can fast forward it again. But yeah, that's why I love the timeline, and I love using video because I can just erase video, like I erase layers. So
Yeah.
that's like the benefit. All right,
This is very calming, very soothing. I'm sure those of us who love the fog in San Francisco is appreciative of this artwork right here.
And then with these birds, the last birds I'm going to use, I'm going to put them at the bottom, or I can put them at the top.
Oh yeah, you were saying you
Actually,
thought
I can
about
put them up here.
that could be cool. As someone viewing this art, if you put birds on top, I'd be like, well, this person has a lot of brain activity happening. There's
It's
a
like
lot of things
It'd
happening.
be like there's nothing in there but just birds. You know, just no thoughts, just birds.
Oh, for me, it's like the birds are the ideas and and all that they're imagining and.
All right, so I'm trying to fast forward it so I can see where the birds are, because they're like it's like around the head. It's around the head, so you guys
Yeah.
can see
Yeah, 'cause, yeah.
the little black dots are the birds.
Yeah, all those ideas swirling around
Yeah.
in their head.
And then yeah, on my Instagram later on, either today or tomorrow, I'll post the final piece, like the still life as well as the rendered video. Maybe I can do the rendered video as a reel for you guys to just see separately. But I might play around with the falling guy, put him somewhere in there. Like it could be like a little Easter egg if you guys
Find it?
Yeah, if you find it, yeah. I might just do that because
That would be fun. I want to participate.
only you guys in the chat will know that there's a falling guy somewhere, so in the forest. So
Yeah. And Ted commented sometimes he started doing animation in Adobe Express because sometimes it's actually faster.
yeah.
Yeah.
I did it in Adobe Express, but I really wanted to just erase, and I don't know if I could erase yet. I'm not like as advanced in Adobe Express yet, you know, but I am in Photoshop. So.
Yeah. I don't know. Now I have to really find out. I have to ask our friend Katrina, who's been on Adobe Live for many times, our evangelist. And
and see, because I wasn't sure, because I just needed to erase like the sharp edges, because it was going to bother me if I didn't, and then that's what I really wanted. So like you guys can see the birds. It's like a quick render. I want to show you guys the render of how they come like out of nowhere from the sky, and they're going to just keep going into it.
Yep.
And then you see like the other birds, those are just a still life.
Stationary,
So,
yeah.
Stationary. That's a good way to put it.
That's cool. Now I'm imagining like it's just ideas
And then
that's coming into his.
And then there's birds on the outside.
Yeah. Amazing.
Little details.
If you guys have any gals and guys, everyone, if you all have any questions or comments, please be sure to put it in the chat. Ted is saying, I started in Photoshop and then do PNG to Express so that I can get a nice mask for it.
Okay, PNG. I'm such a JPEG girly. Like I just love JPEGs. I love JPEGs. I know the benefits of PNGs, but I prefer PNGs if it's a transparent background, like I'm using it. But you know,
why are you a fan?
JPEG. Me and JPEGs we're just JPEGs just get it. Yeah, JPEGs just get it. Like, but PNGs are cool too when they are transparent backgrounds. But I feel like, you know. But this is a quick render. You guys can see, like, I'm gonna zoom out so you guys can see. I know it's kind of hard to see the birds, but like that's the point. It's not supposed to be like, oh, I see birds. So then you can see the whole. It's like a whole scenery. Like it can be its own, like, not Earth, but like
it's just
a
so
planet.
Subtle. It's in the background,
and you can see the fog move at the same time.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Yeah, that looks like cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, once it fully renders, you can see the fog and the birds like all over, from the neck, and then from the head, it's gonna just keep. I don't know. It just looks really cool. It looks really cool.
I think so. And I don't know if you know this, but Ted said you can also drop the whole PSD to Express as well.
Oh yeah, I see. That's the benefit of having Adobe like products. Everything works with everything. Everything is compatible with everything, and that's the reason why I think I love even working with Photoshop, because if I want to go into Illustrator, I can. If I want to go Express, I can. Good tip.
That's why we call it
Good tip.
The Creative Cloud. Or well, we used to call it Creative Suite.
Oh
you have
yeah,
the whole suite
it was
of
sweet.
Tools.
It was the suite.
Yeah. And Keys, I watched True Detective too, or I've watched them all, like every season. So Keys is saying this is reminding them.
Now you can really see. Y'all see the fog? Okay, y'all can really
title.
see it now. I know it's like still rendering, but I'm trying to get like the best render right here. Like just a clip, like a preview clip for you guys. I'm gonna
There
zoom
was
in.
also this show like a long time ago.
It's like Lost.
Called Twin Peaks.
Oh, Twin Peaks. That sounds.
The begin. I don't know if it was. Anyway, now we're talking about TV.
It gives a TV show vibe. Like that's why I need to put the Fall Guy somewhere in there. Like you guys see it now. Y'all see it? Yeah. You see how I put the birds behind the fog layer?
Mm-hmm.
Now you can see like the birds are in the fog rather than the fog are, you know, like that layer. So yeah, that is so cool.
Yeah, this one is amazing. I can't wait to find the Fall Guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it somewhere. I mean, I might make it obvious. It might be in the fog, but yeah, I don't know what to name this piece yet. But if you guys have any suggestions, you know, put it in the chat. I can look at it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so yeah, we went from Adobe Express. Did a little of that, you know, did the video and, you know, the mood board today. Y'all got to see like my actual thoughts in my head on, you know, IRL.
Yeah.
When we actually went to Adobe stock, definitely go there. And we just ended it in Photoshop, and we got our little render going on.
I agree with Elisandra and Keys, who suggested you think about making the Fall Guy actually fly up.
I can do that, you guys. I can actually do that. I actually have some ways.
I know, it does have a more positive,
Yeah.
you know, like he's not falling.
He can be rising.
He could be rising.
It's all about perspective.
Yeah.
You change your perspective.
Yeah. Well, that's all the time we have. Thank you again to Shay
Of course.
for joining us and showing so many different tools in Express and Photoshop and stock, using stock. So be sure to subscribe and keep tuning in to Adobe Live on YouTube or Behance. And be sure to check out In the Making on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, anywhere you listen to podcasts. And let me know what you think.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
All right, you guys. Bye.
Bye-bye.
So I think we're going to be working in a little bit of Illustrator work, doing some vector line art. I play a card game. It involves a lot of like using different tokens for different types of creatures and effects and things like that. And I'm gonna be kind of building off of this little mushroom carrier, like warrior type guy. So I'm just gonna hop in the pen tool here, kind of adjust my stroke. One of the tools that I've also been trying to implement a bit more is the smooth tool. When I'm just drawing with the pen tool, it really helps like kind of soften up lines that aren't perfect, and it gives me a lot less of a headache. Yeah, I'm just lining some stuff up over here, getting some little lines for this wood here. So I'm just going to do a little bit of adjusting. I'm gonna do a fun little thing where I'm gonna group all this together so this doesn't look so crazy on the side. It's looking pretty good, I think.
Yeah.
I think we're cleaning up. Nice. And I'm gonna see what this looks like. Big reveal with no sketch behind it. I like it. I think it looks cute. I'm just gonna make a copy of this guy real quick, and I'm going to expand him so I can start coloring in some spaces. So this is gonna be my little color palette down here. So now we can start with the black, I think, which will be the eyes. Go into some pants. Yeah, I feel like this is starting to really come together now, which is really fun. So we'll go ahead and get some light green in here. Good on color. I'm pretty happy with this. Yeah. I went ahead and brought in kind of like an example token. This one is really fun too. This is an ooze. What I'm doing now is I'm just, for the sake of consistency, gonna bring these assets over. Try to add a little bit of a background to this just to kind of make it appealing, because this is gonna be some type of like Instagram, maybe, Twitter posts that I think would be fun. Have some prepped over here. So I'm just gonna come in here and mess around with some colors and textures. I want to kind of add some of the like general details, like, where you'd be able to find it, the price, which I think is probably important too, stuff like that. Yeah. And right now all I'm doing is just like kind of jumping in between the command function, the shift function, and the arrow keys to like show how many faces I have on the actual star itself. I am gonna go ahead and add in some of my details, like this will be a monthly thing. So I am really liking where this is going. So I'm thinking maybe we can make two and kind of promote this little guy. For the ooze, it's kind of fun. I feel like that opens up to like a lot of different options, Look at that.
Oh, yes, bro. Yeah.
Bring this up a little bit. I think we maybe should probably change the color, right? Like maybe do like a slime green or something like that. Maybe down to multiply. Yeah, that's fun. I think it would be really fun to maybe bring this into Adobe Express and maybe animate the typeface. So I'll go ahead and hop over to Adobe Express. Bring this in here. I love that this is drag and drop. It makes it so easy. So easy. So this is my favorite thing about this program personally, and it is the fact that you can animate text. Some type of looping thing would be pretty cool. I'm kind of leaning towards this for the top.
Okay.
Maybe we'll go here, do some more animation. I think this is pretty cute. Super easy, super fast.
Jacob, it's been a pleasure, my friend. Be safe and see you soon, guys. Ciao, ciao.
Bye. Hello.
We're both back.
Yeah.
Because I was just here.
Yeah.
And you were here
Earlier.
all morning.
Yeah.
Yes. So for those of you just tuning in, I'm Teresa Au. I'm part of the community team here at Adobe. And, you know, I drive customer empathy and community advocacy. And this is one of my favorite things to do, is to host designers like Jacob Paris today, who's going to show us a bunch of different things using Illustrator.
Illustrator mostly, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, that's where we're sticking one today.
Yeah. So Jacob,
Yeah.
please tell us. First, I was like, I forgot his last name. But how can I forget your last name? Because I love Paris and
Like
I'm
the
still
city.
missing it. Yes. So tell the audience, tell the people that have tuned in and those who are going to rewatch this session, what you do, who you are.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Jacob. I'm the community person. I'm the one that enjoys the stuff that she makes. I am a full-time freelancer and graphic designer / content creator. I love drawing little characters and doodling and having a bunch of fun. This is kind of like my mission statement and the things I do, and some of the live streams we've done in the past with Adobe. I also tend to make some products like
Oh my God. Did you do that Adobe logo?
Which one?
The TM.
This one?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, no.
I was like-
No. You click on the numbers. No.
I think that's
wish.
internal.
No. But I also make prints and things like that as well too, based off of stuff I like. So have stuff like that on Etsy. You can just find me at byjacobparis.com/Etsy. But yeah, I kind of make stuff and designs and simplify things and kind of my style. It's kind of what we're doing today. But I'm going to be working in something that I'm not as used to, which is mixed media.
Okay.
So I really wanted to highlight the, I guess, capabilities of Illustrator, like how far you can push it. Because, you know, of course, there's generative recolor, there's all these different like shape builder tools and things that have made it so much easier.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like people talk too much about 3D and materials, which we
Okay.
kind of messed with in the first episode when I was on.
Yeah.
But now I just want to go
Dig
full
into
mixed
it.
media and kind of get into some weird stuff. So I'm going to start with some like vector drawing and then kind of go from there.
Great.
Yeah. So I'm just going to drop my sketch layer down a little bit. And
So you drew this sketch.
I did, yeah. I sketched this out in Fresco. And I kind of just
I like the
drop
eyeball.
some. Thanks. Yeah, I actually changed the eyeball because this didn't read as well in Illustrator, and the eyeball I'm using is going to be more like this, kind of like creepy.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
you know, it's October. It's almost October.
Yeah.
It's just turned September.
Thinking some
feel-
like spooky vibes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't believe how fast the year
Hey,
has gone by.
Target had their Halloween stuff up last month. Or was
Yeah.
it July?
No, it was like 2
Everyone's
months
just
ago.
jumping
It's crazy.
so quickly.
And it's funny too, because like we just had our what do you call it? How is it Halloween? It's not Halloween Express, right? What is it called? Why can't I? Spirit Halloween. That's what it is. Oh my gosh.
Oh, the store
Yeah,
that
yeah,
sells
yeah.
all the costumes.
Yeah. We
Yes.
just had our Spirit Halloween open. So like literally
Wow.
as I come back from this, I'm probably gonna go with my wife over to Spirit
Get some
Halloween when we get home.
costumes?
Yeah, or something. Just hang
Don't
out.
wait till last minute like I typically do, where you go in and nothing's
But that's
there.
how you get the good sales.
Slim
You know?
pickings.
So
Well,
it's strategic.
but slim pickings. I just want to say hello to a bunch of people.
Yeah.
I see Ray. I see Dara. Hello again. I see Keys. Hello.
Hi guys. Nice. So right now, kind of what I'm doing is I'm just messing around with the curvature tool, which is just, it's very similar to the pencil tool and the pen tool, but I like this one just because it's kind of what I learned on.
Yeah.
And I'm just building out like a simple shape for this dirt here. I think, so I've kind of messed around a little bit, did a little bit of Martha Stewart workshopping and was kind of seeing what would work the best for the 3D and materials because
Yeah.
it is, I don't want to say it's new because it's not really new, but it is something that's very experimental if you work in 2D.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm probably going to be starting these as like outlines with the stroke and then actually turning them into a film. If that makes sense for people, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, Carol's excited. Did someone say 3D?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we did.
We are fans of 3D in this house. I think so. I've always been such an admirer of mixed media, but I've not been someone that has, in my opinion, been able to pull it off. So when this...
You're too hard on yourself, probably.
Well,
like a lot of designers, they're very
fair. That is absolutely fair. It was something that I think that people just like, I loved how people approached it, and I just couldn't really figure out how I wanted to do it and implement it. So this was a really fun challenge, and also I encourage anybody watching along and maybe learning some new techniques from this to try it, because it's really, really fun. Yeah, it's fun to break out of your comfort zone a little bit.
Yeah.
So we'll go ahead and smooth this out here.
Key says, I hear it's very easy to use. Well, we will see.
Yeah, I would
We
say
will
so. I definitely would say so. It's very like user-friendly compared to other 3D programs, right? Like, I think Illustrator in general is kind of like very user-friendly. We were talking about that a little bit earlier today, actually.
Yeah.
So let's see.
While you continue to do that, I'm going to answer a question that someone has for me.
Oh, okay.
They're curious what I use Express for. So I didn't say this before, but I'm actually also the host of Adobe's podcast called In the Making.
Yeah.
And if you haven't heard of it, please check it out on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, everywhere you listen to, anywhere that you listen to podcasts. So I actually do some of the thumbnails or social media posts for In the Making with Express. I also have 2 podcasts that are just internal for employees, for my colleagues and leaders of the company to really understand who the community members are or who potential customers are, and so that we can make better tools to serve them.
Yeah.
Without that empathy or understanding, it's really hard to create tools that you all will use. So I also use Express to do those thumbnails and any like advertisement.
Yeah. Very hands-on. Like, I mean, I think, you know, not to pull the curtain back too far, but like that's one of the things I personally, as a designer, appreciate so much about Adobe with products and stuff is it feels like, you know, the people that aren't talked about externally, you're like a designer, you're doing these things, you're in the weeds, like you understand, oh, this really sucks for me as a designer trying to do these things. Yeah. And you're advocating for people like us, which I really appreciate.
Yeah. So now back to Jacob. He's done a lot more since I started talking.
Yeah. So all I did is I just added a bit of a kind of like smoother transition into this tombstone. It looks really crude right now, but it will make a lot more sense here in a moment. I actually saved some, here, I'll group this up real quick. I saved some outlines or swatches for myself because as some people may not know, I am a colorblind artist, so I tend to have to work with a lot of HTML codes and like HTML, wow, my brain is fried. Have to work with a lot of hex codes is what I'm trying to say, and work with a lot of different, I guess, resources in the Adobe space, like Adobe Colors and Adobe Generative Recolor. So when they launched Generative Recolor, I was over the moon. I was so excited as someone that like struggles a lot with shades and things like that. So,
man, I want to talk to you more about that offline.
Yeah, absolutely. Amazing. I would love to share. So I have kind of like a grassy, like a dirty brown color. Maybe I can even go in like darker. I think that lighter one looks a little bit better. And I'm trying to think. I'm probably going to hop into the 3D first and then build off of the 2D. I think the 2D is going to take the longest. And of course, I want to highlight the 3D. So if you go up to your window, you go down to 3D materials, it'll bring up this very fun little panel. And what you can do is go over to your objects, click your direct selection tool or your selection tool, and just highlight one of these objects, and you can click inflate. And then it'll make it kind of 3D. So for this, I think I kind of want this to look
that was so magical.
It's fast. It's fast. I'm wondering because might be able to turn the depth down of this a little bit. I'm wanting these to look like one piece, and right now it kind of looks like two. So I might go back and see if I can group these together and see if that makes a difference. Not as much. Maybe we'll join it. Nope, that kind of made it funny. What we can probably do is I'll probably need to redraw this, and I'll make this all one outline. That'll probably be the easiest. instead of trying to
do it.
Yeah, the other way.
Yeah.
I'll add a little stroke here. A lot of this is kind of like trial and error. Like there are rules and regulations that you can follow to make this easy and flow, but you know, depending on your graphic style and depending on the way that you create, it can kind of factor in on how the program interprets your 3D models. So I think it's kind of cool because it gives it like a bit of a learning curve and there's no right way to do it.
How long have you been playing around with 3D?
Not too long, honestly. Like I would say the first time I really got into it was probably like a year ago. I don't use it consistently, but I had this fun little dream of creating my own like blind box characters. So I started off in here and I taught myself in a few other free 3D programs. This was before I think 3D materials was as fleshed out as it is now. Yeah, exactly. I feel like there's some, and it might be me just not looking hard enough, but I feel like there's some things that really fleshed out and made it a lot easier, just like generally in Illustrator, that made it more accessible for everyone, I feel like.
Yeah.
So I'll connect these over. And now this is like all one connected shape. So, whoops. Go like that. And if you're ever drawing in vectors or I should say like with your stroke lines, vectored lines, if you want to have it readable for the 3D materials, you can just expand your lines and it'll make it.
Oh, it did that automatically.
Yeah, it makes it really easy.
I was going to point those out and you got it right away.
Yeah, so we'll group this up just to make sure it all expands on the same. There we go, perfect. And I'm just using the live paint bucket tool here to fill in my colors.
What do you use 3D for typically?
I think typically from what I've seen like in use practice, it's just for aesthetic purposes. For practical use, I mean, I would say I've seen a lot of people use it for like modeling. I've seen a lot of people use it for like trying to mock things up that maybe in real life. I think
they could be doing packaging.
Exactly. Yeah. And Spencer actually had a really good case study using it on the last stream or 2 streams ago of how he used it to I guess have like reference points for drawing, which I thought was really, really cool. So kind of building it in a 3D space and then kind of manipulating it how you want, which I think is so sweet.
If you use 3D or are thinking of using 3D, please put in the chat what you would use it for.
Yeah.
We would love to hear. And Keys, I'm so sorry. You said you would quote it out of context. I thought you wanted to know why I use Express. That's how I read it. So I'm sorry if I gave you too much information, or if you want to clarify what you were trying to say, that'd be great too. This looks amazing.
Yeah, I'm getting some some interesting textures, but I think we can kind of work around this a little bit.
It's very bubbly.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's exactly what I was going for.
Yeah, because it's a tombstone, right?
Right. So I'm wondering if maybe I can. Let's do some backtracking real quick. And I'm going to try to fill this out a different way.
And backtracking, you just undo.
Yeah, just Command Z. And I might be able to do something kind of fun here. All trial and error. We're learning as we go. There we go.
That's anything in life.
Absolutely.
Anything in life. Trial and error. You have to try.
Copy this on top. I'm just making a duplicate of that top layer and just cutting these points so I can have kind of something that's laying on top. And I can group this up because it's all one shape and then make that inside.
Now, do you typically, in your workflow, what Adobe tools do you use? Typically Illustrator or something else?
So I usually sketch in Fresco and work a lot in Illustrator. I find it to be the smoothest flow, which is really nice. I used to sketch in Illustrator, just throw down an idea because I wanted to get to the end idea as fast as possible. But as of recently, it feels a little more easier to be loose and have fun with
Fresco on the iPad.
Yeah, exactly. So still having a bit of some issues with this tombstone. That's okay. What I'm gonna do, just to save us a little bit of time, I'll just expand this, make it one object, and let's just move on to the dirt, because I know the dirt's gonna work.
Okay.
So there we go. Now we have kind of like this bubbly shape. And let's move into materials, because this is where the magic happens, and I think is really cool. So you'll see right now I just have a base material, basic, default, and I can change the roughness of that material. I can change it to look really, really metallic, so it's like supposed to be shiny, but my light source isn't coming in.
Right.
But I can also work in some already pre-made materials that are just included with Adobe Illustrator.
Suggestions, yeah.
Yeah, so I can like work with concrete, or this kind of like spotted concrete. There's some like natural textures like this, which I think I'm gonna use the concrete for the tombstone, ideally. But
that looks like a bouncy ball.
it does a little bit, yeah.
This bouncy
That's
ball
funny.
that the kids play with.
So I can start kind of messing around here and looking at some options. There should be like a dirt. There's some sand. Yeah, kind of like
sand,
a dirt.
yeah.
So what I can do is down in the properties section, I can darken
Change
this
the
up
color.
a little bit. Yeah, and kind of start making it look like actual dirt and not just like sand. And I really like the textures on this a lot, because I'm not like a huge texture guy when it comes to doodling and drawing.
So
but
minimal.
Exactly. But I like the juxtaposition of like, oh, this is a very detailed 3D image.
Yeah.
And you're drawing like a 2D hand over it. It's kind of funny to me. So I want to darken this up even more, because when I think of like graveyard dirt, I think of like black, gross brown.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like a cool, fun spot. Maybe we can even change the lighting to be coming from, we'll start on standard.
Brian said, adding 3D to cut files for laser work is a game changer.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, and then Alan said, extruding the front might work better maybe? Ditch the side piece?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe that makes sense. So what if we...
Thank you for that suggestion.
Absolutely.
And also the comment, Brian. And
so let's ditch the side piece. Let's go in here. Oh, you know what? And what we could probably do is add like a cute little shadow. Maybe that would make more sense. So I'll go with this suggestion. We'll just inflate. Oh, I should probably change the color of the outline. There we go. There we go. That's kind of more in the realm of what we were looking for. And what I can do, it's kind of like a simple tombstone. Like, you know, it's very like...
the very basic.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can throw this behind that. So it's kind of a little more...
I see.
And you get that like nice natural shadow from the... So that makes sense. I appreciate that in the comments. We were struggling with that for a little bit. And maybe we can go into the materials. Go like this spotted concrete.
Oh,
so
now it looks more like stone.
We're kind of getting there. We're working in that space. I think I would like it, maybe not that dark, but a little bit darker. I almost feel like it would look better with like a bit more of like a textured.
I know.
Yeah, maybe like
gravel or
more rough. I'm just kind of adjusting these properties, and I can zoom in pretty detailed, which is nice. Turn up the surface imperfections.
Oh,
that's kind of getting in that like stony gravel. Turn the smoothness down.
Does everyone have the visual of a cemetery right now? Like,
hey,
that's the last time? Sadly, I go to the cemetery regularly to visit. Yeah, I mean, it's part of life.
Yeah, you know. As we grow, other people grow with us. Mm-hmm. So I'll go ahead and group these up. So this is kind of like the basis of our 3D. And what I thought would be a really fun little character study or a design study would be to just literally overlay 2D graphics over 3D graphics. Yeah. Just keep it super simple and ridiculous and just totally doesn't fit at all. Like I love that type of stuff. And in this use case, I did this little sketch of this hand and the eyeball that we were talking about earlier.
I like the hand that has a little
bone
sticking out.
I like it too. So I'm just going to kind of go back into the outline sketching, working in the pen tool, or I should say the curvature tool. And
which is really handy, I see.
Oh, I love it. It just makes it convenient to like, I was actually on the flight over here just doodling and sketching up some stuff, and it was so much fun.
Yeah, it goes from straight to curl.
Yeah, absolutely. I need to learn the pencil tool though. the way that some people's flows have been being shown to me lately, all the shortcuts, I'm like, oh man, that would save me so much time.
I was just telling Shay before you came in our session. Oh, actually, it wasn't in our session. We were chatting. I was just saying how there is no right or wrong way.
No.
You learn from other creatives on how they work it, and then you can apply it to yourself. But there's so many different ways to get to the same final result.
Right. And I find that so interesting too, that like, you know, when you think of traditional art, and by traditional I mean like painting, sketching, illustrating with pen, it's kind of a similar experience, right? Like if you're left-handed or right-handed, if you use regular paper or if you use watercolor paper, like what type of materials you're using, there's always like a technique to it to get to a similar outcome.
Yeah.
If it's comic art or
true.
if it's acrylic art or whatever. It's weird to think that as technology has progressed, has translated to digital art, you know, like that those nuances are kind of what develop people's styles, which I think is really, really cool.
Yeah.
So I'm just using the cut tool here to kind of cut off these tails. So it looks like we kind of have a nice little piece of skin sticking out there.
It looks like a nail.
Yeah,
right?
it does kind of look like a nail.
Or
That's
skin.
funny.
I mean, you can interpret
Perspective, yeah.
Art is so interpreted, right? It depends on the consumer.
It does
whoever's
kind of
looking
look like
at
a
it.
nail, though. That's funny.
To me, it looks like a nail.
Yeah, like a little thumbnail. We'll smooth these out. If you're not familiar, or if you missed the last stream that I was on here moments ago, earlier today, using the smooth tool under the object path is like no more excuses to say that I'm a bad drawer. You know, like it makes it so much easier to like essentially add like, I think the word is fidelity when you're working in like with stylists and things like that.
Before.
Yeah, like it makes it very easy to kind of have these very, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? I want to say perpendicular, but that's not the word. It's like
definition.
Yeah, like a definition, and like things line up correctly. Things look. Wow, I'm having TV brain right now. I just cannot think of it right now. Yeah,
it's like makes it the right. Oh my God!
I'm not the only person that's stuck on it. Okay.
A hard time now.
It's like not perspective. It's when things line up correctly. Anyone in chat want to help us out? Listen. We've been here
how
for a
about we
while.
just say that everything is aligned?
Yeah, everything's
aligned.
That's
there
good.
You go.
That's good. Yeah, it's been a long day. Listen, it's been long. We're on hour 4.
We're almost. Oh, it's almost over.
Yeah.
We're still having fun though. This is.
Absolutely. I mean, I would be sticking around much longer if I had the option. Y'all would be stuck with me all day.
Yesterday, my kid watches YouTube. Of course, he's 11, and somebody did a nail where they did a nail and they had like bones sticking out. It was just like
a painted nail.
Yeah, like a manicure.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. We're me and my wife are getting our nails done when we get back. So I'm pretty excited about that.
I go with my son. He's 11.
Yeah.
And I was like, you need to learn how to self-care.
Good on you for trying to teach him early, because that's something I learned way later in life and was so embarrassed at like the idea of going to the nail salon.
Oh no, he's been going with me since little.
It's great though. Like I feel like it's a good way to take care of yourself. What's the difference of that and like going to get a massage? Truly.
Exactly.
It's the same thing.
This reminds me of a hot dog.
Yeah.
Like I'm so hungry right now.
Oh no. You haven't had lunch yet?
I ate really quickly.
Okay.
But I'm still. Oh, Carol says proportion?
Yes. Thank you, Carol. Thank you.
That came into my brain like for 2 seconds, and I was like, thank you so much.
Maybe I wasn't explaining it very well.
No, I think you were. We're both like.
That's so funny.
Alessandra, I hope I'm saying your name right, but you're saying English is your third language.
Wow.
So tell us what's your first and second.
Yeah.
Just curious.
That's interesting. I unfortunately have not learned too much. I took German for 3 years, but I didn't really take too much from it. My wife is Polish. Polish is her first language, so it's pretty interesting to try to decipher.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I'm an immigrant, so Cantonese is my first language.
Where did you immigrate from?
Hong Kong.
Oh, okay.
And that was before, it was a long time ago. It was before China ruled Hong Kong. They had given it to Great Britain as a colony, so it was under British rule.
Getting a little history lesson while we're out here today.
Long time ago.
All right, so add this little guy on here, and yeah, I'm kind of liking it. It's cute, right?
I do like your style. It's so fun.
Thank you. It's meant to be like kind of bubbly and you know, like silly, and I don't know. I just, as an artist, and as I've grown and learned how to draw, like one thing that I have always really, really appreciated, and I think is becoming more popular now as more artists are coming out and more styles are developing, people are drawing less proportionately. I don't know if you've noticed that. Like people, like when you think of corporate Memphis, right? Like what has spanned from corporate Memphis is like tiny, tiny heads and big, long arms. And I feel like that, I'm sure was intentional, but had to have spanned from like, I can't draw arms. I need to figure out a way to do this.
And it's okay, because life isn't perfect.
Right.
It's not, you don't always have to have everything so set.
Right, and it feels like people are taking advantage of those setbacks and then like developing it into a style. Like if you look at this character, like it's so obvious this hand is like not proportionate. He has stubby hands, a thumb. He has 4 fingers. Like there's not 5 fingers, but like it feels right? Like the interpretation.
You know it's a
of
hand.
Exactly, and I think that's really cool and can be kind of a challenge, a fun challenge to kind of try to interpret things, and it's almost like caricatures, like, you know?
Yeah, it's
like,
a caricature.
Yeah.
It also looks like a baseball glove.
It does kind of look like a baseball glove.
I mean, again, it's all interpretation.
It does look like
when someone looks at it, what do they see?
Yeah, how does this make you feel? It's like a Rorschach painting.
What does it make you feel?
Like straight up Rorschach
I'm
painting.
in great spirits because I'm looking at this and doing this session with you.
Hey, I'm glad. This has been so fun so far, and we still have so much time.
I know.
It's crazy.
So, Alessandra said she speaks Cape Verdean Creole.
Okay.
Islands on the west coast of Africa and Portuguese.
Ooh, Portuguese is a hard language.
Portugal and Brazil. Holy cow, I'm very impressed.
I have a very close friend that's immigrated to Canada from Brazil, and Portuguese is a very hard language.
I know. I mean, yeah, it's very tough.
3 languages. Oh man, I wish.
She also says, I agree, I love Jacob's style. I mean, his last name is Paris, which to me is already fabulous.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Shout out my dad. You know, I appreciate that.
Let me tell you, when Andrew said, do you want to host these people? And I saw, like, their name, I was like, oh my God, it's going to be so much fun.
That's so funny. I appreciate it. Like, I think it's funny because a lot of people think it's a stage name. It's 100% on my legal
It's for
name.
real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if, granted, if I would use like that as my stage name, I'd probably make it a little more interesting, like Jacob Doodle or something, you know, like something.
Well, yeah, it's not your stage name because at Max, you know, Max is coming up. We were talking about that in October.
Yeah.
If you're planning to go register now, it's a fabulous conference that we put on at Adobe every year. This year it's in Miami. Our Sneaks celebrity, you know, we always have someone for Sneaks. It's Aquafina.
That's so cool.
And I was like, oh my God, another Asian woman, Chinese woman from Queens. That's where I grew up.
Oh, Queens.
Hello.
No way. Queens. You know what's funny? Before I moved to where I live now, which is Calgary, I lived in Philly. So little, your cousin. You're like really
East
tiny.
Coast. We were just talking about East Coast.
Yeah.
Shay and I, because she's from DC.
Yeah. So funny.
But Aquafina, do you know Aquafina's real name? Does anybody?
I don't.
It's Nora Lum, I think.
Really?
L-U-M.
Huh.
I had to look it up. I was like, that is not her real name, I know, but what is her real name?
That's crazy.
Yeah. Did Keys wanted to know, as you're continuing, you're almost done, did you have a British accent in your English and just lost it? Not really. I'm the youngest of 4, and I came when I was 9, so not quite, but I can do a British accent. My brother, my older brothers, they still say I can't.
I can't.
Or you know, they still have it. I really wish I kept it.
I guess, you know, that is something that's very interesting that was brought up, like with accents. I always find it very interesting that people learn English. There's two different types of English, right? There's
British
North
English.
American English and there's British English,
Yeah.
which is like, I never really even thought about, you know? But
I did
it's-
spell color with a U.
Yeah,
Like
so
different way of spelling
Canadians do
things.
that as well.
Oh,
So
that's
yeah,
right.
which is because they're British colony.
Yeah, so when I came, the teacher would be like, wrong.
That's crazy. It's not wrong. It's correct, just
It's just
depending
a
on where you
different
are.
way.
Some regions in the United States actually spell it with a U, which I think is very
Oh, I didn't
interesting.
know that.
Yeah, I think it's like further north, which would make sense because you're closer to the border.
I see.
But yeah,
Okay,
fun
back
little
to-
geography lesson. Yeah,
Thank you for asking. Nora from Queens. Yes, I love that show. Cleaver. I'm gonna say go with Cleaver. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I love Nora from Queens.
Yeah. I mean, right now, I'm kind of just doing some of the same, breaking down some of these characters through these outlines. We're onto the pumpkin now, which is really fun. Trying to kind of...
You did a pumpkin earlier, right?
I did.
Yeah,
I did.
I came in really quickly and I saw some art and I had to go.
Yeah. I like drawing food. That's like probably one of my favorite things
Mm.
to draw. I'm curious if anybody else in the chat has like a preference.
Okay, I'm not a designer like I keep saying, but
Yeah.
I'm creative and it's hard for me. I can't do art too much. I can't draw so much. But food is easy, like for me.
No, it's
I
easy.
think it's easy.
I think because
for a
it
beginner.
reads so... It's I don't know if it reads well, but it's easy to read, right? Like if you're trying to draw an apple, you know the shape of an apple. Like
Fish.
yeah,
You know.
absolutely a fish. Like if I'm gonna draw an apple, like I can go here and go like this, go like
Top a little like.
yeah, like turn this here, reflect this.
Which
And it
is
takes like
imprompt.
2 seconds. Of course, I'm missing all of my.
Yeah, tell us in
shortcuts,
chat
but-
what you like to draw, or what do you think? Jacob is right above. The move is less. Oh, sorry. I'm reading what Keys wrote. First, Elisandra says, I create traditional food puns.
Oh,
cards,
nice.
Greeting cards. Cool.
That's cute.
Send us the link. I want to check it out. Jacob is right about the move to a less figurative style. Cartooning is thought far easier and faster in art schools, and figurative has moved to higher ed.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is a good call out, at least. And I should also preference, I'm not like classically trained. I did not go to school. Like I'm very self-taught. So unfortunately, I do not have any schooling background. But hopefully that's some solace for people that maybe can't afford school or, you know, are trying to learn from these lives. That I think corporate art in general is moving more towards a home-me space more than it is trying to look elegant and delicate. And I love that, truly. Like, I love it because of my paycheck, but I also love it because of just like, I don't know, I think you think of like people my age and you think of people like in our space, right? And if you're going, this is so ridiculous, but truly, if you're going to the store and you have an option between $20 olive oil that is in a glass bottle that
Which
says
exists.
like Italian name here, or your little nice packaged green bottle with nice coloring and all, you know, the little chef guy dancing on, I'm gonna choose the chef guy like every time, you know.
Yeah.
It might be worse olive oil, but it's the branding.
Yeah, it's the
that matters.
branding.
Yeah, and I feel like what's nice to, you know, to piggyback off of that is most of the time people that are putting in that effort into branding like that, the product is very high quality, which is nice.
Yeah.
So
There's thought that goes into it.
absolutely, thought, love, just general connection with normal people.
You have to have that authenticity.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that matters a lot in design and just in products in general. Like, I don't know. I feel
Maybe
like
it's a revolt against things being so polished.
maybe
Because like I said, in life, nothing is perfect. No one's perfect. And, you know, I tend to like things, but it has shifted. I used to be a perfectionist, and I think to the point where I used to comb my fringe rug. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. But I don't do that anymore.
not anymore.
And it's okay if the books aren't perfectly aligned.
Yeah. It's something you train yourself out of. you know?
Yeah, I just keep telling myself, nothing's perfect. I'm not perfect. I'm learning to give myself grace when I mess things up. Or
I think that's important too, because you said you had kids, like adopting that aspect of thinking.
It's definitely a lesson I want him to learn, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Because, you know, when you
look at your pumpkin. I'm sorry for a second. Look at that pumpkin.
It's kind of cute, right?
It is amazing.
It's a cute little guy. Thank you. When you focus on perfection and when you focus on like things being, and I'll loop this back into art, guys, I promise. Focus on things being like, you know, a specific way, like you can get really kind of stuck in the weeds. There is a creator, actually, that has been here before. His name is Ben, Boring Friends. And he has this saying, he's like, I'll use the PG word, crappy art. Like, and I love that. When he came up with that, he has like a whole
Crappy
Discord.
art.
Yeah, just make bad art. Like, you should make bad art because like bad art is art. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, good art is art. Like, and I love that. I think that's so cool. And it's so like just in tune with like reality, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not always going to be a banger. Not every single design is going to be a banger. So.
It's part of the process.
Exactly. So I like where we're at right now a lot.
Okay.
I am going to save myself a little bit of time, and I have some reference colors down here. So I'll go ahead and expand this. And you know what? I think we might...
I still can't believe you're colorblind.
Yeah, it's a bit of a crux. It's funny when I tell people because they don't believe me.
I believe you. Why would you lie?
Yeah, true. That's a weird thing to lie about for sure. But
I think it's just incredible that it didn't stop you from doing what you're passionate about.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely frustrating. I'm very thankful to be surrounded by such supportive people in my life that are so willing to help me with this and help me learn and understand and interpret things. But yeah, I feel very lucky to be around people that are like, yeah, it doesn't define you. Like, you know,
it doesn't.
There's a way to figure this out and there's a way to work around this, and it's all just kind of in your head. It's all in your mind.
If anything, I don't know. I'm just more in awe of you, like more impressed.
I appreciate that. So I'll expand this real quick. All I'm doing is just taking my illustrations and using the object expand feature just to make them objects. And I'm just going to throw like a random color in here. I don't think this is going to be complementary at all.
So this is like dark green.
Yeah.
This is like light green. What do you see right now?
I saw orange. Whoops. I saw super orange. Let's do this.
There's
we go.
Orange.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you don't see that.
I appreciate you telling me because some people don't always feel comfortable to tell me. That's a green though. So we'll go
great.
here. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get into some Adobe Colors stuff just because I do want this orange to be a little bit more complementary. Sure. So the way to kind of boot up Adobe Colors, it's all in browser. It's really, really easy. You just want to copy over whatever hex code that you're using. In this case, it's this one, the screen. And if you go over here and go to Adobe Colors, you'll have this palette generator. It's really, really useful. And you can just go into monochromatic, for instance. Come down here, click these little change color icon, paste this in, hit enter, and then you have like an array of colors. Same with triads. You can get the triad colors. And if you don't understand color theory, this is a great way to learn color theory because it's so obviously shown right in front of you.
Oh my God, I took color theory in college.
It's hard.
We had to create the color wheel by hand.
Yeah.
You know, with the paint colors.
I also had to do that. I didn't do it very well. God. But I could explain it.
Took me all night. Yeah.
Yeah, I could explain it to you. There's no way. There's literally no way.
But now we have this digital tool.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Adobe. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So let's see, split complementary. I'm looking for like an orange. What I like to do, a fun technique, is if you don't quite find the color that you're looking for, what you can do is you can take something in the color spectrum. So this is kind of like a reddishy, pinky color. And if you want, you can go into monochromatic and you can go here and you can paste it in, and then you can have all these different analogous and kind of start building off, okay, this is getting lighter. So let's go here.
So pretty, those colors.
And then let's go here. So now I'm getting this like kind of yellowy, orangey vibes. And I know that they're all going to be on the same spectrum, like under the same theory and line up correctly because they're all in the same, I don't know what you would even call it, like color class or palette, like same locations in the color wheel. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
There's a couple of questions.
Yeah, let's answer them.
Alessandra, I am going to be at Max. Come and see me at the Adobe Community booth.
I will also be at Max.
You'll be hanging out at the booth, I'm sure.
Yeah, hopefully.
I'm also interviewing one of the Day 2 inspirational keynote speakers, Jason, I think, Naylor, on Day 2 after the keynote at the Adobe Live stage. So come by, check it out. It's on the schedule, I'm sure, online. And then Keys said, oh yeah, I read that. Austin wants to know, and I don't really know this question, so maybe someone can answer it on the back end. What software are you using to create this live cast?
The live cast?
Like this right here?
Oh.
I don't know. Is that what you mean? Because maybe Jacob, our producer, can talk about that?
I actually don't know the answer to that either, to be honest.
Yeah. And then Keys is asking, what kind of color deficiency do you have, Jacob?
Oh, yeah. That's a great question, Keys. Thank you for asking. So I don't know the exact name off the top of my head because I wouldn't be able to pronounce it, but I have blue-green color blindness and red-green color blindness, or blue-yellow color blindness and red-green color blindness. So shades for those colors are a bit difficult for me to see.
What do you see? Like, is it gray? Is it muted?
It's muted. It's like super, super muted. So like these colors, I should kind of show on the screen as well. So like these all look the same to me, exactly the same. You know, like I can see different. Very small variations. Like, oh, this is obviously a little darker, but these look identical to me.
Oh wow!
So
I mean, the second and the last is very similar, but they are different.
Yeah, so it's like it's a bit of like a weird thing to kind of navigate around when I'm like, oh, I think I have this color, but it's actually this color, or I think I have this color and it's not this color. Like, kind of just figuring out how things read.
Yeah.
But it's been a lot of trial and error, and like I said, I have a lot of people around me that have been so helpful.
It's nice to have the support.
Absolutely.
This is looking very creepy and fun at the same time.
Thank you. We're going for that kind of
not creepy, but like, yeah.
Yeah, silly, like kind of
silly, Yeah. Creepy.
Yeah, like in between, you know. So let's go.
But also invokes fun, which I love. Because you got to have fun in life.
Absolutely, fun is very important. I feel like if I wasn't having fun making illustrations, I probably wouldn't be making illustrations. I want to be completely honest with you.
Because a lot of people do their jobs and don't have fun at all.
Yeah, so that was like a big, point of, not contention, that's not the right word, but like that was something that like I really, 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 really honed on because I love my family. There's no diss on my family, but my family is very, they're creative, but they also have very analytical jobs, right? Like business owner, nurse, doctor, haircut, like all these different types of things. And I was like, I want to do art. They're like, are you sure? Like, yes, I'm sure. I would love to do art. They're very supportive. So I want to be very clear that they were very supportive, but there's a juxtaposition of like, okay, I'm not going to be the I'm not going to be the doctor. I guess that's absolutely fair.
Doctor, lawyer, engineer.
That is absolutely
I was the black sheep because I went to fashion. I studied fashion, and that's why I did the color theory. Alessandra also did the color theory, painted wheel. But yeah, I'm like the black sheep.
Yeah.
I mean, but they were supportive of me. I felt like the black sheep.
You know what's funny too is, so my uncle Johnny, shout out Uncle Johnny.
I like the eyeballs with the pink veins.
Thanks. Yes. I was thinking like kind of creepy and like bloodshot.
Yep, totally.
My Uncle Johnny is a classical artist. And he like does like, he sews his own clothes and he sources his own models and he makes his own paints and makes his own brushes.
Wow.
And he always makes fun of me, not in a way of like putting me down, but putting himself down, of being like, I'm putting thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars into art and he's never sold a painting. Not once. And like, he's fine with it, right? Because he makes it for himself.
It's for himself.
But he's like, you've sold like 30 prints of the painting. It's very funny juxtaposed, and it's also validating in a weird way, right? Because like he is classically trained, and I'm like guy on computer making circles, you know. So
I have a feeling somebody's gonna buy his art someday.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
He's been in galleries before, so like, you know, he's not coming from nothing or anything.
Okay.
So what are we thinking? How are we feeling about this weird like juxtaposed like 2D into 3D? It's weird, right?
It is so cool.
I kind of like it. It's fun. I can even like make this lighting like way more harsh. Like that's maybe too much, but can I rotate this a little bit?
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's fun.
I like it. The realism mixed with the cartoon.
It's like really strange, but like kind of
strange,
fun.
but good.
Thank you.
Strange, good, strange.
Softness down. Ambient light. Oh, interesting. So I can make it super intense or not. Nice. Okay, so this feels like more tombstone-y vibes. It's kind of just sitting in the back like that, and it has that natural shadow over here. It's natural shadow down here.
If we had time, I would be saying like you should put some
like a
word. A name,
that's so
like
smart.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
or somebody's name, or like death.
Hey, check out the social media, and then maybe you'll see something.
Oh yes, please.
Yeah.
Similar to what Shay said at the last session we had. She's like, okay, I'll put the final thing in my feed, and then she's gonna put like a thing for us to find, like an Easter egg.
I love that. Maybe
I should do that too.
Yeah, that's smart. So
I love the way you also coined this drawing, like rise and shine.
Honestly, I came up with that idea this morning when I had to get up at 7 o'clock. No, I'm kidding.
Well, that makes sense too. But like rise from the grave.
Yeah, no, that's kind of the vibe I was thinking about. It's just like something fun and quirky and just so unserious for such a like goofy drawing.
And then shine because cemeteries and graves are like dark.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gloomy and scary.
Now we can do my favorite part.
Nice.
I've been like really attached to this typeface, and I might just use it.
What is the typeface?
It is Haas Round Narrow, and I believe you can get it from Adobe Fonts. Let's check real quick.
I'm pretty sure because we have like
a million.
I don't even know the number, but it's vast.
Haas Round.
So we get so many.
Yeah, look at that.
You get so many with Express.
Yeah.
Actually.
Absolutely. I love this font. I think it's like the perfect font, in my opinion. Because it's just very like quirky and silly and fun.
It goes well with your art style.
Thank you. Yeah, I think like I gravitate more towards like softer, bubblier typeface.
But not cartoony. Like not
yeah.
What is it? Comic Sans?
Yeah. I love Comic Sans.
You do? I'm so sorry. Did I offend you?
No, I think it's hilarious. Like I don't love it like for traditional reasons. I ironically love it.
This is more comic-like.
Yeah. Definitely. Comic Sans is like ugly for sure.
Who else doesn't like Comic Sans? Is it just me?
No. That's like universally people hate Comic Sans. I think you're absolutely correct on that. However, I love going against the grain.
Yeah, sure.
So.
Plus, this is your domain, right?
Right.
Expertise, so.
I don't think too many people would agree with me, though. So, there's a lot of experts out there.
Oh my God, can you import this into Express and then animate it? Not right now. I'm just telling you that for the future.
You could, because I could probably, so I learned from Spencer in the last stream, I could just add these to my library.
Yeah.
Just bring them over.
I'm just telling you. That would be such a fun thing. Like you can make the eyeball bounce.
Yeah. Look out for it.
You can make the hand rise up.
Yeah, that's cool. That's a good idea.
Shake the tombstone. Okay, I know a thing or two, I guess.
Okay, it looks like you're a designer now. I promise I'm not doing these Christmas colors.
It's osmosis. Because I hang around with the community so much. I've learned a thing or two.
Hey, you're surrounded by a bunch of people that love sharing and love yapping.
That is the thing. For those listening right now to this episode is surround yourself with people in the community, with other designers. And it doesn't have to be beginner if you're a beginner. Like it could be any level because everyone's learning from each other. A pro can learn from someone just starting out because they maybe forgot how something was done, or there's a new way to do it now from the time that they learned.
Oh, absolutely.
So I think being part of a community is really important. So we appreciate all of you for tuning in all the time, or if this is your first time, welcome, and please continue to tune in to Adobe Live because we have so many great designers that come on and show you how to do things.
I mean, and that's where I learn a lot of my stuff from is through Adobe Live. Like, I literally learned stuff sitting in the host seat today.
Yeah,
you know, it's
me
great.
too. So I know I'm so sad. I could just talk to you all for hours, but we have 5 minutes left. So maybe you can do a wrap up of share what we learned today, what you showed us.
Absolutely, yeah. And I've seen actually a really good suggestion in here from Keys saying to change the colors to HSL for more vibrant colors and set saturation to 75. So maybe we can do that really quick.
I love how active and engaged this audience
is. Oh, me too. It's so fun. And I appreciate you guys, you know, tuning in and spending your Thursday with us. Like, it is so much fun. Like, I love doing this. Looks like I might not be able to do it unless
Carol loves Kalman Sands too. And papyrus.
Oh, I love papyrus.
I do like papyrus.
A lot of people hate papyrus.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Hate papyrus, and I love it.
I use it to sign digital cards. That is always like one of the options.
That's awesome. So I'm just gonna add like a goofy little background here, like a cream color, because we're kind of like getting towards the end, and I'm so sad because I've been having so much fun today with you guys. Let me know if you guys enjoyed it too. Like, you know, I always appreciate hearing how people enjoyed Adobe Live and things that come with it. I'm just gonna add some drop shadows real quick though. Just give it like that extra.
She's off today, and oh, you spent your day off with us.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's so sweet.
Dang.
That's great. So we can just like do like a little. I'm gonna try to hide this outline because it's. We'll go like this. You can see the outline of the dirt, which is hilarious, but it's fine. It's fine. We're cooking, so we'll go to here. Just go to stylize.
I think when you started, you said it's always good to experiment. It's an experimentation. And
shadows on top. Yeah, that does not make sense. Okay, we'll nix the shadows for now. I'll add that in the finished product. But yeah, I feel like we're at a cute little like stopping point, like fun little.
I love it. Yeah. I can't wait to see you post it so I can repost it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I mean, so yeah, we learned a lot about like the aspects of working in 3D, which I think is really cool, and kind of doing these really fun like multi or mixed media would probably be the right word techniques. And this is new for me too. So if you guys have anything that you created from this or that you learned from this, like let me know. Send it to me on Instagram or something.
Yeah.
Because I love seeing.
What is your Instagram handle?
Oh yeah, my Instagram handle is just by Jacob Harris. So my first name or BY and my first name and my last name. So if you type in my legal government name on the internet, you will find me, I promise.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And thank you everyone for joining. Thank you, Christine, for saying you totally enjoyed today. So did I. I host a lot of these. I always have fun, but this was extra fun.
Yeah, it was so much fun.
Honestly. And be sure to check out In the Making by Adobe. It's our podcast where I talk to creatives and subject matter experts. Thank you for that. But I always end it with a lot of key takeaways, a few key takeaways, so you'll walk away with actionable items and a whole bunch of inspiration, because all my guests are extraordinary. And I hope to see you in Max.
Yeah,
if you're
Max
going,
time.
Keep tuning into Adobe Live on YouTube or Behance, subscribe, and thank you for being part of the community. Keep the engagement level, like you can always text me. You don't know my text.
Here's my phone number.
My email at Adobe is tau@adobe.com. Feel free to email me. Find me on Instagram. I'm Tautastic, TAUTASTIC. And thank you again, Jacob.
Yeah, thank you for hosting me. Yeah.
So fun.
And thank you guys for watching so much. Seriously.
We'll see you next time.
See ya.